On China, book by Henry Kissinger, audiobook presented by the Learner's Library, Part 1 of 2. Content. Preface. Chapter 1 The Singularity of China. Chapter 2 The Kowtow Question and the Opium War. Chapter 3 From Preeminence to Decline. Chapter 4 Mao's Continuous Revolution. Chapter 5 Triangular Diplomacy and the Korean War. Chapter 6 China Confronts Both Superpowers. Chapter 7 A Decade of Crises. Chapter 8 The Road to Reconciliation. Chapter 9 Resumption of Relations, First Encounters with Mao and Zhou.
Preface 40 years ago, almost to the day, President Richard Nixon did me the honor of sending me to Beijing to re-establish contact with a country central to the history of Asia with which America had had no high-level contact for over 20 years. The American motive for the opening was to put before our people a vision of peace transcending the travail of the Vietnam War and the ominous vistas of the Cold War. China, though technically an ally of the Soviet Union, was in quest of maneuvering room to resist a threatened attack from Moscow. In the interval I have been to China more than 50 times. Like many visitors over the centuries, I have come to admire the Chinese people, their endurance, their subtlety, their family sense, and the culture they represent. At the same time, all my life I have reflected on the building of peace, largely from an American perspective. I have had the good luck of being able to pursue these two strands of thinking simultaneously as a senior official, as a carrier of messages, and as a scholar. This book is an effort, based in part on conversations with Chinese leaders, to explain the conceptual way the Chinese think about problems of peace and war and international order, and its relationship to the more pragmatic, case-by-case American approach. Different histories and cultures produce occasionally divergent conclusions. I do not always agree with the Chinese perspective, nor will every reader. But it is necessary to understand it, since China will play such a big role in the world that is emerging in the 21st century. Since my first visit, China has become an economic superpower and a major factor in shaping the global political order. The United States has prevailed in the Cold War. The relationship between China and the United States has become a central element in the quest for world peace and global well-being. 8 American presidents and 4 generations of Chinese leaders have managed this delicate relationship in an astonishingly consistent manner, considering the difference in starting points. Both sides have refused to permit historic legacies or different conceptions of domestic order to interrupt their essentially cooperative relationship. It has been a complex journey, for both societies believe they represent unique values. American exceptionalism is missionary. It holds that the United States has an obligation to spread its values to every part of the world. China's exceptionalism is cultural. China does not proselytize, it does not claim that its contemporary institutions are relevant outside China. But it is the heir of the Middle Kingdom tradition, which formally graded all other states as various levels of tributaries based on their approximation to Chinese cultural and political forms, in other words, a kind of cultural universality. A primary focus of this book is the interaction between Chinese and American leaders since the People's Republic of China was founded in 1949. Both in and out of government, I have kept records of my conversations with 4 generations of Chinese leaders and have drawn on them as a primary source in writing this book. This book could not have been written without the dedicated and able assistance of associates and of friends who permitted me to impose on them for help. Schuyler Schouten was indispensable. He came to my attention 8 years ago when Professor John Gaddis of Yale recommended him as one of his ablest students. When I started this project I asked him to take a 2-month leave from his law firm. He did so, and in the process became so involved that he saw the effort through to its end a year later. Schuyler undertook much of the basic research. He helped with the translation of Chinese texts and even more with penetrating the implications of some of the subtler ones. He was indefatigable during the editing and proofreading phase. I have never had a better research associate and very rarely one as good. It has been my good fortune to have Stephanie Jungermote work with me for a decade across the gamut of my activities. She was what in baseball they would call the essential utility player. She did research and some editing, and was the principal liaison with the publisher. She checked all the endnotes. She helped coordinate the typing and never hesitated to pitch in when deadlines approached. Her crucial contribution was reinforced by her charm and diplomatic skill. Harry Evans edited White House Years 30 years ago. He permitted me to impose on our friendship to go over the entire manuscript. His editorial and structural suggestions were numerous and wise. Teresa Amantia and Jody Williams typed the manuscript many times over and spent many evenings and weekends helping meet deadlines. Their good cheer, efficiency, and sharp eye for detail were vital. Stapleton Roy, former ambassador to China and distinguished China scholar, Winston Lord, my associate during the opening to China and later ambassador to China, and Dick Vietz, my literary executor, read several chapters and made insightful comments. John Vanden Heuvel provided helpful research on several chapters. Publishing with the Penguin Press was a happy experience. And Godolph was always available, ever insightful, never harassing, and fun to be with. Bruce Giffords, Noyron Lucas, and Tory Close expertly shepherded the book through the editorial production process. Fred Chase copy-edited the manuscript with care and efficiency. Laura Stickney was the book's principal editor. Young enough to be my granddaughter, she was in no way intimidated by the author. She overcame her reservations about my political views sufficiently that I came to look forward to her occasionally acerbic and always incisive comments in the margins of the manuscript. She was indefatigable, perceptive, and vastly helpful. To all these people I am immensely grateful. The governmental papers on which I drew have all been declassified for some time. I would like to thank in particular the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars Cold War International History Project for permission to use extended excerpts from their archive of declassified Russian and Chinese documents. The Carter Library helpfully made available many of the transcripts of meetings with Chinese leaders during the Carter presidency, and the Reagan Library provided numerous useful documents from their files. Needless to say, the shortcomings of the book are my own. As always over half a century, my wife, Nancy, provided her staunch moral and intellectual support amidst the solitude authors, or at least this author, generate around themselves when writing. She read most of the chapters and made innumerable important suggestions. I have dedicated On China to Annette and Oscar de la Renta. I started the book in their home in Punta Cana and finished it there. Their hospitality has been only one facet of a friendship that has added joy and depth to my life. Henry A. Kissinger, New York, January 2011. Note on Chinese spellings: this book makes frequent reference to Chinese names and terms. Well-known alternative spellings exist for many Chinese words, based on two particularly widespread methods of transliterating Chinese characters into the Roman alphabet: the Wade-Giles method, prevalent through much of the world until the 1980s, and the Pinyin method, adopted officially in the People's Republic of China in 1979 and increasingly common in Western and other Asian publications thereafter. For the most part, this book employs Pinyin spellings. For example, the Pinyin spelling Deng Xiaoping is used rather than the Wade-Giles spelling Ting Xiaoping. Where other, non-Pinyin spellings remain significantly more familiar, they are retained for the reader's convenience. For example, for the name of the ancient military theorist, Sun Tzu, the traditional spelling is used, rather than the newer Pinyin spelling, Suanzi. Occasionally, in the interest of achieving consistency throughout the book's text, quoted references to names originally listed in the Wade-Giles format have been rendered in their Pinyin spellings. Such changes are further noted in the endnotes. In each case, the underlying Chinese word remains the same, the difference is in the method of rendering the word in the Roman alphabet. Prologue. In October 1962, China's revolutionary leader Mao Zedong summoned his top military and political commanders to meet with him in Beijing. 2,000 miles to the west, in the forbidding and sparsely populated terrain of the Himalayas, Chinese and Indian troops were locked in a standoff over the two countries' disputed border. The dispute arose over different versions of history. India claimed the frontier demarcated during British rule, China the limits of imperial China. India had deployed its outposts to the edge of its conception of the border, China had surrounded the Indian positions. Attempts to negotiate a territorial settlement had foundered. Mao had decided to break the stalemate. He reached far back into the classical Chinese tradition that he was otherwise in the process of dismantling. China and India, Mao told his commanders, had previously fought 1.5 wars. Beijing could draw operational lessons from each. The First War had occurred over 1,300 years earlier, during the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907, when China dispatched troops to support an Indian kingdom against an illegitimate and aggressive rival. After China's intervention, the two countries had enjoyed centuries of flourishing religious and economic exchange. The lesson learned from the ancient campaign, as Mao described it, was that China and India were not doomed to perpetual enmity. They could enjoy a long period of peace again, but to do so, China had to use force to knock India back to the negotiating table. The half-war, in Mao's mind, had taken place 700 years later, when the Mongol ruler Tamerlane sacked Delhi. Mao reasoned that since Mongolia and China were then part of the same political entity, this was a half-Sino-Indian war. Tamerlane had won a significant victory, but once in India his army had killed over 100,000 prisoners. This time, Mao enjoined his Chinese forces to be restrained and principled. No one in Mao's audience, the Communist Party leadership of a revolutionary, new China, proclaiming its intent to remake the international order and abolish China's own feudal past, seems to have questioned the relevance of these ancient precedents to China's current strategic imperatives. Planning for an attack continued on the basis of the principles Mao had outlined. Weeks later the offensive proceeded much as he described. China executed a sudden, devastating blow on the Indian positions and then retreated to the previous line of control, even going so far as to return the captured Indian heavy weaponry. In no other country is it conceivable that a modern leader would initiate a major national undertaking by invoking strategic principles from a millennium-old event, nor that he could confidently expect his colleagues to understand the significance of his allusions. Yet China is singular. No other country can claim so long a continuous civilization, or such an intimate link to its ancient past and classical principles of strategy and statesmanship. Other societies, the United States included, have claimed universal applicability for their values and institutions. Still, none equals China in persisting, and persuading its neighbors to acquiesce, in such an elevated conception of its world role for so long, and in the face of so many historical vicissitudes. From the emergence of China as a unified state in the 3rd century B.C., until the collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1912, China stood at the center of an East Asian international system of remarkable durability. The Chinese emperor was conceived of, and recognized by most neighboring states, as the pinnacle of a universal political hierarchy, with all other states' rulers theoretically serving as vassals. Chinese language, culture, and political institutions were the hallmarks of civilization, such that even regional rivals and foreign conquerors adopted them to varying degrees as a sign of their own legitimacy, often as a first step to being subsumed within China. The traditional cosmology endured despite catastrophes and centuries-long periods of political decay. Even when China was weak or divided, its centrality remained the touchstone of regional legitimacy. Aspirants, both Chinese and foreign, vied to unify or conquer it, then ruled from the Chinese capital without challenging the basic premise that it was the center of the universe. While other countries were named after ethnic groups or geographical landmarks, China called itself Zhonghua, the Middle Kingdom or the Central Country. Any attempt to understand China's 20th century diplomacy or its 21st century world role must begin, even at the cost of some potential oversimplification, with a basic appreciation of the traditional context. Chapter 1: The Singularity of China. Societies and nations tend to think of themselves as eternal. They also cherish a tale of their origin. A special feature of Chinese civilization is that it seems to have no beginning. It appears in history less as a conventional nation-state than a permanent natural phenomenon. In the tale of the Yellow Emperor, revered by many Chinese as the legendary founding ruler, China seems already to exist. When the Yellow Emperor appears in myth, Chinese civilization has fallen into chaos. Competing princes harass each other and the people, yet an enfeebled ruler fails to maintain order. Lev ing an army, the new hero pacifies the realm and is acclaimed as emperor. The Yellow Emperor has gone down in history as a founding hero, yet in the founding myth, he is re-establishing, not creating, an empire. China predated him, it strides into the historical consciousness as an established state requiring only restoration, not creation. This paradox of Chinese history recurs with the ancient sage Confucius. Again, he is seen as the founder of a culture, although he stressed that he had invented nothing, that he was merely trying to reinvigorate the principles of harmony which had once existed in the Golden Age but had been lost in Confucius's own era of political chaos. Reflecting on the paradox of China's origins, the 19th-century missionary and traveler, the Abbé Regis Évariste Huc, observed, "Chinese civilization originates in an antiquity so remote that we vainly endeavor to discover its commencement. There are no traces of the state of infancy among this people. This is a very peculiar fact respecting China. We are accustomed in the history of nations to find some well-defined point of departure, and the historic documents, traditions, and monuments that remain to us generally permit us to follow, almost step by step, the progress of civilization, to be present at its birth, to watch its development, its onward march, and in many cases, its subsequent decay and fall. But it is not thus with the Chinese. They seem to have been always living in the same stage of advancement as in the present day, and the data of antiquity are such as to confirm that opinion. 2. When Chinese written characters first evolved, during the Shang dynasty in the 2nd millennium B.C., ancient Egypt was at the height of its glory. The great city-states of classical Greece had not yet emerged, and Rome was millennia away. Yet the direct descendant of the Shang writing system is still used by well over 1 billion people today. Chinese today can understand inscriptions written in the age of Confucius. Contemporary Chinese books and conversations are enriched by centuries-old aphorisms citing ancient battles and court intrigues. At the same time, Chinese history featured many periods of civil war, interregnum, and chaos. After each collapse, the Chinese state reconstituted itself as if by some immutable law of nature. At each stage, a new uniting figure emerged, following essentially the precedent of the Yellow Emperor, to subdue his rivals and reunify China, and sometimes enlarge its bounds. The famous opening of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a 14th-century epic novel treasured by centuries of Chinese, including Mao, who is said to have pored over it almost obsessively in his youth, evokes this continuous rhythm: the empire, long divided, must unite, long united, must divide. Thus it has ever been. 3. Each period of disunity was viewed as an aberration. Each new dynasty reached back to the previous dynasty's principles of governance in order to re-establish continuity. The fundamental precepts of Chinese culture endured, tested by the strain of periodic calamity. Before the seminal event of Chinese unification in 221 B.C., there had been a millennium of dynastic rule that gradually disintegrated as the feudal subdivisions evolved from autonomy to independence. The culmination was 2.5 centuries of turmoil recorded in history as the Warring States period, 475 to 221 B.C. Its European equivalent would be the interregnum between the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 and the end of the Second World War, when a multiplicity of European states was struggling for preeminence within the framework of the balance of power. After 221 B.C., China maintained the ideal of empire and unity but followed the practice of fracturing, then reuniting, in cycles sometimes lasting several hundred years. When the state fractured, wars between the various components were fought savagely. Mao once claimed that the population of China declined from 50 million to 10 million during the so-called Three Kingdoms period, d. 220–80, and the conflict among the contending groups between the two world wars of the 20th century was extremely bloody as well. At its ultimate extent, the Chinese cultural sphere stretched over a continental area much larger than any European state, indeed about the size of continental Europe. Chinese language and culture, and the emperor's political writ, expanded to every known terrain, from the steppelands and pine forests in the north shading into Siberia, to the tropical jungles and terraced rice farms in the south, from the east coast with its canals, ports, and fishing villages, to the stark deserts of Central Asia and the ice-capped peaks of the Himalayan frontier. The extent and variety of this territory bolstered the sense that China was a world unto itself. It supported a conception of the emperor as a figure of universal consequence, presiding over Tian Xia, or all under heaven. The era of Chinese preeminence. Through many millennia of Chinese civilization, China was never obliged to deal with other countries or civilizations that were comparable to it in scale and sophistication. India was known to the Chinese, as Mao later noted, but for much of history it was divided into separate kingdoms. The two civilizations exchanged goods and Buddhist influences along the Silk Road but were elsewhere walled off from casual contact by the almost impenetrable Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. The massive and forbidding deserts of Central Asia separated China from the Near Eastern cultures of Persia and Babylonia and even more from the Roman Empire. Trade caravans undertook intermittent journeys, but China as a society did not engage societies of comparable scale and achievement. Though China and Japan shared a number of core cultural and political institutions, neither was prepared to recognize the other's superiority. Their solution was to curtail contact for centuries at a time. Europe was even further away in what the Chinese considered the Western Oceans, by definition inaccessible to Chinese culture and pitiably incapable of acquiring it, as the emperor told a British envoy in 1793. The territorial claims of the Chinese Empire stopped at the water's edge. As early as the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, China led the world in nautical technology. Its fleets could have carried the empire into an era of conquest and exploration, yet China acquired no overseas colonies and showed relatively little interest in the countries beyond its coast. It developed no rationale for venturing abroad to convert the barbarians to Confucian principles or Buddhist virtues. When the conquering Mongols commandeered the Song fleet and its experienced captains, they mounted 2 attempted invasions of Japan. Both were turned back by inclement weather, the kamikaze, or divine wind, of Japanese lore. Yet when the Mongol dynasty collapsed, the expeditions, though technically feasible, were never again attempted. No Chinese leader ever articulated a rationale for why China would want to control the Japanese archipelago. But in the early years of the Ming dynasty, between 1405 and 1433, China launched one of history's most remarkable and mysterious naval enterprises. Admiral Zheng he set out in fleets of technologically unparalleled treasure ships to destinations as far as Java, India, the Horn of Africa, and the Strait of Hormuz. At the time of Zheng's voyages, the European age of exploration had not yet begun. China's fleet possessed what would have seemed an unbridgeable technological advantage. In the size, sophistication, and number of its vessels, it dwarfed the Spanish Armada, which was still 150 years away. Historians still debate the actual purpose of these missions. Zheng he was a singular figure in the age of exploration, a Chinese Muslim eunuch conscripted into imperial service as a child. He fits no obvious historical precedent. At each stop on his journeys, he formally proclaimed the magnificence of China's new emperor, bestowed lavish gifts on the rulers he encountered, and invited them to travel in person or send envoys to China. There, they were to acknowledge their place in the Sinocentric world order by performing the ritual, Kowtow, to acknowledge the emperor's superiority. Yet beyond declaring China's greatness and issuing invitations to portentous ritual, Zheng he displayed no territorial ambition. He brought back only gifts, or tribute. He claimed no colonies or resources for China beyond the metaphysical bounty of extending the limits of all under heaven. At most he can be said to have created favorable conditions for Chinese merchants, through a kind of early exercise of Chinese soft power. 7 Zheng he's expeditions stopped abruptly in 1433, coincident with the recurrence of threats along China's northern land frontier. The next emperor ordered the fleet dismantled and the records of Zheng he's voyages destroyed. The expeditions were never repeated. Though Chinese traders continued to ply the routes Zheng he sailed, China's naval abilities faded, so much so that the Ming rulers' response to the subsequent menace of piracy off China's southeast coast was to attempt a forced migration of the coastal population 10 miles inland. China's naval history was thus a hinge that failed to swing. Technically capable of dominance, China retired voluntarily from the field of naval exploration just as Western interest was beginning to take hold. China's splendid isolation nurtured a particular Chinese self-perception. Chinese elites grew accustomed to the notion that China was unique, not just a great civilization, among others, but civilization itself. A British translator wrote in 1850, an intelligent European, accustomed to reflect on the state of a number of countries enjoying a variety of different advantages, and laboring each under peculiar disadvantages, could, by a few well-directed questions, and from very little data, form a tolerably correct notion of the state of a people hitherto unknown to him, but it would be a great error to suppose that this is the case with the Chinese. Their exclusion of foreigners and confinement to their own country has, by depriving them of all opportunities of making comparisons, sadly circumscribed their ideas. They are thus totally unable to free themselves from the dominion of association, and judge everything by rules of purely Chinese convention. China knew, of course, of different societies around its periphery in Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Burma, but in the Chinese perception, China was considered the center of the world, the Middle Kingdom, and other societies were assessed as gradations from it. As the Chinese saw it, a host of lesser states that imbibed Chinese culture and paid tribute to China's greatness constituted the natural order of the universe. The borders between China and the surrounding peoples were not so much political and territorial demarcations as cultural differentiations. The outward radiance of Chinese culture throughout East Asia led the American political scientist Lucian Pye to comment famously that, in the modern age, China remains a civilization pretending to be a nation-state. The pretensions underlying this traditional Chinese world order endured well into the modern era. As late as 1863, China's emperor, himself a member of a foreign Manchu dynasty that had conquered China 2 centuries earlier, dispatched a letter informing Abraham Lincoln of China's commitment to good relations with the United States. The emperor based his communication on the grandiloquent assurance that, Avaying, with reverence, received the commission from heaven to rule the universe, we regard both the Middle Empire, China, and the outside countries as constituting one family, without any distinction. When the letter was dispatched, China had already lost 2 wars with the Western powers, which were busy staking out spheres of interest in Chinese territory. The emperor seems to have treated these catastrophes as similar to other barbarian invasions that were overcome, in the end, by China's endurance and superior culture. For most of history, there was, in fact, nothing particularly fanciful about Chinese claims. With each generation, the Han Chinese had expanded from their original base in the Yellow River Valley, gradually drawing neighboring societies into various stages of approximation of Chinese patterns. Chinese scientific and technological achievements equaled, and frequently outstripped, those of their Western European, Indian, and Arab counterparts. Not only was the scale of China traditionally far beyond that of the European states in population and in territory, until the Industrial Revolution, China was far richer. Such an empire as that of China is equal to what all Europe would be if the latter were united under a single sovereign. China traded with foreigners and occasionally adopted ideas and inventions from abroad. But more often the Chinese believed that the most valuable possessions and intellectual achievements were to be found within China. Trade with China was so prized that it was with only partial exaggeration that Chinese elites described it not as ordinary economic exchange but as tribute to China's superiority. Confucianism. Almost all empires were created by force, but none can be sustained by it. Universal rule, to last, needs to translate force into obligation. Otherwise, the energies of the rulers will be exhausted in maintaining their dominance at the expense of their ability to shape the future, which is the ultimate task of statesmanship. Empires persist if repression gives way to consensus. So it was with China. The methods by which it was unified, and periodically overturned and reunified again, were occasionally brutal. Chinese history witnessed its share of sanguinary rebellions and dynastic tyrants. Yet China owed its millennial survival far less to the punishments meted out by its emperors than to the community of values fostered among its population and its government of scholar officials. Not the least exceptional aspect of Chinese culture is that these values were essentially secular in nature. At the time when Buddhism appeared in Indian culture stressing contemplation and inner peace, and monotheism was proclaimed by the Jewish, and, later, Christian and Islamic, prophets with an evocation of a life after death, China produced no religious themes in the Western sense at all. The Chinese never generated a myth of cosmic creation. Their universe was created by the Chinese themselves, whose values, even when declared of universal applicability, were conceived of as Chinese in origin. The predominant values of Chinese society were derived from the prescriptions of an ancient philosopher known to posterity as Kong Fuzi, or Confucius in the Latinized version. Confucius, 551 to 479 B.C., lived at the end of the so-called Spring and Autumn period, 770 to 476 B.C., a time of political upheaval that led to the brutal struggles of the Warring States period, 475 to 221 B.C. The ruling house of Zhou was in decline, unable to exert its authority over rebellious princes competing for political power. Greed and violence went unchecked. All under heaven was again in disarray. Like Machiavelli, Confucius was an itinerant in his country, hoping to be retained as an advisor to one of the princes then contending for survival. But unlike Machiavelli, Confucius was concerned more with the cultivation of social harmony than with the machinations of power. His themes were the principles of compassionate rule, the performance of correct rituals, and the inculcation of filial piety. Perhaps because he offered his prospective employers no short-term route to wealth or power, Confucius died without achieving his goal. He never found a prince to implement his maxims, and China continued its slide toward political collapse and war. 16 But Confucius's teachings, recorded by his disciples, survived. When the bloodletting ended and China again stood unified, the Han dynasty, 206 B.C. d. 220, adopted Confucian thought as an official state philosophy. Compiled into a central collection of Confucius's sayings, the Analects, and subsequent books of learned commentary, the Confucian canon would evolve into something akin to China's Bible and its constitution combined. Expertise in these texts became the central qualification for service in China's imperial bureaucracy, a priesthood of literary scholar officials selected by nationwide competitive examinations and charged with maintaining harmony in the emperor's vast realms. Confucius's answer to the chaos of his era was the way of the just and harmonious society, which, he taught, had once been realized before, in a distant Chinese Golden Age. Mankind's central spiritual task was to recreate this proper order already on the verge of being lost. Spiritual fulfillment was a task not so much of revelation or liberation but patient recovery of forgotten principles of self-restraint. The goal was rectification, not progress. 17 Learning was the key to advancement in a Confucian society. Thus Confucius taught that, love of kindness, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by foolishness. Love of knowledge, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by loose speculation. Love of honesty, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by harmful candor. Love of straightforwardness, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by misdirected judgment. Love of daring, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by insubordination. And love for strength of character, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by intractability. Confucius preached a hierarchical social creed. The fundamental duty was to know thy place. To its adherents the Confucian order offered the inspiration of service in pursuit of a greater harmony. Unlike the prophets of monotheistic religions, Confucius preached no teleology of history pointing mankind to personal redemption. His philosophy sought the redemption of the state through righteous individual behavior. Oriented toward this world, his thinking affirmed a code of social conduct, not a roadmap to the afterlife. At the pinnacle of the Chinese order stood the emperor, a figure with no parallels in the Western experience. He combined the spiritual as well as the secular claims of the social order. The Chinese emperor was both a political ruler and a metaphysical concept. In his political role, the emperor was conceived as mankind's supreme sovereign, the emperor of humanity, standing atop a world political hierarchy that mirrored China's hierarchical Confucian social structure. Chinese protocol insisted on recognizing his overlordship via the Kowtow, the act of complete prostration, with the forehead touching the ground 3 times on each prostration. The emperor's second, metaphysical, role was his status as the Son of Heaven, the symbolic intermediary between heaven, earth, and humanity. This role also implied moral obligation on the emperor's part. Through humane conduct, performance of correct rituals, and occasional stern punishments, the emperor was perceived as the linchpin of the great harmony of all things great and small. If the emperor strayed from the path of virtue, all under heaven would fall into chaos. Even natural catastrophes might signify that disharmony had beset the universe. The existing dynasty would be seen to have lost the mandate of heaven, by which it possessed the right to govern, rebellions would break out, and a new dynasty would restore the great harmony of the universe. Concepts of international relations, impartiality or equality. Just as there are no great cathedrals in China, there are no Blenheim palaces. Aristocratic political grandees like the Duke of Marlborough, who built Blenheim, did not come into being. Europe entered the modern age a welter of political diversity, independent princes and dukes and counts, cities that governed themselves, the Roman Catholic Church, which claimed an authority outside of state purview, and Protestant groups, which aspired to building their own self-governing civil societies. By contrast, when it entered the modern period, China had for well over 1,000 years a fully formed imperial bureaucracy recruited by competitive examination, permeating and regulating all aspects of the economy and society. The Chinese approach to world order was thus vastly different from the system that took hold in the West. The modern Western conception of international relations emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries, when the medieval structure of Europe dissolved into a group of states of approximately equal strength, and the Catholic Church split into various denominations. Balance of power diplomacy was less a choice than an inevitability. No state was strong enough to impose its will, no religion retained sufficient authority to sustain universality. The concept of sovereignty and the legal equality of states became the basis of international law and diplomacy. China, by contrast, was never engaged in sustained contact with another country on the basis of equality for the simple reason that it never encountered societies of comparable culture or magnitude. That the Chinese Empire should tower over its geographical sphere was taken virtually as a law of nature, an expression of the mandate of heaven. For Chinese emperors, the mandate did not necessarily imply an adversarial relationship with neighboring peoples, preferably it did not. Like the United States, China thought of itself as playing a special role. But it never espoused the American notion of universalism to spread its values around the world. It confined itself to controlling the barbarians immediately at its doorstep. It strove for tributary states like Korea to recognize China's special status, and in return, it conferred benefits such as trading rights. As for the remote barbarians such as Europeans, about whom they knew little, the Chinese maintained a friendly, if condescending, aloofness. They had little interest in converting them to Chinese ways. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty expressed this view in 1372, countries of the Western Ocean are rightly called distant regions. They come, to us, across the seas. And it is difficult for them to calculate the year and month, of arrival. Regardless of their numbers, we treat them, on the principle of, those who come modestly are sent off generously. The Chinese emperors felt it was impractical to contemplate influencing countries that nature had given the misfortune of locating at such a great distance from China. In the Chinese version of exceptionalism, China did not export its ideas but let others come to seek them. Neighboring peoples, the Chinese believed, benefited from contact with China and civilization so long as they acknowledged the suzerainty of the Chinese government. Those who did not were barbarian. Subservience to the emperor and observance of imperial rituals was the core of culture. When the empire was strong, this cultural sphere expanded. All under heaven was a multinational entity comprising the ethnic Han Chinese majority and numerous non-Han Chinese ethnic groups. In official Chinese records, foreign envoys did not come to the imperial court to engage in negotiations or affairs of state, they came to be transformed by the emperor's civilizing influence. The emperor did not hold summit meetings with other heads of state, instead, audiences with him represented the tender cherishing of men from afar, who brought tribute to recognize his overlordship. When the Chinese court deigned to send envoys abroad, they were not diplomats, but heavenly envoys, from the celestial court. The organization of the Chinese government reflected the hierarchical approach to world order. China handled ties with tribute-paying states such as Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam through the Ministry of Rituals, implying that diplomacy with these peoples was but one aspect of the larger metaphysical task of administering the Great Harmony. With less Sinicized mounted tribes to the north and west, China came to rely on a court of dependencies, analogous to a colonial office, whose mission was to invest vassal princes with titles and maintain peace on the frontier. Only under the pressure of Western incursions in the 19th century did China establish something analogous to a foreign ministry to manage diplomacy as an independent function of government. In 1861, after the defeat in 2 wars with the Western powers, it was considered a temporary necessity, to be abolished once the immediate crisis subsided. The new ministry was deliberately located in an old and undistinguished building previously used by the Department of Iron Coins, to convey, in the words of the leading Qing dynasty statesman, Prince Gong, the hidden meaning that it cannot have a standing equal to that of other traditional government offices, thus preserving the distinction between China and foreign countries. 23 European-style ideas of interstate politics and diplomacy were not unknown in the Chinese experience, rather, they existed as a kind of counter-tradition taking place within China in times of disunity. But as if by some unwritten law, these periods of division ended with the reunification of all under heaven, and the reassertion of Chinese centrality by a new dynasty. In its imperial role, China offered surrounding foreign peoples impartiality, not equality. It would treat them humanely and compassionately in proportion to their attainment of Chinese culture and their observance of rituals connoting submission to China. What was most remarkable about the Chinese approach to international affairs was less its monumental formal pretensions than its underlying strategic acumen and longevity. For during most of Chinese history, the numerous, lesser, peoples along China's long and shifting frontiers were often better armed and more mobile than the Chinese. To China's north and west were semi-nomadic peoples, the Manchus, Mongols, Uyghurs, Tibetans, and eventually the expansionist Russian Empire, whose mounted cavalry could launch raids across its extended frontiers on China's agricultural heartland with relative impunity. Retaliatory expeditions faced inhospitable terrain and extended supply lines. To China's south and east were peoples who, though nominally subordinate in the Chinese cosmology, possessed significant martial traditions and national identities. The most tenacious of them, the Vietnamese, had fiercely resisted Chinese claims of superiority and could claim to have bested China in battle. China was in no position to conquer all of its neighbors. Its population consisted mainly of farmers bound to their ancestral plots. Its Mandarin elite earned their positions not through displays of martial valor but by way of mastery of the Confucian classics and refined arts such as calligraphy and poetry. Individually, neighboring peoples could pose formidable threats. With any degree of unity, they would be overwhelming. The historian Owen Lattimore wrote, "Barbarian invasion therefore hung over China as a permanent threat. Any barbarian nation that could guard its own rear and flanks against the other barbarians could set out confidently to invade China." Thus a Han dynasty minister described the 5 baits, with which he proposed to manage the mounted Xiongnu tribes to China's northwestern frontier, to give them elaborate clothes and carriages in order to corrupt their eyes, to give them fine food in order to corrupt their mouth, to give them music and women in order to corrupt their ears, to provide them with lofty buildings, granaries and slaves in order to corrupt their stomach. And, as for those who come to surrender, the emperor should show them favor by honoring them with an imperial reception party in which the emperor should personally serve them wine and food so as to corrupt their mind. These are what may be called the 5 baits in periods of strength. The diplomacy of the Middle Kingdom was an ideological rationalization for imperial power. During periods of decline, it served to mask weakness and helped China manipulate contending forces. In comparison to more recent regional contenders for power, China was a satisfied empire with limited territorial ambition. As a scholar during the Han Dynasty, A.D. 25–220, put it, the emperor does not govern the barbarians. Those who come to him will not be rejected, and those who leave will not be pursued. The objective was a compliant, divided periphery, rather than one directly under Chinese control. The most remarkable expression of China's fundamental pragmatism was its reaction to conquerors. When foreign dynasts prevailed in battle, the Chinese bureaucratic elite would offer their services and appeal to their conquerors on the premise that so vast and unique a land as they had just overrun could be ruled only by use of Chinese methods, Chinese language, and the existing Chinese bureaucracy. With each generation, the conquerors would find themselves increasingly assimilated into the order they had sought to dominate. Eventually their own home territories, the launching points for their invasions, would come to be regarded as part of China itself. They would find themselves pursuing traditional Chinese national interests, with the project of conquest effectively turned on its head. Chinese realpolitik and Sun Tzu's Art of War. The Chinese have been shrewd practitioners of realpolitik and students of a strategic doctrine distinctly different from the strategy and diplomacy that found favor in the West. A turbulent history has taught Chinese leaders that not every problem has a solution and that too great an emphasis on total mastery over specific events could upset the harmony of the universe. There were too many potential enemies for the empire ever to live in total security. If China's fate was relative security, it also implied relative insecurity, the need to learn the grammar of over a dozen neighboring states with significantly different histories and aspirations. Rarely did Chinese statesmen risk the outcome of a conflict on a single all-or-nothing clash. Elaborate multi-year maneuvers were closer to their style. Where the Western tradition prized the decisive clash of forces emphasizing feats of heroism, the Chinese ideal stressed subtlety, indirection, and the patient accumulation of relative advantage. This contrast is reflected in the respective intellectual games favored by each civilization. China's most enduring game is Wei Qi, pronounced roughly Wei Qi, and often known in the West by a variation of its Japanese name, Go. Wei Qi translates as a game of surrounding pieces. It implies a concept of strategic encirclement. The board, a grid of 19 by 19 lines, begins empty. Each player has 180 pieces, or stones, at his disposal, each of equal value with the others. The players take turns placing stones at any point on the board, building up positions of strength while working to encircle and capture the opponent's stones. Multiple contests take place simultaneously in different regions of the board. The balance of forces shifts incrementally with each move, as the players implement strategic plans and react to each other's initiatives. At the end of a well-played game, the board is filled by partially interlocking areas of strength. The margin of advantage is often slim, and to the untrained eye, the identity of the winner is not always immediately obvious. Chess, on the other hand, is about total victory. The purpose of the game is checkmate, to put the opposing king into a position where he cannot move without being destroyed. The vast majority of games end in total victory achieved by attrition or, more rarely, a dramatic, skillful maneuver. The only other possible outcome is a draw, meaning the abandonment of the hope for victory by both parties. The outcome of a Wei Qi game between two expert players. Black has won by a slight margin. Source: David Lai, Learning from the Stones, A Go Approach to Mastering China's Strategic Concept, Sher, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute, 2004. If chess is about the decisive battle, Wei Qi is about the protracted campaign. The chess player aims for total victory. The Wei Qi player seeks relative advantage. In chess, the player always has the capability of the adversary in front of him, all the pieces are always fully deployed. The Wei Qi player needs to assess not only the pieces on the board but the reinforcements the adversary is in a position to deploy. Chess teaches the Clausewitzian concepts of center of gravity and the decisive point, the game usually beginning as a struggle for the center of the board. Wei Qi teaches the art of strategic encirclement. Where the skillful chess player aims to eliminate his opponent's pieces in a series of head-on clashes, a talented Wei Qi player moves into empty spaces on the board, gradually mitigating the strategic potential of his opponent's pieces. Chess produces single-mindedness, Wei Qi generates strategic flexibility. A similar contrast exists in the case of China's distinctive military theory. Its foundations were laid during a period of upheaval, when ruthless struggles between rival kingdoms decimated China's population. Reacting to this slaughter, and seeking to emerge victorious from it, Chinese thinkers developed strategic thought that placed a premium on victory through psychological advantage and preached the avoidance of direct conflict. The seminal figure in this tradition is known to history as Sun Tzu, or Master Sun, author of the famed treatise The Art of War. Intriguingly, no one is sure exactly who he was. Since ancient times, scholars have debated the identity of The Art of War's author and the date of its composition. The book presents itself as a collection of sayings by one Sun Wu, a general and wandering military advisor from the spring and autumn period of Chinese history, 770 to 476 B.C., as recorded by his disciples. Some Chinese and later Western scholars have questioned whether such a master sun existed or, if he did, whether he was in fact responsible for the art of war's contents well over 2,000 years after its composition. This volume of epigrammatic observations on strategy, diplomacy, and war, written in classical Chinese, halfway between poetry and prose, remains a central text of military thought. Where Western strategists reflect on the means to assemble superior power at the decisive point, Sun Tzu addresses the means of building a dominant political and psychological position, such that the outcome of a conflict becomes a foregone conclusion. Western strategists test their maxims by victories in battles. Sun Tzu tests by victories where battles have become unnecessary. Sun Tzu's text on war does not have the quality of exaltation of some European literature on the subject, nor does it appeal to personal heroism. Its somber quality is reflected in the portentous opening of The Art of War. War is a grave affair of the state, it is a place of life and death, a road to survival and extinction, a matter to be pondered carefully. A ruler must never mobilize his men out of anger, a general must never engage in battle out of spite. Anger can turn to pleasure, spite can turn to joy. But a nation destroyed cannot be put back together again, a dead man cannot be brought back to life. So the enlightened ruler is prudent, the effective general is cautious. This is the way to keep a nation at peace and an army intact. 33. What should a statesman be prudent about? For Sun Tzu, victory is not simply the triumph of armed forces. Instead, it is the achievement of the ultimate political objectives that the military clash was intended to secure. Far better than challenging the enemy on the field of battle is undermining an enemy's morale or maneuvering him into an unfavorable position from which escape is impossible. Because war is a desperate and complex enterprise, self-knowledge is crucial. Strategy resolves itself into a psychological contest. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. The highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy itself, the next, to attack his alliances. The next, to attack armies. The lowest form of war is to attack cities. Siege warfare is a last resort. The skillful strategist defeats the enemy without doing battle, captures the city without laying siege, overthrows the enemy state without protracted war. Ideally, the commander would achieve a position of such dominance that he could avoid battle entirely. Or else he would use arms to deliver a coup de grace after extensive analysis and logistical, diplomatic, and psychological preparation. Thus Sun Tzu's counsel that the victorious army is victorious first and seeks battle later, the defeated army does battle first and seeks victory later. 35. Because attacks on an opponent's strategy and his alliances involve psychology and perception, Sun Tzu places considerable emphasis on the use of subterfuge and misinformation. When able, he counseled, feign inability; when deploying troops, appear not to be. When near, appear far; when far, appear nea. To the commander following Sun Tzu's precepts, a victory achieved indirectly through deception or manipulation is more humane, and surely more economical, than a triumph by superior force. The Art of War advises the commander to induce his opponent into accomplishing the commander's own aims or force him into a position so impossible that he opts to surrender his army or state unharmed. Perhaps Sun Tzu's most important insight was that in a military or strategic contest, everything is relevant and connected: weather, terrain, diplomacy, the reports of spies and double agents, supplies and logistics, the balance of forces, historic perceptions, the intangibles of surprise and morale. Each factor influences the others, giving rise to subtle shifts in momentum and relative advantage. There are no isolated events. Hence the task of a strategist is less to analyze a particular situation than to determine its relationship to the context in which it occurs. No particular constellation is ever static, any pattern is temporary and in essence evolving. The strategist must capture the direction of that evolution and make it serve his ends. Sun Tzu uses the word "shi" for that quality, a concept with no direct Western counterpart in the military context, sure connotes the strategic trend and potential energy of a developing situation, the power inherent in the particular arrangement of elements and its developmental tendency. In the art of war, the word connotes the ever-changing configuration of forces as well as their general trend. To Sun Tzu, the strategist mastering sure is akin to water flowing downhill, automatically finding the swiftest and easiest course. A successful commander waits before charging headlong into battle. He shies away from an enemy's strength, he spends his time observing and cultivating changes in the strategic landscape. He studies the enemy's preparations and his morale, husbands resources, and defines them carefully, and plays on his opponent's psychological weaknesses, until at last he perceives the opportune moment to strike the enemy at his weakest point. He then deploys his resources swiftly and suddenly, rushing downhill, along the path of least resistance, in an assertion of superiority that careful timing and preparation have rendered a fait accompli. The art of war articulates a doctrine less of territorial conquest than of psychological dominance. It was the way the North Vietnamese fought America, though Hanoi usually translated its psychological gains into actual territorial conquests as well. In general, Chinese statesmanship exhibits a tendency to view the entire strategic landscape as part of a single whole, good and evil, near and far, strength and weakness, past and future all interrelated. In contrast to the Western approach of treating history as a process of modernity achieving a series of absolute victories over evil and backwardness, the traditional Chinese view of history emphasized a cyclical process of decay and rectification, in which nature and the world can be understood but not completely mastered. The best that can be accomplished is to grow into harmony with it. Strategy and statecraft become means of combative coexistence with opponents. The goal is to maneuver them into weakness while building up one's own sure, or strategic positio. This maneuvering approach is, of course, the ideal and not always the reality. Throughout their history, the Chinese have had their share of unsubtle and brutal conflicts, both at home and occasionally abroad. Once these conflicts erupted, such as during the unification of China under the Qin dynasty, the clashes of the Three Kingdoms period, the quelling of the Taiping Rebellion, and the 20th century Civil War, China was subjected to wholesale loss of life on a level comparable to the European World Wars. The bloodiest conflicts occurred as a result of the breakdown of the internal Chinese system, in other words, as an aspect of internal adjustments of a state for which domestic stability and protection against looming foreign invasion are equal concerns. For China's classical sages, the world could never be conquered, wise rulers could hope only to harmonize with its trends. There was no new world to populate, no redemption awaiting mankind on distant shores. The promised land was China, and the Chinese were already there. The blessings of the Middle Kingdom's culture might theoretically be extended, by China's superior example, to the foreigners on the empire's periphery. But there was no glory to be found in venturing across the seas to convert heathens to Chinese ways. The customs of the Celestial dynasty were plainly beyond the attainment of the far barbarians. This may be the deeper meaning of China's abandonment of its naval tradition. Lecturing in the 1820s on his philosophy of history, the German philosopher Hegel described the Chinese tendency to see the huge Pacific Ocean to their east as a barren waste. He noted that China, by and large, did not venture to the seas and instead depended on its great landmass. The land imposed an infinite multitude of dependencies, whereas the sea propelled people beyond these limited circles of thought and action. This stretching out of the sea beyond the limitations of the land, is wanting to the splendid political edifices of Asiatic states, although they themselves border on the sea, as for example, China. For them the sea is only the limit, the ceasing of the land, they have no positive relations to it. The West had set sail to spread its trade and values throughout the world. In this respect, Hegel argued, landbound China, which in fact had once been the world's greatest naval power, was severed from the general historical development. With these distinctive traditions and millennial habits of superiority, China entered the modern age a singular kind of empire, a state claiming universal relevance for its culture and institutions but making few efforts to proselytize, the wealthiest country in the world but one that was indifferent to foreign trade and technological innovation. A culture of cosmopolitanism overseen by a political elite oblivious to the onset of the Western age of exploration, and a political unit of unparalleled geographic extent that was unaware of the technological and historical currents that would soon threaten its existence. Chapter 2: The Kowtow Question and the Opium War. At the close of the 18th century, China stood at the height of its imperial greatness. The Qing dynasty, established in 1644 by Manchu tribes riding into China from the northeast, had turned China into a major military power. Fusing Manchu and Mongol military prowess with the cultural and governmental prowess of the Han Chinese, it embarked on a program of territorial expansion to the north and west, establishing a Chinese sphere of influence deep into Mongolia, Tibet, and modern-day Xinjiang. China stood predominant in Asia. It was at least the rival of any empire on earth, yet the high point of the Qing dynasty also turned into the turning point of its destiny. For China's wealth and expanse attracted the attention of Western empires and trading companies operating far outside the bounds and conceptual apparatus of the traditional Chinese world order. For the first time in its history, China faced barbarians, who no longer sought to displace the Chinese dynasty and claim the mandate of heaven for themselves. Instead, they proposed to replace the Sinocentric system with an entirely new vision of world order, with free trade rather than tribute, resident embassies in the Chinese capital, and a system of diplomatic exchange that did not refer to non-Chinese heads of state as honorable barbarians, pledging fealty to their emperor in Beijing. The Qing dynasty, in 1715, permitted Moscow to establish a Russian Orthodox mission in Beijing. It eventually took on the role of a de facto embassy, the only foreign mission of its kind in China for over a century. The contacts extended to Western European traders, limited as they were seen by the Qing as a considerable indulgence. The Son of Heaven had, in the Chinese view, shown his benevolence by allowing them to partake in Chinese trade, particularly in tea, silk, lacquerware, and rhubarb, for which the West Sea barbarians had developed a voracious appetite. Europe was too far from the Middle Kingdom ever to become Sinicized along Korean or Vietnamese lines. Initially, the Europeans accepted the role of supplicants in the Chinese tributary order, in which they were labeled as barbarians, and their trade as tribute. But as the Western powers grew in wealth and conviction, this state of affairs grew untenable. The Macartney mission. The assumptions of the Chinese world order were particularly offensive to Britain, the red-haired barbarians, in some Chinese records. As the premier Western commercial and naval power, Britain bridled at its assigned role in the cosmology of the Middle Kingdom, whose army, the British noted, still primarily used bows and arrows and whose navy was practically non-existent. British traders resented the increasing amount of squeeze extracted by the designated Chinese merchants at Guangzhou, through which Chinese regulations required that all Western trade be conducted. They sought access to the rest of the Chinese market beyond the southeast coast. The first major British attempt to remedy the situation was the 1793-94 mission of Lord George Macartney to China. It was the most notable, best conceived, and least militaristic European effort to alter the prevailing format of Sino-Western relations and to achieve free trade and diplomatic representation on equal terms. It failed completely. The Macartney mission is instructive to examine in some detail. The diary of the envoy illustrates how the Chinese perception of its role operated in practice, and the gulf existing between Western and Chinese perceptions of diplomacy. For to help further his aims, Macartney brought with him numerous examples of British scientific and industrial prowess. Macartney's entourage included a surgeon, a physician, a mechanic, a metallurgist, a watchmaker, a mathematical instrument maker, and 5 German musicians, who were to perform nightly. These latter performances were one of the more successful aspects of the embassy. His gifts to the emperor included manufactures designed at least in part to show the fabulous benefits China might obtain by trading with Britain, artillery pieces, a chariot, diamond-studded wristwatches, British porcelain, copied, Qing officials noted approvingly, from the Chinese art form, and portraits of the king and queen painted by Joshua Reynolds. Macartney even brought a deflated hot air balloon and planned, without success, to have members of his mission fly it over Beijing by way of demonstration. The Macartney mission accomplished none of its specific objectives. The gap in perceptions was simply too wide. Macartney had intended to demonstrate the benefits of industrialization, but the emperor understood his gifts as tribute. The British envoy expected his Chinese hosts to recognize that they had been hopelessly left behind by the progress of technological civilization and to seek a special relationship with Britain to rectify their backwardness. In fact, the Chinese treated the British as an arrogant and uninformed barbarian tribe seeking special favor from the Son of Heaven. China remained wedded to its agrarian ways, with its burgeoning population making food production more urgent than ever, and its Confucian bureaucracy ignorant of the key elements of industrialization: steam power, credit and capital, private property, and public education. The first discordant note came as Macartney and his entourage made their way to Zhou, the summer capital northeast of Beijing, traveling up the coast in Chinese yachts laden with generous gifts and delicacies but carrying Chinese signs proclaiming, "The English ambassador bringing tribute to the Emperor of China." Macartney resolved, in keeping with Dundas's instructions, to make no complaint of it, reserving myself to notice it if a proper opportunity occurs. As he approached Beijing, however, the chief mandarins charged with administering the mission opened a negotiation that put the gap in perceptions in sharper light. The issue was whether Macartney would kowtow to the emperor or whether, as he insisted, he could follow the British custom of kneeling on one knee. The Chinese side opened the discussions in a circuitous manner by remarking on, as Macartney recalled in his diary, the different modes of dress that prevailed among different nations. The mandarins concluded that Chinese clothes were, in the end, superior, since they allowed the wearer to perform with greater ease the genuflections and prostrations which were, they said, customary to be made by all persons whenever the emperor appeared in public. Would the British delegation not find it easier to free itself of its cumbersome knee buckles and garters before approaching the emperor's august presence? Macartney countered by suggesting that the emperor would likely appreciate if Macartney paid him the same obeisance which I did to my own sovereign. The discussions over the Kowtow Question continued intermittently for several more weeks. The Mandarin suggested that Macartney's options were to kowtow or to return home empty-handed. Macartney resisted. Eventually it was agreed that Macartney could follow the European custom and kneel on one knee. It proved to be the only point Macartney won, at least as to actual conduct. The official Chinese report stated that Macartney, overwhelmed by the emperor's awesome majesty, had performed the kowtow after all. All of this took place within the intricate framework of Chinese protocol, which showed Macartney the most considerate treatment in foiling and rejecting his proposals. Enveloped in all-encompassing protocol and assured that each aspect had a cosmically ordained and unalterable purpose, Macartney found himself scarcely able to begin his negotiations. Meanwhile he noted with a mixture of respect and unease the efficiency of China's vast bureaucracy, assessing that every circumstance concerning us and every word that falls from our lips is minutely reported and remembered. To Macartney's consternation, the technological wonders of Europe left no visible impression on his handlers. When his party demonstrated their mounted cannons, our conductor pretended to think lightly of them, and spoke to us as if such things were no novelties in China. His lenses, chariot, and hot air balloon were brushed aside with polite condescension. A month and a half later, the ambassador was still waiting for an audience with the emperor, the interval having been consumed by banquets, entertainment, and discussions about the appropriate protocol for a possible imperial audience. Finally, he was summoned at 4 o'clock in the morning to a large, handsome tent, to await the emperor, who presently appeared with great ceremony, borne in a palanquin. Macartney wondered at the magnificence of Chinese protocol, in which every function of the ceremony was performed with such silence and solemnity as in some measure to resemble the celebration of a religious mystery. After bestowing gifts on Macartney and his party, the emperor flattered the British party by sending us several dishes from his own table, and then giving, to each of us, with his own hands, a cup of warm wine, which we immediately drank in his presence. 11. Note that having the emperor personally serve wine to foreign envoys was specifically mentioned among the Han dynasty's 5 baits for barbarian management. 12. The next day, Macartney and party attended a convocation to celebrate the emperor's birthday. Finally, the emperor summoned Macartney to his box at a theater performance. Now, Macartney assumed, he could transact the business of his embassy. Instead, The emperor rebuffed him with another gift, a box of precious stones and, Macartney recorded, a small book, written and painted by his own hand, which he desired me to present to the king, my master, as a token of his friendship, saying that the box had been 800 years in his family. 13 Now that these tokens of imperial benevolence had been bestowed, the Chinese officials suggested that in view of the approaching cold winter, the time for Macartney's departure had arrived. Macartney protested that the two sides had yet to enter into negotiation on the items in his official instructions. He had barely opened his commission. It was King George's wish, Macartney stressed, that he be allowed to reside at the Chinese court as a permanent British ambassador. Early in the morning of October 3, 1793, a mandarin awoke Macartney and summoned him in full ceremonial dress to the Forbidden City, where he was to receive the answer to his petition. After a wait of several hours, he was ushered up a staircase to a silk-covered chair, upon which sat not the emperor, but a letter from the emperor to King George. The Chinese officials kowtowed to the letter, leaving Macartney to kneel to the letter on one knee. Finally, the imperial communication was transported back to Macartney's chambers with full ceremony. It proved to be one of the most humiliating communications in the annals of British diplomacy. The edict began by remarking on King George's respectful humility in sending a tribute mission to China. You, O King, live beyond the confines of many seas, nevertheless, impelled by your humble desire to partake of the benefits of our civilization, you have dispatched a mission respectfully bearing your memorial. The emperor then dismissed every substantive request that Macartney had made, including the proposal that Macartney be permitted to reside in Beijing as a diplomat. As to your entreaty to send one of your nationals to be accredited to my celestial court and to be in control of your country's trade with China, this request is contrary to all usage of my dynasty and cannot possibly be entertained. He could not be allowed liberty of movement and the privilege of corresponding with his own country, so that you would gain nothing by his residence in our midst. The proposal that China send its own ambassador to London, the edict continued, was even more absurd. Opposing I sent an ambassador to reside in your country, how could you possibly make for him the requisite arrangements? Europe consists of many other nations besides your own. If each and all demanded to be represented at our court, how could we possibly consent? The thing is utterly impracticable. Perhaps, the emperor ascertained, King George had sent Macartney to learn the blessings of civilization from China. But this, too, was out of the question. If you assert that your reverence for our celestial dynasty fills you with a desire to acquire our civilization, our ceremonies and code of laws differ so completely from your own that, even if your envoy were able to acquire the rudiments of our civilization, you could not possibly transplant our manners and customs to your alien soil. As for Macartney's proposals regarding the benefits of trade between Britain and China, the Celestial Court had already shown the British great favour allowing them full liberty to trade at Canton for many a year. Anything more was utterly unreasonable. As for the supposed benefits of British trade to China, Macartney was sadly mistaken. Strange and costly objects do not interest me. If I have commanded that the tribute offerings sent by you, O King, are to be accepted, this was solely in consideration for the spirit which prompted you to dispatch them from afar. As your ambassador can see for himself, we possess all things. 14 Given this state of affairs, trade beyond what was already taking place was impossible. Britain had nothing to offer that China wanted, and China had already given Britain all that its divine regulations permitted. Since it appeared that there was nothing more to be done, Macartney decided to return to England via Guangzhou. As he prepared to depart, he observed that after the emperor's sweeping rejection of Britain's requests, the mandarins were, if anything, more attentive, causing Macartney to reflect that perhaps the court had had second thoughts. He inquired to that effect, but the Chinese were done with diplomatic courtesy. Since the barbarian supplicant did not seem to understand subtlety, he was treated to an imperial edict verging on the threatening. The emperor assured King George that he was aware of the lonely remoteness of your island, cut off from the world by intervening wastes of sea. But the Chinese capital was the hub and center about which all quarters of the globe revolve. The subjects of our dependencies have never been allowed to open places of business in Peking, Beijing. He concluded with an admonition, I have accordingly stated the facts to you in detail. and it is your bounden duty to reverently appreciate my feelings and to obey these instructions henceforward for all time, so that you may enjoy the blessings of perpetual peace. 15. The Emperor, clearly unfamiliar with the capacity of Western leaders for violent rapaciousness, was playing with fire, though he did not know it. The assessment with which Macartney left China was ominous. A couple of English frigates would be an overmatch for the whole naval force of their empire. In half a summer they could totally destroy all the navigation of their coasts and reduce the inhabitants of the maritime provinces, who subsist chiefly on fish, to absolute famine. 16. However overbearing the Chinese conduct may seem now, one must remember that it had worked for centuries in organizing and sustaining a major international order. In Macartney's era, the blessings of trade with the West were far from self-evident. Since China's GDP was still roughly 7 times that of Britain's, the emperor could perhaps be forgiven for thinking that it was London that needed Beijing's assistance and not the other way around. 17. No doubt the imperial court congratulated itself on deft handling of this barbarian mission, which was not repeated for over 20 years. But the reason for this respite was less the skill of Chinese diplomacy than the Napoleonic Wars, which consumed the resources of the European states. No sooner was Napoleon disposed of than a new British mission appeared off China's coasts in 1816, led by Lord Amherst. This time the standoff over protocol devolved into a physical brawl between the British envoys and the court mandarins assembled outside the throne room. When Amherst refused to kowtow to the emperor, whom the Chinese insisted on referring to as the universal sovereign, his mission was dismissed abruptly. Britain's Prince Regent was commanded to endeavor with obedience to make progress towards civilized transformation. In the meantime, no further ambassadors were necessary to prove that you are indeed our vassal. 18. In 1834, the British Foreign Secretary Lord Palmerston sent another mission to attempt a grand resolution. Palmerston, not known for his expertise in Qing dynastic regulations, dispatched the Scottish naval officer Lord Napier with the contradictory instructions to conform to the laws and usages of China, while, at the same time, requesting permanent diplomatic relations and a resident British embassy in Beijing, access to further ports along the Chinese coast, and, for good measure, free trade with Japan. 19. Upon Napier's arrival in Guangzhou, he and the local governor settled into an impasse. Each refused to receive the other's letters on the basis that it would be demeaning to treat with a figure of such low station. Napier, whom the local authorities had, by this point, christened with a Chinese name translating as laboriously vile, took to posting belligerent broadsheets around Guangzhou using the services of a local translator. Fate finally solved this vexing barbarian problem for the Chinese when both Napier and his translator contracted malarial fever and departed this world. Before expiring, however, Napier did note the existence of Hong Kong, a sparsely populated rocky outcropping that he assessed would provide an excellent natural harbor. The Chinese could take satisfaction in having forced another round of rebellious barbarians into compliance. But it was the last time the British would accept rejection. With every year, British insistence grew more threatening. The French historian Alain Perfit summed up the reaction in Britain in the aftermath of the Macartney mission. If China remained closed, then the doors would have to be battered down. 20. All of China's diplomatic maneuvers and abrupt rejections only delayed an inevitable reckoning with the modern international system, designed as it was along European and American lines. This reckoning would impose one of the most wrenching social, intellectual, and moral strains on Chinese society in its long history. The clash of two world orders, the Opium War. The ascendant Western industrial powers would clearly not abide for long a diplomatic mechanism that referred to them as barbarians, presenting tribute or a tightly regulated seasonal trade at a single Chinese port city. For their part, the Chinese were willing to make limited concessions to Western merchants' appetite for profit, a vaguely immoral concept in Confucian thought, but they were appalled by the Western envoys' suggestions that China might be simply one state among many, or that it should have to live with permanent daily contact with barbarian envoys in the Chinese capital. To the modern eye, none of the Western envoys' initial proposals were particularly outrageous by the standards of the West. The goals of free trade, regular diplomatic contacts, and resident embassies offend few contemporary sensibilities and are treated as a standard way to conduct diplomacy. But the ultimate showdown occurred over one of the more shameful aspects of Western intrusion, the insistence on the unrestricted importation of opium into China. In the mid-19th century, opium was tolerated in Britain and banned in China, though consumed by an increasing number of Chinese. May you, O king, check your wicked and sift your vicious people before they come to China, in order to guarantee the peace of your nation, to show further the sincerity of your politeness and submissiveness, and to let the two countries enjoy together the blessings of peace. How fortunate indeed. After receiving this dispatch, will you immediately give us a prompt reply regarding the details and circumstances of your cutting off the opium traffic? Be sure not to put this off. 22. Overestimating Chinese leverage. Lin's ultimatum threatened to cut off the export of Chinese products, which he supposed were existential necessities for the Western barbarians. If China cuts off these benefits with no sympathy for those who are to suffer, then what can the barbarians rely upon to keep themselves alive? China had nothing to fear from retaliation. Articles coming from the outside to China can only be used as toys. We can take them or get along without them. 23. Lin's letter seems never to have reached Victoria. In the meantime, British opinion treated Lin's siege of the British community in Guangzhou as an unacceptable affront. Lobbyists for the China trade petitioned Parliament for a declaration of war. Palmerston dispatched a letter to Beijing demanding satisfaction and redress for injuries inflicted by Chinese authorities upon British subjects resident in China, and for insults offered by those same authorities to the British Crown, as well as the permanent cession of one or more sufficiently large and properly situated islands on the coast of China, as a depot for British trade. 24. In his letter, Palmerston acknowledged that opium was contraband under Chinese law, but he stooped to a legalistic defense of the trade, arguing that the Chinese ban had, under Western legal principles, lapsed due to the connivance of corrupt officials. This casuistry was unlikely to convince anybody, and Palmerston did not allow it to delay his fixed determination to bring matters to a head, in light of the urgent importance of the matter and the great distance separating England from China. The British government was ordering a fleet immediately to blockade the principal Chinese ports, seize all Chinese vessels which it may meet with, and seize some convenient part of Chinese territory, until London obtained satisfaction. 25. The Opium War had begun. Initial Chinese reactions rated the prospect of a British offensive as a baseless threat. One official argued to the emperor that the vast distance between China and England would render the English impotent. The English barbarians are an insignificant and detestable race, trusting entirely to their strong ships and large guns, but the immense distance they have traversed will render the arrival of seasonable supplies impossible, and their soldiers, after a single defeat, being deprived of provisions, will become dispirited and lost. 26. Even after the British blockaded the Pearl River and seized several islands opposite the port city of Ningbo as a show of force, Lin wrote indignantly to Queen Victoria, "You savages of the further seas have waxed so bold, it seems, as to defy and insult our mighty empire. Of a truth it is high time for you to flay the face and cleanse the heart, and to amend your ways. If you submit humbly to the celestial dynasty and tender your allegiance, it may give you a chance to purge yourselves of your past sins." 27 centuries of predominance had warped the celestial court's sense of reality. Pretension of superiority only accentuated the inevitable humiliation. British ships swiftly bypassed the Chinese coastal defenses and blockaded the main Chinese ports. The cannons once dismissed by Macartney's Mandarin handlers operated with brutal effect. One Chinese official, Qi Shan, the viceroy of Zhili, the administrative division then encompassing Beijing and the surrounding provinces, came to understand China's vulnerability when he was sent to make preliminary contact with a British fleet that had sailed north to Tianjin. He recognized that the Chinese could not counter British seaborne firepower. Without any wind, or even a favorable tide, they, steam vessels, glide along against the current and are capable of fantastic speed. Their carriages are mounted on swivels, enabling the guns to be turned and aimed in any direction. By contrast, Qi Shan assessed that China's guns were left over from the Ming dynasty, and that Hos who are in charge of military affairs are all literary officials. They have no knowledge of armaments. 28. Concluding that the city was defenseless before British naval power, Qi Shan opted to soothe and divert the British by assuring them that the imbroglio in Guangzhou had been a misunderstanding, and did not reflect the temperate and just intentions of the emperor. Chinese officials would investigate and handle the matter fairly, but first it was imperative that the British fleet set sail for the south and await Chinese inspectors there. Somewhat remarkably, this maneuver worked. The British force sailed back to the southern ports, leaving China's exposed northern cities undamaged. 29 Based on this success, Qishan was now sent to Guangzhou to replace Lin Zexu and to manage the barbarians once again. The emperor, who seems not to have grasped the extent of the British technological advantage, instructed Qishan to engage the British representatives in drawn-out discussions while China gathered its forces. After prolonged negotiation has made the barbarians weary and exhausted, he noted in the vermilion imperial pen, we can suddenly attack them and thereby subdue them. 30 Lin Zexu was dismissed in disgrace for having provoked a barbarian attack. He set off for internal exile in far western China, reflecting on the superiority of Western weaponry and drafting secret memorials advising that China develop its own. 31 Once at his post in southern China, however, Qishan confronted a more challenging situation. The British demanded territorial concessions and an indemnity. They had come south to obtain satisfaction, they would no longer be deferred by procrastinating tactics. After British forces opened fire on several sites on the coast, Qishan and his British counterpart, Captain Charles Elliot, negotiated a draft agreement, the Chuanpai Convention, which granted the British special rights on Hong Kong, promised an indemnity of $6 million, and allowed that future dealings between Chinese and British officials would take place on equal terms, that is, the British would be spared the protocol normally reserved for barbarian supplicants. This deal was rejected by both the Chinese and the British governments, each of whom saw its terms as a humiliation. For having exceeded his instructions and conceded too much to the barbarians, the emperor had Qishan recalled in chains and then sentenced to death, later commuted to exile. The British negotiator, Charles Elliot, faced a somewhat gentler fate, although Palmerston rebuked him in the harshest terms for having gained far too little. Throughout the whole course of your proceedings, Palmerston complained, you seem to have considered that my instructions were waste paper. Hong Kong was a barren island with hardly a house upon it. Elliot had been far too conciliatory in not holding on to more valuable territory or pressing for harsher terms. 32 Palmerston appointed a new envoy, Sir Henry Pottinger, whom he instructed to take a harder line, for Her Majesty's government cannot allow that, in a transaction between Great Britain and China, the unreasonable practice of the Chinese should supersede the reasonable practice of all the rest of mankind. 33 Arriving in China, Pottinger pressed Britain's military advantage, blockading further ports and cutting traffic along the Grand Canal and lower Yangtze River. With the British poised to attack the ancient capital Nanjing, the Chinese sued for peace. Xieying's diplomacy, soothing the barbarians. Pottinger now faced yet another Chinese negotiator, the third to be sent on this supremely unpromising assignment by a court still fancying itself supreme in the universe, the Manchu Prince Xieying. Xieying's method for handling the British was a traditional Chinese strategy when confronted with defeat. Having tried defiance and diplomacy, China would seek to wear the barbarians down by seeming compliance. Negotiating under the shadow of the British fleet, Xieying judged that it befell the court's ministers to repeat what the Middle Kingdom's elites had done so often before, through a combination of delay, circumlocution, and carefully apportioned favors, they would soothe and tame the barbarians while buying time for China to outlast their assault. Xieying fixed his focus on establishing a personal relationship with the barbarian headman, Pottinger. He showered Pottinger with gifts and took to addressing him as his cherished friend and intimate, a word specially transliterated into Chinese for this express purpose. As an expression of the deep friendship between them, Xieying went so far as to propose exchanging portraits of their wives and even proclaimed his wish to adopt Pottinger's son, who remained in England, but was henceforth known as Frederick King Pottinger. 34 In one remarkable dispatch, Xieying explained the approach to a celestial court that found the seduction process difficult to comprehend. He described the ways he had aspired to appease the British barbarians, with this type of people from outside the bounds of civilization, who are blind and unawakened in styles of address and forms of ceremony. Even though our tongues were dry and our throats parched, from urging them to follow our way, still they could not avoid closing their ears and acting as if deaf. 35 Therefore, Chiang's banquets and his extravagant warmth toward Pottinger and his family had served an essentially strategic design, in which Chinese conduct was calculated in specific doses and in which such qualities as trust and sincerity were weapons, whether they reflected convictions or not was secondary. He continued, certainly we have to curb them by sincerity, but it has been even more necessary to control them by skillful methods. There are times when it is possible to have them follow our directions but not let them understand the reasons. Sometimes we expose everything so that they will not be suspicious, whereupon we can dissipate their rebellious restlessness. Sometimes we have given them receptions and entertainment, after which they have had a feeling of appreciation. And at still other times we have shown trust in them in a broad-minded way and deemed it unnecessary to go deeply into minute discussions with them, whereupon we have been able to get their help in the business at hand. 36 The results of this interplay between Western overwhelming force and Chinese psychological management were two treaties negotiated by Chiang and Pottinger, the Treaty of Nanjing and the Supplementary Treaty of the Bogue. The settlement conceded more than the Chuanpai Convention. It was essentially humiliating, though the terms were less harsh than the military situation would have allowed Britain to impose. It provided for payment of a $6 million indemnity by China, the cession of Hong Kong, and the opening of 5 coastal, treaty ports, in which Western residence and trade would be permitted. This effectively dismantled the Canton system, by which the Chinese court had regulated trade with the West and confined it to licensed merchants. Ningbo, Shanghai, Xiamen, and Fuzhou were added to the list of treaty ports. The British secured the right to maintain permanent missions in the port cities and to negotiate directly with local officials, bypassing the court in Beijing. The British also obtained the right to exercise jurisdiction over their nationals residing in the Chinese treaty ports. Operationally, this meant that foreign opium traders would be subject to their own country's laws and regulations, not China's. This principle of extraterritoriality, among the less controversial provisions of the treaty at the time, would eventually come to be treated as a major infringement of Chinese sovereignty. Since the European concept of sovereignty was unknown, however, in China extraterritoriality came to be a symbol at the time, not so much of the violation of a legal norm as of declining imperial power. The resulting diminution of the mandate of heaven led to the eruption of a flurry of domestic rebellion. The 19th-century English translator Thomas Meadows observed that most Chinese did not at first appreciate the lasting repercussions of the Opium War. They treated the concessions as an application of the traditional method of absorbing the barbarians and wearing them down. He great body of the nation, he surmised, can only look on the late war as a rebellious eruption of a tribe of barbarians, secure in their strong ships, attacked and took some places along the coast, and even managed to get into their possession an important point of the Grand Canal, whereby they forced the emperor to make certain concessions. 37 But the Western powers were not so easily soothed. Every Chinese concession tended to generate additional Western demands. The treaties, conceived at first as a temporary concession, instead inaugurated a process by which the Qing court lost control of much of China's commercial and foreign policy. Following the British treaty, U.S. President John Tyler promptly sent a mission to China to gain similar concessions for the Americans, the forerunner of the later open door policy. The French negotiated their own treaty with analogous terms. Each of these countries in turn included a most favored nation clause that stipulated that any concession offered by China to other countries must also be given to the signatory. Chinese diplomacy later used this clause to limit exactions by stimulating competition between the various claimants for special privilege. These treaties are justly infamous in Chinese history as the first in a string of unequal treaties conducted under the shadow of foreign military force. At the time, the most bitterly contested provisions were their stipulations of equality of status. China had until this point insisted on the superior position ingrained in its national identity and reflected in the tributary system. Now it faced a foreign power determined to erase its name from the roll of Chinese tribute states, under threat of force and to prove itself the sovereign equal of the Celestial dynasty. The leaders on both sides understood that this was a dispute about far more than protocol or opium. The Qing court was willing to appease avaricious foreigners with money and trade, but if the principle of barbarian political equality to the Son of Heaven was established, the entire Chinese world order would be threatened, the dynasty risked the loss of the mandate of heaven. Palmerston, in his frequently caustic communications to his negotiators, treated the amount of the indemnity as partly symbolic, but he devoted great attention to berating them for acquiescing to Chinese communications whose language revealed assumptions of superiority on the part of China, or implied that Britain, victorious in war, remained a supplicant asking for the emperor's divine favor. 38 Eventually, Palmerston's view prevailed, and the Treaty of Nanjing included a clause explicitly ensuring that Chinese and British officials would henceforth correspond on a footing of perfect equality. It went so far as to list specific written Chinese characters in the text with acceptably neutral connotations. Chinese records, or at least those to which foreigners had access, would no longer describe the British as begging Chinese authorities or tremblingly obeying their orders. 39 The Celestial Court had come to understand the military inferiority of China but not yet the appropriate method for dealing with it. At first, it applied the traditional methods of barbarian management. Defeat was not unknown in the course of China's long history. China's rulers had dealt with it by applying the 5 baits described in the previous chapter. They saw the common characteristic of these invaders as being their desire to partake of Chinese culture. They wished to settle on Chinese soil and partake of its civilization. They could therefore gradually be tamed by some of the psychological methods illustrated by Prince Chiang and, in time, become part of Chinese life. But the European invaders had no such aspiration nor limited goals. Deeming themselves more advanced societies, their goal was to exploit China for economic gain, not to join its way of life. Their demands were therefore limited only by their resources and their greed. Personal relationships could not be decisive, because the chiefs of the invaders were not neighbors but lived thousands of miles away, where they were governed by motivations obtuse to the subtleness and indirection of the Chiang type of strategy. Within the space of a decade, the Middle Kingdom had gone from preeminence to being an object of contending colonial forces. Poised between 2 eras and 2 different conceptions of international relations, China strove for a new identity, and above all, to reconcile the values that marked its greatness with the technology and commerce on which it would have to base its security. Russia's cooperation could be purchased temporarily, but it recognized no boundaries between its own domains and the Chinese outer dominions. And unlike previous conquerors, Russia did not become part of the Chinese culture. The territories it penetrated were permanently lost to the empire. Still, neither the Western powers nor Russia had any ambition to displace the Qing and claim the mandate of heaven. Ultimately they reached the conclusion that they had much to lose from the Qing's fall. Japan, by contrast, had no vested interest in the survival of China's ancient institutions or the Sinocentric world order. From the east it set out not only to occupy significant portions of Chinese territory, but to supplant Beijing as the center of a new East Asian international order. The ensuing catastrophes are viewed with considerable dismay in contemporary China, as part of an infamous century of humiliation that ended only by the reunification of the country under an assertively nationalist form of communism. At the same time, the era of China's hobbling stands in many ways as a testimony to its remarkable abilities to surmount strains that might break other societies. While foreign armies were marching across China and extorting humiliating terms, the Celestial Court never stopped asserting its claim to central authority and managed to implement it over most of China's territory. The invaders were treated as other invaders had been in previous centuries, as a nuisance, an unwelcome interruption of the eternal rhythm of Chinese life. The court in Beijing could act in this manner because the foreign depredations were mostly on the periphery of China and because the invaders had come for commerce. As such, it was in the interest of the invaders that the vast central regions, including most of the population, remain quiescent. The government in Beijing thereby achieved a margin of maneuver. All the exactions had to be negotiated with the imperial court, which was therefore in a position to play off the invaders against one another. Chinese statesmen played their weak hand with considerable skill and forestalled what could have been an even worse catastrophe. From the point of view of the balance of power, the objective configuration of forces would have suggested the impossibility of China's survival as a unitary, continent-sized state. But with the traditional vision of Chinese preeminence under often violent challenge and the country lashed by waves of colonial depredation and domestic upheaval, China eventually overcame its travails by its own efforts. Through a painful and often humiliating process, China's statesmen in the end preserved the moral and territorial claims of their disintegrating world order. Perhaps most remarkably, they did so using almost entirely traditional methods. A segment of the Qing ruling class wrote eloquent memorials in the classical style about the challenges posed by the West, Russia, and a rising Japan, and the resulting need for China to practice self-strengthening and improve its own technological capabilities. But China's Confucian elite and its generally conservative populace remained deeply ambivalent about such advice. Many perceived the importation of foreign language texts and Western technology as endangering China's cultural essence and social order. After sometimes bruising battles, the prevailing faction decided that to modernize along Western lines was to cease to be Chinese, and that nothing could justify abandoning this unique heritage. So China faced the era of imperial expansion without the benefit of a modern military apparatus on any national scale, and with only piecemeal adaptations to foreign financial and political innovations. To weather the storm, China relied not on technology or military power but instead on two deeply traditional resources, the analytical abilities of its diplomats, and the endurance and cultural confidence of its people. It developed ingenious strategies for playing off the new barbarians against one another. Officials charged with managing China's foreign relations offered concessions in various cities, but they deliberately invited multiple sets of foreigners to share in the spoils, so that they could use barbarians against barbarians, and avoid dominance by any one power. They eventually insisted on scrupulous adherence to the unequal treaties with the West and to foreign principles of international law, not because Chinese officials believed them to be valid, but because such conduct provided a means to circumscribe foreign ambitions. Faced with two potentially overwhelming contenders for dominance in northeast China, and possessing almost no force with which to repulse them, China's diplomats set Russia and Japan against each other, mitigating to some degree the scope and permanence of the encroachments by each of them. In light of the contrast between China's military near-impotence and its expansively articulated vision of its world role, the rearguard defense to maintain an independent Chinese government was a remarkable achievement. No victory celebration attended this accomplishment. It was an incomplete, decades-long endeavor marked by numerous reversals and internal opponents, outlasting and occasionally ruining its proponents. This struggle came at considerable cost to the Chinese people, whose patience and endurance served, for neither the first nor the last time, as the ultimate line of defense. But it preserved the ideal of China as a continental reality in charge of its own destiny. With great discipline and self-confidence, it kept the door open for the later era of Chinese resurgence. Wei Yuan's blueprint, using barbarians against barbarians, learning their techniques in navigating the treacherous passage of assaults by the Western European nations with their superior technology and the new ambitions of both Russia and Japan, China was well served by its cultural cohesion and the extraordinary skill of its diplomats, all the more remarkable in the face of the general obtuseness of the imperial court. By the middle of the 19th century, only a few members of the Chinese elite had begun to understand that China no longer lived in a system marked by its predominance and that China had to learn the grammar of a system of competing power blocks. One such official was Wei Yuan, 1794 to 1856, a mid-ranking Confucian mandarin and associate of Lin Zexu, the Guangzhou governor whose crackdown on the opium trade had triggered British intervention and eventually forced him into exile. While loyal to the Qing dynasty, Wei Yuan was deeply concerned about its complacency. He wrote a pioneering study of foreign geography using materials collected and translated from foreign traders and missionaries. Its purpose was to encourage China to set its sights beyond the tributary countries on its immediate borders. Wei Yuan's 1842, Plans for a Maritime Defense, in essence a study of China's failures in the Opium War, proposed to apply the lessons of European balance of power diplomacy to China's contemporary problems. Recognizing China's material weakness vis-a-vis the foreign powers, a premise that his contemporaries generally did not accept, Wei Yuan proposed methods by which China might gain a margin for maneuver. Wei Yuan proposed a multi-pronged strategy. There are two methods of attacking the barbarians, namely, to stimulate countries unfriendly to the barbarians to make an attack on them, and to learn the superior skills of the barbarians in order to control them. There are two methods of making peace with the barbarians, namely, to let the various trading nations conduct their trade so as to maintain peace with the barbarians, and to support the first treaty of the Opium War so as to maintain international trade. 1. It was a demonstration of the analytical skill of Chinese diplomacy that, faced with a superior foe and potentially escalating demands, it understood that holding fast to even a humiliating treaty set a limit to further exactions. In the meantime, Wei Yuan reviewed the countries that, based on European principles of equilibrium, could conceivably put pressure on Britain. Citing ancient precedents in which the Han, Tang, and early Qing dynasties had managed the ambitions of aggressive tribes, Wei Yuan surveyed the globe, reviewing the enemy countries of which the British barbarians are afraid. Writing as if the slogan, "Let barbarians fight barbarians," were self-implementing, Wei Yuan pointed to Russia, France, and America, in the West, and the Gurkhas, of Nepal, Burma, Siam, Thailand, and Annam, northern Vietnam, in the East as conceivable candidates. Wei Yuan imagined a two-pronged Russian and Gurkha attack on Britain's most distant and poorly defended interests, its Indian Empire. Stimulating long-running French and American animosities toward Britain, causing them to attack Britain by sea, was another weapon in Wei Yuan's analysis. It was a highly original solution hampered only by the fact that the Chinese government had not the slightest idea how to implement it. It had only limited knowledge of the potential allied countries in question and no representation in any of their capitals. Wei Yuan came to understand China's limits. In an age of global politics, he asserted, the issue was not that the outer barbarians cannot be used, rather, we need personnel who are capable of making arrangements with them and who knew their locations, and their interrelations of friendship or enmity. 2. Having failed to stop the British advance, Wei Yuan continued, Beijing needed to weaken London's relative position in the world and in China. He came up with another original idea, to invite other barbarians into China and to set up a contest between their greed and Britain's, so that China could emerge as the balancer in effect over the division of its own substance. Wei Yuan continued, today the British barbarians not only have occupied Hong Kong and accumulated a great deal of wealth as well as a proud face among the other barbarians, but also have opened the ports and cut down the various charges so as to grant favor to other barbarians. Rather than let the British barbarians be good to them in order to enlarge their following, would it not be better for us ourselves to be good to them, in order to get them under control like fingers on the arm? 3. In other words, China should offer concessions to all rapacious nations rather than let Britain exact them and benefit itself by offering to share the spoils with other countries. The mechanism for achieving this objective was the most favored nation principle, that any privilege granted one power should be automatically extended to all others. For time is not neutral. The benefit of Wei Yuan's subtle maneuvers would have to be measured by China's ability to arm itself using the superior techniques of the barbarians. China, Wei Yuan advised, should bring Western craftsmen to Canton, from France or the United States, to take charge of building ships and making arms. Wei Yuan summed up the new strategy with the proposition that, before the peace settlement, it behooves us to use barbarians against barbarians. After the settlement, it is proper for us to learn their superior techniques in order to control them. 5. Though initially dismissive of calls for technological modernization, the Celestial Court did adopt the strategy of adhering to the letter of the Opium War treaties in order to establish a ceiling on Western demands. It would, a leading official later wrote, act according to the treaties and not allow the foreigners to go even slightly beyond them, thus Chinese officials should be sincere and amicable but quietly try to keep them in line. 6. The erosion of authority, domestic upheavals and the challenge of foreign encroachments. The Western treaty powers, of course, had no intention of being kept in line, and in the aftermath of the Chiang-Pottinger negotiations, a new gap in expectations began to appear. For the Chinese court, the treaties were a temporary concession to barbarian force, to be followed to the degree necessary but never voluntarily broadened. For the West, the treaties were the beginning of a long-term process by which China would be steadily drawn into Western norms of political and economic exchange. But what the West conceived of as a process of enlightenment was seen by some in China as a philosophical assault. This is why the Chinese refused to submit to foreign demands to broaden the treaties to include free trade throughout China and permanent diplomatic representation in the Chinese capital. Beijing understood, despite its extremely limited knowledge about the West, that the combination of the foreigner's superior force, unfettered foreign activity within China, and multiple Western missions in Beijing would seriously undermine the assumptions of the Chinese world order. Once China became a normal state, it would lose its historic unique moral authority, it would simply be another weak country beset by invaders. In this context, seemingly minor disputes over diplomatic and economic prerogatives turned into a major clash. All of this took place against a backdrop of massive Chinese domestic upheaval, masked to a large degree by the imperturbable self-confidence projected by Chinese officials charged with managing contacts with foreigners, a trait unchanged in the modern period. Macartney had already remarked in 1793 on the uneasy accommodation between the Qing's Manchu ruling class, Han Chinese bureaucratic elite, and mostly Han general population. Scarcely a year now passes, he noted, without an insurrection in some of the provinces, the dynasty's mandate of heaven having been put into question, domestic opponents escalated the scope of their defiance. Their challenges were both religious and ethnic, providing the basis for conflicts of encompassing brutality. The far western reaches of the empire witnessed Muslim rebellions and the declaration of short-lived separatist khanates, suppressed only at a major financial and human cost. In central China, an uprising known as the Nian Rebellion drew considerable support from Han Chinese laboring classes and, beginning in 1851, conducted a nearly 2 decades-long insurgency. The most serious challenge came from the Taiping Rebellion, 1850–64, mounted by a Chinese Christian sect in the south. Missionaries had existed for centuries, though severely circumscribed. They began to enter the country in larger numbers after the Opium War. Led by a charismatic Chinese mystic claiming to be Jesus's younger brother and an associate asserting telepathic powers, the Taiping Rebellion aimed to replace the Qing with a new, heavenly kingdom of great peace ruled by its leaders' bizarre interpretation of imported missionary texts. Taiping forces succeeded in wresting control of Nanjing and much of south and central China from the Qing, ruling in the mode of a nascent dynasty. Though little known in Western historiography, the conflict between the Taiping and the Qing ranks as one of history's most devastating conflicts, with casualties estimated in the tens of millions. While no official figures exist, it is estimated that during the Taiping, Muslim, and Nian upheavals China's population declined from roughly 410 million in 1850 to roughly 350 million in 1873. The Treaty of Nanjing and its French and American counterparts came up for renegotiation in the 1850s, while China was torn by these civil conflicts. The treaty powers insisted that their diplomats be permitted to reside year-round in the Chinese capital, signifying that they were not tributary envoys but the representatives of equal sovereign states. The Chinese deployed their wide array of delaying tactics with the added incentive that given the fate of preceding negotiators, no Qing official could possibly have wanted to concede the point of permanent diplomatic representation. In 1856, an intrusive Chinese inspection of a British-registered Chinese ship, the Arrow, and the alleged desecration of its British flag, provided a pretext for the renewal of hostilities. As in the 1840 conflict, the casus belli was not entirely heroic. The ship's registration, it was later discovered, had technically lapsed, but both sides understood that they were playing for higher stakes. With China's defenses still in an inchoate state of development, British forces seized Guangzhou and the Daegu forts in northern China, from which they could easily march on Beijing. During the negotiations that followed, the gap in perceptions was as wide as ever. The British pressed on with missionary conviction, presenting their negotiating positions as a public service that would at last bring China up to speed with the modern world. Thus London's assistant negotiator Horatio Lay summed up the prevailing Western view: diplomatic representation will be for your good as well as ours, as you will surely see. The medicine may be unpleasant but the after-effects will be grand. 9 Qing authorities were not nearly so enthusiastic. They acceded to the treaty terms only after a flurry of anguished internal communications between the imperial court and its negotiator and another British threat to march on Beijing. 10. The centerpiece of the resulting 1858 Treaty of Tianjin was the concession that London had sought in vain for over 6 decades, the right to a permanent embassy in Beijing. The treaty further permitted foreign travel on the Yangtze River, opened additional treaty ports to Western trade, and protected Chinese Christian converts and Western proselytizing in China, a prospect particularly difficult for the Qing given the Taiping Rebellion. The French and Americans concluded their own treaties on similar terms under their most favored nation clauses. The treaty powers now applied their attention to establishing resident embassies in a clearly unwelcoming capital. In May 1859, Britain's new envoy, Frederick Bruce, arrived in China to exchange ratifications of the treaty that would grant him the right to take up residence in Beijing. Finding the main river route to the capital blocked with chains and spikes, he ordered a contingent of British Marines to clear the obstacles. But Chinese forces shocked Bruce's party by opening fire from the newly fortified Daegu forts. The ensuing battle resulted in 519 British troops killed and 456 wounded. 11. It was the first Chinese victory in battle against modern Western forces, and shattered, at least temporarily, the image of Chinese military impotence. Yet it could only stall the British ambassador's advance temporarily. Palmerston dispatched Lord Elgin to lead a joint British and French march on Beijing, with orders to occupy the capital and bring the emperor to reason. As retaliation for the Daegu repulse and a symbolic show of Western power, Elgin ordered the burning of the emperor's summer palace, destroying invaluable art treasures in the process, an act still resented in China a century and a half later. China's 70-year campaign of resistance against Western norms of interstate relations had now reached undeniable crisis. Efforts at diplomatic delay had run their course, force had been met with superior force. Barbarian claims of sovereign equality, once dismissed in Beijing as risible, shaded into ominous demonstrations of military dominance. Foreign armies occupied China's capital and enforced the Western interpretation of political equality and ambassadorial privileges. At this point, another claimant to China's patrimony stepped into the fray. By 1860, the Russians had been represented in Beijing for over 150 years, with an ecclesiastical mission. They were the only European country permitted to establish a residence. Russia's interests had in some ways trailed those of the other European powers. It had gained all the benefits extended to the treaty powers without joining the British in the periodic exercises of force. On the other hand, Moscow's overall objective went much further than religious proselytizing or commerce along the coast. It perceived in the Qing's decline an opportunity to dismember the Chinese Empire and reattach its outer dominions to Russia. It set its sights in particular on the lightly administered and ambiguously demarcated expanses of Manchuria, the Manchu heartland in northeast China, Mongolia, the then quasi-autonomous tribal steppe at China's north, and Xinjiang, the expanse of mountains and deserts in the far west, then populated mostly by Muslim peoples. To that end, Russia had moved gradually and deliberately to expand its presence along these inland frontiers, poaching the loyalties of local princes through offers of rank and material benefit, underscored by a menacing cavalry. 12. At the moment of China's maximum peril, Moscow surfaced as a colonial power, offering to mediate in the 1860 conflict, which was, in fact, a way of threatening to intervene. Artful, others might argue duplicitous, diplomacy was underpinned by the implicit threat of force. Count Nikolai Ignatieff, the Tsar's brilliant and devious young plenipotentiary in Beijing, managed to convince the Chinese court that only Russia could secure the evacuation of the Western occupying powers from the Chinese capital, and to convince the Western powers that only Russia could secure Chinese compliance with the treaties. Having facilitated the Anglo-French march on Beijing with detailed maps and intelligence, Ignatieff turned and convinced the occupying forces that with the approaching winter the Beha, the river route in and out of Beijing, would freeze, leaving them surrounded by hostile Chinese mobs. 13. For these services Moscow exacted a staggering territorial price, a broad swath of territory in so-called Outer Manchuria along the Pacific coast, including the port city now called Vladivostok. 14. In a stroke, Russia had gained a major new naval base, a foothold in the Sea of Japan, and 350,000 square miles of territory once considered Chinese. Ignatieff also negotiated a provision opening Urga, now Ulaanbaatar, in Mongolia and the far western city of Kashgar to Russian trade and consulates. To compound the humiliation, Elgin secured for Britain an expansion of its Hong Kong colony into the adjacent territory of Kowloon. China had enlisted Russia to forestall what it believed to be a further assault by the treaty powers dominating China's capital and its coast, but in an era of Chinese weakness, using barbarians against barbarians was not without its costs. Managing decline, China had not survived for 4,000 years as a unique civilization and for 2 millennia as a united state by remaining passive to near-rampant foreign intrusions. For all that period, conquerors had been obliged either to adopt Chinese culture or to be gradually engulfed by their subjects, who masked their practicality by patience. Another such period of trial was at hand. In the aftermath of the 1860 conflict, the emperor and the court faction that had urged resistance to the British mission fled the capital. Prince Gong, the emperor's half-brother, assumed the role of de facto head of government. Having negotiated the conclusion of hostilities, Prince Gong summed up, in a memorial to the emperor in 1861, the appalling strategic choices. Now the Nian rebellion is ablaze in the north and the Taiping in the south, our military supplies are exhausted and our troops are worn out. The barbarians take advantage of our weak position and try to control us. If we do not restrain our rage but continue the hostilities, we are liable to sudden catastrophe. On the other hand, if we overlook the way they have harmed us and do not make any preparations against them, then we shall be bequeathing a source of grief to our sons and grandsons. 15. It was the classic dilemma of the defeated: can a society maintain its cohesion while seeming to adapt to the conqueror, and how to build up the capacity to reverse the unfavorable balance of forces. Prince Gong invoked an ancient Chinese saying, resort to peace and friendship when temporarily obliged to do so, use war and defense as your actual policy. 16. Since no grand resolution was available, the Gong Memorial established a priority among the dangers, in effect based on the principle of defeating the near barbarians with the assistance of the far barbarians. It was a classical Chinese strategy that would be revisited roughly 100 years later by Mao. The Gong Memorial demonstrated great geopolitical acumen in its assessment of the kind of threat represented by the various invaders. Despite the imminent and actual threat from Britain, the Gong Memorial put Britain last in the order of the long-range danger to the cohesion of the Chinese state and Russia first. Both the Taiping and Nian are gaining victories and constitute an organic disease. Russia, with her territory adjoining ours, aiming to nibble away our territory like a silkworm, may be considered a threat at our bosom. As to England, her purpose is to trade, but she acts violently, without regard for human decency. If she is not kept within limits, we shall not be able to stand on our feet. Hence she may be compared to an affliction of our limbs. Therefore we should suppress the Taiping and Nian first, get the Russians under control next, and attend to the British last. 17. To accomplish his long-range aims toward the foreign powers, Prince Gong proposed the establishment of a new government office, an embryonic foreign ministry, to manage affairs with the Western powers and analyze foreign newspapers for information on developments beyond China's borders. He hopefully predicted that this would be a temporary necessity, to be abolished, as soon as the military campaigns are concluded and the affairs of the various countries are simplified. 18. This new department was not listed in the official record of metropolitan and state offices until 1890. Its officials tended to be seconded from other, more important departments as a kind of temporary assignment. They were rotated frequently. Though some of its cities were occupied by foreign forces, China treated foreign policy as a temporary expedient rather than a permanent feature of China's future. 19. The new ministry's full name was the Zhongligagua Shiwu Yamen, Office for the General Management of the Affairs of All Nations, an ambiguous phrasing open to the interpretation that China was not engaging in diplomacy with foreign peoples at all, but rather ordering their affairs as part of its universal empire. 20. The implementation of Prince Gong's policy fell into the hands of Li Hongzhang, a top-ranking Mandarin who had risen to prominence commanding forces in the Qing campaigns against the Taiping rebellion. Ambitious, urbane, impassive in the face of humiliation, supremely well-versed in China's classical tradition but uncommonly attuned to its peril, Li served for nearly 4 decades as China's face to the outside world. He cast himself as the intermediary between the foreign powers' insistent demands for territorial and economic concessions and the Chinese court's expansive claims of political superiority. By definition, his policies could never meet with either side's complete approbation. Within China in particularly left a controversial legacy, especially among those urging a more confrontational course. Yet his efforts, rendered infinitely more complex by the belligerence of the traditionalist faction of the Chinese court, which periodically insisted on meeting the foreign powers in battle with minimal preparation, demonstrate a remarkable ability to navigate between, and usually mitigate, late Qing China's severely unattractive alternatives. Li made his reputation in crisis, emerging as an expert in military affairs and barbarian management during China's mid-century rebellions. In 1862 Li was sent to administer the wealthy eastern province of Jiangsu, where he found its main cities besieged by Taiping rebels but secured by Western-led armies determined to defend their new commercial privileges. Applying the maxims of the Gong Memorandum, Li allied himself with, and established himself as the ultimate authority over, the Western forces in order to destroy their common foe. During what was effectively a joint Chinese-Western counterinsurgency campaign, Li forged a working relationship with Charles Chinese Gordon, the famous British adventurer later killed by the Mahdi in the siege of Khartoum in the Sudan. Li and Gordon eventually fell out when Li ordered the execution of captured rebel leaders to whom Gordon had promised clemency. With the Taiping threat quelled in 1864, Li was promoted to a series of increasingly prominent positions, emerging as China's de facto foreign minister and the chief negotiator in its frequent foreign crises. 21 The representative of a society under siege by vastly more powerful countries and significantly different cultures has two choices. He can attempt to close the cultural gap, adopt the manners of the militarily stronger and thereby reduce the pressures resulting from the temptation to discriminate against the culturally strange. Or he can insist on the validity of his own culture by flaunting its special characteristics and gain respect for the strength of its convictions. In the 19th century Japanese leaders took the first course, aided by the fact that when they encountered the West their country was already well on the way to industrialization and had demonstrated its social cohesion. Li, representing a country racked by rebellion for whose defeat he needed foreign help, did not have that option. Nor would he have shed his Confucian provenance, whatever the benefits of such a course. An account of Li Hongzhang's travels within China serves as a grim record of China's turmoil. Within one fairly representative two-year period in 1869–71, he was catapulted between southwest China, where French representatives had raised a protest over anti-Christian riots, to the north, where a new set of riots had broken out, back to the far southwest, where a minority tribe on the Vietnamese border was in revolt, then to the northwest to address a major Muslim rebellion, from there to the port of Tianjin in the northeast, where a massacre of Christians had drawn French warships and a threat of military intervention, and finally to the southeast, where a new crisis was brewing on the island of Taiwan, then known in the West as Formosa. 22 Li cut a distinctive figure on a diplomatic stage dominated by Western-defined codes of conduct. He wore the flowing robes of a Confucian mandarin and proudly sported ancient designations of rank, such as the double-eyed peacock feather, and the yellow jacket, that his Western counterparts could only observe with bewilderment. His head was shaved, in the Qing style, except for a long braided ponytail, and covered by an oblong official's cap. He spoke epigrammatically in a language that only a handful of foreigners understood. He carried himself with such otherworldly serenity that one British contemporary compared him, with a mixture of awe and incomprehension, to a visitor from another planet. China's travails and concessions, his demeanor seemed to suggest, were but temporary obstacles on the route to the ultimate triumph of Chinese civilization. His mentor, Zheng Guofan, a top-ranking Confucian scholar and veteran commander of the Taiping campaigns, had advised Li in 1862 how to use the basic Confucian value of self-restraint as a diplomatic tool. In your association with foreigners, your manner and deportment should not be too lofty, and you should have a slightly vague, casual appearance. Let their insults, deceitfulness, and contempt for everything appear to be understood by you and yet seem not understood, for you should look somewhat stupid. 23 Like every other Chinese high official of his era, Li believed in the superiority of China's moral values and the justness of its traditional imperial prerogatives. Where he differed was less in his assessment of China's superiority than in his diagnosis that it lacked, for the time being, a material or military basis. Having studied Western weaponry during the Taiping conflict and sought out information on foreign economic trends, he realized that China was falling dangerously out of phase with the rest of the world. As he warned the emperor in a bluntly worded 1872 policy memorial, to live today and still say, reject the barbarians and drive them out of our territory, is certainly superficial and absurd talk. They are daily producing their weapons to strive with us for supremacy and victory, pitting their superior techniques against our inadequacies. 24 Li had reached a conclusion similar to Wei Yuan's, though by now the problem of reform was exponentially more urgent than in Wei Yuan's time. Thus Li warned, the present situation is one in which, externally, it is necessary for us to be harmonious with the barbarians, and internally, it is necessary for us to reform our institutions. If we remain conservative, without making any change, the nation will be daily reduced and weakened. Now all the foreign countries are having one reform after another, and progressing every day like the ascending of steam. Only China continues to preserve her traditional institutions so cautiously that even though she be ruined and extinguished, the conservatives will not regret it. 25 During a series of landmark Chinese policy debates in the 1860s, Li and his bureaucratic allies outlined a course of action they named self-strengthening. In one 1863 memorandum, Li took as his starting point, and as a means of softening the blow for his imperial readership, that very thing in China's civil and military system is far superior to that in the West. Only in firearms is it absolutely impossible to catch up with them. 26 But in light of its recent catastrophes, Li counseled, China's elite could no longer afford to look down on foreign innovations, at the sharp weapons of foreign countries as things produced by strange techniques and tricky craft, which they consider it unnecessary to learn. 27 What China needed was firearms, steamships, and heavy machinery, as well as the knowledge and the techniques to produce them. In order to enhance Chinese capacity to study foreign texts and blueprints and converse with foreign experts, young Chinese needed to be trained in foreign languages, an undertaking heretofore dismissed as unnecessary, since all foreigners presumably aspired to become Chinese. Li argued that China should open schools in its major cities, including its capital, which it had fought so long to safeguard from foreign influence, to teach foreign languages and engineering techniques. Li framed the project as a challenge: are Chinese wisdom and intelligence inferior to those of Westerners? If we have really mastered the Western languages and, in turn, teach one another, then all their clever techniques of steamships and firearms can be gradually and thoroughly learned. 28 Prince Gong struck a similar note in an 1866 proposal urging that the emperor support the study of Western scientific innovations. What we desire is that our students shall get to the bottom of these subjects. For we are firmly convinced that if we are able to master the mysteries of mathematical calculation, physical investigation, astronomical observation, construction of engines, engineering of watercourses, this, and this only, will assure the steady growth of the power of the empire. 29 China needed to open up to the outside world, and to learn from countries heretofore considered vassals and barbarians, first to strengthen its traditional structure and then to regain its preeminence. This would have been a heroic task had the Chinese court been unified behind Prince Gong's foreign policy concept and Li Hongzhang's execution of it. In fact, a vast gulf separated these more outward-looking officials from the more insular traditionalist faction. The latter adhered to the classical view that China had nothing to learn from foreigners, as given voice by the ancient philosopher Mencius in Confucius's era. I have heard of men using the doctrines of our great land to change barbarians, but I have never yet heard of any being changed by the barbarians. 30 In the same vein, Warren, the chancellor of the prestigious Hanlin Academy of Confucian Scholarship, assailed Prince Gong's plans to hire foreign instructors in Chinese schools. The foundation of an empire rests on propriety and righteousness, not on schemes and stratagems. Its roots lie in the hearts of men, not skills and crafts. Now for the sake of a trivial knack, we are to honor barbarians as our masters. The empire is vast and abundant in human talents. If astronomy and mathematics must be studied, there are bound to be some Chinese who are well versed in them. 31 The belief in China's self-sufficiency represented the combined experience of millennia. Yet it supplied no answer to how China was to confront its immediate peril, especially how to catch up with Western technology. Many of China's top-ranking officials still seem to assume that the solution to China's foreign problems lay in executing or exiling its negotiators. Li Hongzhang was stripped of his rank in disgrace 3 times while Beijing challenged the foreign powers, but each time he was recalled because his opponents could find no better alternative than to rely on his diplomatic skills to solve the crises they had generated. Torn between the compulsions of a weak state and the claims of a universal empire, China's reforms proceeded haltingly. Eventually a palace coup forced the abdication of a reform-leaning emperor and returned the traditionalists, headed by the Empress Dowager Cixi, to a predominant position. In the absence of fundamental internal modernization and reform, China's diplomats were, in effect, asked to limit the damage to China's territorial integrity and to stem further erosions in its sovereignty without being supplied the means to alter China's basic weakness. They were to gain time without a plan for using the time they gained. And nowhere was this challenge more acute than in the rise of a new entrant into the balance of power in Northeast Asia, a rapidly industrializing Japan. The challenge of Japan. Unlike most of China's neighbors, Japan had for centuries resisted incorporation into the Sinocentric world order. Situated on an archipelago some 100 miles off the Asian mainland at the closest crossing, Japan long cultivated its traditions and distinctive culture in isolation. Possessed of ethnic and linguistic near homogeneity and an official ideology that stressed the Japanese people's divine ancestry, Japan nurtured an almost religious commitment to its unique identity. At the apex of Japan's society and its own world order stood the Japanese emperor, a figure conceived, like the Chinese Son of Heaven, as an intermediary between the human and the divine. Taken literally, Japan's traditional political philosophy posited that Japanese emperors were deities descended from the sun goddess, who gave birth to the first emperor and endowed his descendants with an eternal right to rule. Thus Japan, like China, conceived of itself as far more than an ordinary state. 32 The title, emperor, itself, insistently displayed on Japanese diplomatic dispatches to the Chinese court, was a direct challenge to the Chinese world order. In China's cosmology, mankind had only one emperor, and his throne was in China. 33 If Chinese exceptionalism represented the claims of a universal empire, Japanese exceptionalism sprang from the insecurities of an island nation borrowing heavily from its neighbor, but fearful of being dominated by it. The Chinese sense of uniqueness asserted that China was the one true civilization, and invited barbarians to the Middle Kingdom to come and be transformed. The Japanese attitude assumed a unique Japanese racial and cultural purity, and declined to extend its benefits or even explain itself to those born outside its sacred ancestral bonds. 34 For long periods, Japan had withdrawn from foreign affairs almost entirely, as if even intermittent contacts with outsiders would compromise Japan's unique identity. To the extent that Japan participated in an international order, it did so by means of its own tribute system in the Ryukyu Islands, modern-day Okinawa and the surrounding islands, and various kingdoms on the Korean peninsula. With a certain irony, Japan's leaders borrowed this most Chinese of institutions as a means of asserting their independence from China. 35 Other Asian peoples accepted the protocol of the Chinese tribute system, labeling their trade as tribute to gain access to Chinese markets. Japan refused to conduct its trade with China in the guise of tribute. It insisted on at least equality to China, if not superiority. Despite the natural ties of trade between China and Japan, 17th-century discussions over bilateral trade deadlocked because neither side would honor the protocol required by the other's pretensions of world centrality. 36 If China's sphere of influence waxed and waned along its long frontiers in accordance with the power of the empire and the surrounding tribes, Japan's leaders came to conceive of their security dilemma as a much starker choice. Possessing a sense of superiority as pronounced as the Chinese courts but perceiving their margin of error as far smaller, Japanese statesmen looked warily west, to a continent dominated by a succession of Chinese dynasties, some of which extended their writ into Japan's closest neighbor, Korea, and tended to see an existential challenge. Japanese foreign policy thus alternated, at times with startling suddenness, between aloofness from the Asian mainland and audacious attempts at conquest geared toward supplanting the Sinocentric order. Japan, like China, encountered Western ships wielding unfamiliar technology and overwhelming force in the mid-19th century, in Japan's case, the 1853 landing of the American Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships. But Japan drew from the challenge the opposite conclusion as China. It threw open its doors to foreign technology and overhauled its institutions in an attempt to replicate the Western powers' rise. In Japan, this conclusion may have been assisted by the fact that foreign ideas were not seen as connected to the question of opium addiction, which Japan largely managed to avoid. In 1868, the Meiji Emperor, in his charter oath, announced Japan's resolve: knowledge shall be sought from all over the world, and thereby the foundations of the imperial rule shall be strengthened. 37 Japan's Meiji Restoration and drive to master Western technology opened the door to stunning economic progress. As Japan developed a modern economy and a formidable military apparatus, it began to insist on the prerogatives afforded the Western great powers. Its governing elite concluded that, in the words of Shimazu Nariakira, a 19th-century lord and leading advocate of technological modernization, if we take the initiative, we can dominate; if we do not, we will be dominated. 38 As early as 1863, Li Hongzhang concluded that Japan would become China's principal security threat. Even before the Meiji Restoration, Li wrote of the Japanese response to the Western challenge. In 1874, after Japan seized on an incident between Taiwanese tribesmen and a shipwrecked Ryukyu Islands crew to mount a punitive expedition, 39 he wrote of Japan: her power is daily expanding, and her ambition is not small. Therefore she dares to display her strength in eastern lands, despises China, and takes action by invading Taiwan. Although the various European powers are strong, they are still 70,000 li away from us, whereas Japan is as near as the courtyard or the threshold and is prying into our emptiness and solitude. Undoubtedly, she will become China's permanent and great anxiety. 40 Viewing the lumbering giant to its west with its increasingly hollow pretensions to world supremacy, the Japanese had begun to conceive of supplanting China as the predominant Asian power. The struggle between these competing claims came to a head in a country at the intersection of its larger neighbor's ambitions, Korea. The Chinese Empire was extensive but not intrusive. It demanded tribute and the recognition of the emperor's suzerainty. But the tribute was more symbolic than substantive, and suzerainty was exercised in a way that allowed for autonomy almost indistinguishable from independence. By the 19th century the fiercely independent Koreans had reached a practical accommodation with the Chinese giant to their north and west. Korea was technically a tributary state and Korean kings regularly sent tribute to Beijing. Korea had adopted Confucian moral codes and Chinese written characters for formal correspondence. Beijing, in turn, had a strong interest in developments on the peninsula, whose geographic position established it as a potential invasion corridor to China from the sea. Korea played in some ways a mirror-image role in Japan's conception of its strategic imperatives. Japan, too, saw foreign dominance of Korea as a potential threat. The peninsula's position jutting out from the Asian mainland toward Japan had tempted the Mongols to use it as a launching point for 2 attempted invasions of the Japanese archipelago. Now with Chinese imperial influence waning, Japan sought to secure a dominant position on the Korean peninsula, and began asserting its own economic and political claims. Throughout the 1870s and 1880s, China and Japan engaged in a series of court intrigues in Seoul, sparring for predominance amongst royal factions. As Korea found itself beset by foreign ambitions, Li Hongzhang advised the Korean rulers to learn from the Chinese experiences with the invaders. It was to organize a competition among potential colonizers by inviting them in. In an October 1879 letter to a high Korean official, Li counseled that Korea should seek a supporter among the far barbarians, especially the United States. You may say that the simplest way to avoid trouble would be to shut oneself in and be at peace. Alas, as far as the East is concerned, this is not possible. There is no human agency capable of putting a stop to the expansionist movement of Japan. Has not your government been compelled to inaugurate a new era by making a treaty of commerce with them? As matters stand, therefore, is not our best course to neutralize one poison by another, to set one energy against another? 41. On this basis, Lee proposed that Korea seize every opportunity to establish treaty relations with Western nations, of which he would make use to check Japan. Western trade, he warned, would bring corrupting influences such as opium and Christianity, but in contrast to Japan and Russia, which sought territorial gains, the Western powers' only object would be to trade with your kingdom. The goal should be to balance the dangers from each outside power, allowing none to predominate. Since you are aware of the strength of your adversaries, use all possible means to divide them, go warily, use cunning, thus will you prove yourselves good strategists. 42. Lee left unstated the Chinese interest in Korea, either because he took for granted that Chinese overlordship was not a threat of the same nature as other foreign influences, or because he had concluded that China had no practical means to secure a Korea free from foreign influence. Inevitably, Chinese and Japanese claims to a special relationship with Korea grew incompatible. In 1894, both Japan and China dispatched troops in response to a Korean rebellion. Japan eventually seized the Korean king and installed a pro-Japanese government. Nationalists in both Beijing and Tokyo called for war. Only Japan, however, had the benefit of a modern naval force, funds initially levied for the modernization of the Chinese Navy having been requisitioned for improvements to the Summer Palace. Within hours of the outbreak of war, Japan destroyed China's poorly funded naval forces, the ostensible achievement of decades of self-strengthening. Li Hongzhang was recalled from one of his periodic forced retirements to go to the Japanese city of Shimonoseki to negotiate a peace treaty, with the almost impossible mission of salvaging Chinese dignity from the military catastrophe. The side that has the upper hand in war often has an incentive to delay a settlement, especially if every passing day improves its bargaining position. This is why Japan had deepened China's humiliation by rejecting a string of proposed Chinese negotiators as having insufficient protocol rank, a deliberate insult to an empire that had heretofore presented its diplomats as embodiments of heavenly prerogatives and therefore outranking all others, whatever their Chinese rank. The terms under discussion at Shimonoseki were a brutal shock to the Chinese vision of preeminence. China was obliged to cede Taiwan to Japan, to desist from tributary ceremony with Korea and recognize its independence, in practice opening it up to further Japanese influence, to pay a significant war indemnity, and to cede to Japan the Liaodong Peninsula and Manchuria, including the strategically located harbors of Dalian and Lushuan, Port Arthur. Only a would-be assassin's bullet from a Japanese nationalist spared China an even more demeaning outcome. Grazing Li's face at the scene of the negotiations, it shamed the Japanese government into dropping a few of its more sweeping demands. Li continued to negotiate from his hospital bed, to show that he was unbowed in humiliation. His stoicism may have been influenced by the fact that he knew that, even as the negotiations proceeded, Chinese diplomats were approaching other powers with interests in China, in particular Russia, whose expansion to the Pacific had needed to be dealt with by Chinese diplomacy since the end of the 1860 war. Li had foreseen the rivalry of Japan and Russia in Korea and Manchuria, and he had instructed his diplomats, in 1894, to treat Russia with the utmost sensitivity. No sooner had Li returned from Shimonoseki than he secured Moscow's leadership of a triple intervention by Russia, France, and Germany that forced Japan to return the Liaodong Peninsula to China. It was a maneuver with far-reaching consequences. For once again, Moscow practiced its by now well-established interpretation of Sino-Russian friendship. For its services, it extracted special rights in another huge swath of Chinese territory. This time it was subtle enough not to do so outright. Rather, in the wake of the triple intervention it summoned Li to Moscow to sign a secret treaty containing an ingenious and transparently acquisitive clause stipulating that in order to guarantee China's security against potential further Japanese attacks, Russia would construct an extension of the Trans-Siberian Railway across Manchuria. In the secret agreement, Moscow pledged not to use the railway as a pretext for the infringement of Chinese territory, or for encroachment on the lawful rights and privileges of imperial, Majesty, the Emperor of China, 43, which was, however, exactly what Moscow now proceeded to do. Inevitably, once the railway was constructed, Moscow insisted that the territory adjoining it would require Russian forces to protect the investment. Within a few years, Russia had acquired control over the area Japan had been forced to relinquish, and significantly more. It proved to be Li's most controversial legacy. The intervention had forestalled the advances of Japan, at least temporarily, but at the cost of establishing Russia as a dominant influence in Manchuria. The Tsar's establishment of a sphere of influence in Manchuria precipitated a scramble for comparable concessions by all the established powers. Each country responded to the advances of the others. Germany occupied Qingdao in the Shandong Peninsula. France obtained an enclave in Guangdong and solidified its hold over Vietnam. Britain expanded its presence in the new territories across from Hong Kong and acquired a naval base opposite Port Arthur. The strategy of balancing the barbarians had worked to a degree. None had become totally predominant in China, and in that margin, the Beijing government could operate. But the clever maneuver of saving the essence of China by bringing in outside powers to conduct their balance of power machinations on Chinese territory could function in the long run only if China remained strong enough to be taken seriously. And China's claim to central control was disintegrating. Appeasement has become an epithet in the aftermath of the conduct of the Western democracies toward Hitler in the 1930s. But confrontation can be safely pursued only if the weaker is in a position to make its defeat costly beyond the tolerance of the stronger. Otherwise, some degree of conciliation is the only prudent course. The democracies unfortunately practiced it when they were militarily stronger. But appeasement is also politically risky and stakes social cohesion. For it requires the public to retain confidence in its leaders even as they appear to yield to the victor's demands. Such was Li's dilemma through the decades he sought to navigate China between European, Russian, and Japanese rapaciousness and the intransigent obtuseness of his own court. Later Chinese generations have acknowledged Li Hongzhang's skill but have been ambivalent or hostile about the concessions to which he lent his signature, most notably to Russia and Japan, as well as ceding Taiwan to Japan. Such a policy grated at the dignity of a proud society. Nevertheless, it enabled China to preserve the elements of sovereignty, however attenuated, through a century of colonial expansion in which every other targeted country lost its independence altogether. It transcended humiliation by seeming to adapt to it. Li summed up the impetus of his diplomacy in a mournful memorial to the Empress Dowager shortly before his death in 1901, "Needless for me to say how greatly I would rejoice were it possible for China to enter upon a glorious and triumphant war. It would be the joy of my closing days to see the barbarian nation subjugated at last in submissive allegiance, respectfully making obeisance to the dragon throne." Unfortunately, however, I cannot but recognize the melancholy fact that China is unequal to such an enterprise, and that our forces are in no way competent to undertake it. Looking at the question as one affecting chiefly the integrity of our empire, who would be so foolish as to cast missiles at a rat in the vicinity of a priceless piece of porcelain? 44 The strategy of pitting Russia against Japan in Manchuria produced a rivalry in which both powers progressively tested each other. In its relentless expansion, Russia jettisoned the tacit agreement among the exploiters of China to maintain some balance between their respective claims and a degree of continuing Chinese sovereignty. The competing claims of Japan and Russia in northeast China led to a war for preeminence in 1904, ending in Japanese victory. The 1905 Treaty of Portsmouth gave Japan the dominant position in Korea and potentially in Manchuria, though less than what its victory might have made possible, due to the intervention of the American president, Theodore Roosevelt. His mediations of the end of the Russo-Japanese War based on principles of balance of power, rare in American diplomacy, kept Japan from seizing Manchuria and preserved an equilibrium in Asia. Stymied in Asia, Russia returned its strategic priorities to Europe, a process that accelerated the outbreak of the First World War. The Boxer Uprising and the new era of warring states. By the end of the 19th century, the Chinese world order was totally out of joint. The court in Beijing no longer functioned as a meaningful factor in protecting either Chinese culture or autonomy. Popular frustration boiled to the surface in 1898, in the so-called Boxer Uprising. Practicing a form of ancient mysticism and claiming magical immunity to foreign bullets, the Boxers, so called because of their traditional martial arts exercises, mounted a campaign of violent agitation against foreigners and the symbols of the new order they had imposed. Diplomats, Chinese Christians, railroads, telegraph lines, and Western schools all came under attack. Perhaps judging that the Manchu court, itself a foreign imposition, and no longer a particularly effective one, risked becoming the next target, the Empress Dowager embraced the Boxers, praising their attacks. The epicenter of the conflict was once again the long-contested foreign embassies in Beijing, which the Boxers besieged in the spring of 1900. After a century of vacillating between haughty disdain, defiance, and anguished conciliation, China now entered a state of war against all of the foreign powers simultaneously. 45 The consequence was another harsh blow. An 8-power allied expeditionary force, consisting of France, Britain, the United States, Japan, Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, arrived in Beijing in August 1900 to relieve the embassies. After suppressing the Boxers and allied Qing troops, and laying waste to much of the capital in the process, they dictated another unequal treaty, imposing a cash indemnity and granting further occupation rights to the foreign powers. 46 A dynasty unable to prevent repeated foreign marches on the Chinese capital or to forestall foreign exactions from Chinese territory had plainly lost the mandate of heaven. The Qing dynasty, having prolonged its existence for a remarkable 7 decades since the initial clash with the West, collapsed in 1912. China's central authority was again fractured, and it entered another period of warring states. A Chinese republic, deeply divided from its birth, emerged into a dangerous international environment. But it never had the opportunity to practice democratic virtues. The nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen was proclaimed president of the new republic in January 1912. As if by some mysterious law commanding imperial unity, Sun,
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
After just 6 weeks in office, deferred to Yuan Shikai, commander of the only military force capable of unifying the country. After the failure of Yuan's abortive declaration of a new imperial dynasty in 1916, political power devolved into the hands of regional governors and military commanders. Meanwhile in the Chinese heartland, the new Chinese Communist Party, established in 1921, administered a kind of shadow government and parallel social order loosely aligned with the world.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Communist movement. Each of these aspirants claimed the right to rule, but none was strong enough to prevail over the others. Left without a universally acknowledged central authority, China lacked the instrument for the conduct of its traditional diplomacy. By the end of the 1920s the Nationalist Party, led by Chiang Kai-shek, exercised nominal control over the entirety of the ancient Qing Empire. In practice, however, China's traditional territorial prerogatives were increasingly challenged.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Exhausted by their exertions in the war and in a world influenced by Wilsonian principles of self-determination, the Western powers were no longer in a position to extend their spheres of influence in China, they were barely able to sustain them. Russia was consolidating its internal revolution and in no position to undertake further expansion. Germany was deprived of its colonies altogether. Of the former contestants for dominance in China, only one was left, albeit the most dangerous.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
To China's independence, Japan. China was not strong enough to defend itself. And no other country was available to balance Japan militarily. After the defeat of Germany in the First World War, Japan occupied the former German concessions in Shandong. In 1932, Tokyo engineered the creation of a secessionist Japanese-dominated state of Manchukuo in Manchuria. In 1937, it embarked on a program of conquest across much of
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Eastern China. Japan now found itself in the position of previous conquerors. It was difficult enough to conquer such a vast country, it was impossible to administer it without relying on some of its cultural precepts, which Japan, prizing the uniqueness of its own institutions, was never prepared to do. Gradually, its erstwhile partners, the European powers backed by the United States, began to move into opposition to Japan, first politically and eventually militarily.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
It was a kind of culmination of the policy of the self-strengthening diplomacy, with the former colonialists now cooperating to vindicate the integrity of China. The leader of this effort was the United States, and its instrument was the open door policy proclaimed by Secretary of State John Hay in 1899. Originally intended to claim for the United States the benefits of other countries' individual imperialism, it was transformed in the 1930s into a way to preserve China's independence. The Western
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
powers joined the effort. China would now be able to overcome the imperialist phase, provided it could survive the Second World War and once again forge its unity. With the Japanese surrender in 1945, China was left devastated and divided. The nationalists and communists both aspired to central authority. 2 million Japanese soldiers remained on Chinese territory for repatriation. The Soviet Union recognized the nationalist government but had kept its options
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
open by supplying arms to the Communist Party. At the same time, it had rushed a massive and uninvited Soviet military force into northeast China to restore some of their erstwhile colonial claims. Beijing's tenuous control of Xinjiang had eroded further. Tibet and Mongolia had gravitated into quasi-autonomy, aligned with the respective orbits of the British Empire and the Soviet Union. United States public opinion sympathized with Chiang Kai-shek as a wartime ally. But Chiang
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Kai-shek was governing a fragment of a country already fragmented by foreign occupation. China was treated as one of the Big Five, who would organize the post-war world and were granted a veto in the United Nations Security Council. Of the five, only the United States and the Soviet Union possessed the power to carry out this mission. A renewal of the Chinese Civil War followed. Washington sought to apply its standard solution to such civil conflict, which has failed time after
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
time then and in the decades afterward. It urged a coalition between the nationalists and communists, who had been battling each other for 2 decades. U.S. Ambassador Patrick Hulley convened a meeting between Chiang Kai-shek and Communist Party leader Mao Zedong in September 1945 at Chiang's capital in Chongqing. Both leaders dutifully attended while preparing for a final showdown. No sooner had the Hulley meeting concluded than the two sides recommenced hostilities. Chiang's nationalist forces opted for a strategy of holding cities, while Mao's guerrilla armies based themselves in the countryside. Each sought to surround the other using Wei Qi strategies of encirclement. 47 Amidst clamor for American intervention in support of the nationalists, President Harry Truman sent General George Marshall to China for a year-long effort to encourage the two sides to agree to work together. During that time, the nationalist military position was collapsing. Defeated by the communists on the mainland, nationalist troops retreated to the island of Taiwan in 1949. The nationalists brought with them their military apparatus, political class, and remnants of national authority, including Chinese artistic and cultural treasures from the Imperial Palace collection. 48 They declared the relocation of the Republic of China's capital to Taipei, and maintained that they would husband their strength and someday return to the mainland. They retained the Chinese seat in the United Nations Security Council. Meanwhile, China was uniting again, under the newly proclaimed People's Republic of China. Communist China launched itself into a new world, in structure, a new dynasty, in substance, a new ideology for the first time in Chinese history. Strategically, it abutted over a dozen neighbors, with open frontiers and inadequate means to deal simultaneously with each potential threat, the same challenge that had confronted Chinese governments throughout history. Overarching all these concerns, the new leaders of China faced the involvement in Asian affairs of the United States, which had emerged from the Second World War as a confident superpower, with second thoughts about its passivity when confronted with the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War. Every statesman needs to balance the experience of the past against the claims of the future. Nowhere was this more true than in the China that Mao and the Communist Party had just taken over. Chapter 4 Mao's continuous revolution. The advent of a new dynasty in China had, over the millennia, developed a distinct rhythm. The old dynasty would begin to be perceived as failing in its mission of protecting the security of the Chinese population or fulfilling its fundamental aspirations. Rarely as the result of a single catastrophe, most frequently through the cumulative impact of a series of disasters, the ruling dynasty would, in the view of the Chinese people, lose the mandate of heaven. The new dynasty would be seen as having achieved it, in part by the mere fact of having established itself. This kind of upheaval had happened many times in China's dramatic history. But no new ruler had ever proposed to overthrow the value system of the entire society. Previous claimants
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
To the mandate of heaven, even, and perhaps especially, foreign conquerors, had legitimized themselves by affirming the ancient values of the society they took over and governing by its maxims. They maintained the bureaucracy they inherited, if only to be able to govern a country more populous and richer than any other. This tradition was the mechanism of the process of sinification. It established Confucianism as the governing doctrine of China. At the head of the new dynasty that, in
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
1949, poured out of the countryside to take over the city stood a colossus, Mao Zedong. Domineering and overwhelming in his influence, ruthless and aloof, poet and warrior, prophet and scourge, he unified China and launched it on a journey that nearly wrecked its civil society. By the end of this searing process, China stood as one of the world's major powers and the only communist country except
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Cuba, North Korea, and Vietnam, whose political structure survived the collapse of communism everywhere else. Mao and the Great Harmony revolutionaries are, by their nature, powerful and single-minded personalities. Almost invariably they start from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the political environment and rely for their success on charisma and on an ability to mobilize resentment and to capitalize on the psychological weakness of adversaries in decline.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Most revolutions have been on behalf of a specific cause. Once successful, they have been institutionalized into a new system of order. Mao's revolution had no final resting place. The ultimate goal of Great Harmony, that he proclaimed, was a vague vision, more akin to spiritual exaltation than political reconstruction. Cadres of the Communist Party were its priesthood.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Except their task was crusading, not fulfilling a defined program. Under Mao, cadres also led a life at the edge of perdition. For them, there was always the danger, over time the near certainty, of being engulfed in the very upheavals they were incited to promote. The roster of leaders of the second generation, that of Deng Xiaoping, had almost all suffered that fate, returning to power only after periods of great personal trial. Every close associate of Mao during the
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
revolutionary period, including in the end his long-serving premier and chief diplomat Zhou Enlai, was eventually purged. It was no accident that the Chinese ruler whom Mao most admired was the founding emperor Qin Shi Huang, who ended the period of the warring states by triumphing over all other rivals and unifying them into a single polity in 221 B.C. Qin Shi Huang is generally considered the founder of China as a unified state. Yet he has never been afforded ultimate respect in Chinese history because
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
he burned books and persecuted traditional Confucian scholars, burying 460 of them alive. Mao once remarked that China's governance required a combination of Marx's methods and Qin Shi Huang's, and he eulogized the emperor in a poem. Please don't slander Emperor Qin Shi Huang, sir, for the burning of the books should be thought through again. Our ancestral dragon, though dead, lives on in spirit, while Confucius, though renowned, was really no one. The Qin order has survived from age
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
to age. One Mao's China was, by design, a country in permanent crisis. From the earliest days of communist governance, Mao unleashed wave after wave of struggle. The Chinese people would not be permitted ever to rest on their achievements. The destiny Mao prescribed for them was to purify their society and themselves through virtuous exertion. Mao was the first ruler since the unification of China to tear apart Chinese traditions as a deliberate act of state policy.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
He conceived of himself as rejuvenating China by dismantling, at times violently, its ancient heritage. As he proclaimed to the French philosopher André Malraux in 1965, the thought, culture, and customs which brought China to where we found her must disappear, and the thought, customs, and culture of proletarian China, which does not yet exist, must appear. Thought, culture, customs must be born of struggle, and the struggle must continue for as long as there.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
there is still danger of a return to the past. China, Mao once vowed, was to be smashed like an atom, in order to destroy the old order but, at the same time, produce an explosion of popular energy to lift it to ever greater heights of achievement. Now our enthusiasm has been aroused. Ours is an ardent nation, now swept by a burning tide. There is a good metaphor for this: our nation is like an atom. When this atom's nucleus is smashed, the thermal energy released will
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
have really tremendous power. We shall be able to do things which we could not do before. 3. As part of this process, Mao generated a pervasive assault on traditional Chinese political thought, where the Confucian tradition prized universal harmony. Mao idealized upheaval and the clash of opposing forces, in both domestic and foreign affairs, and, indeed, he saw the two as connected, regularly pairing foreign crises with domestic purges or ideological campaigns. The Confucian tradition prized the doctrine of the mean and the cultivation of balance and moderation. When reform occurred, it was incremental and put forward as the restoration of previously held values. Mao, by contrast, sought radical and instant transformation and a total break with the past. Traditional Chinese political theory held military force in relative disesteem and insisted that Chinese rulers achieved stability at home and influence abroad through their virtue and compassion. Mao, driven by his ideology and his anguish over China's century of humiliation, produced an unprecedented militarization of Chinese life. Where traditional China revered the past and cherished a rich literary culture, Mao declared war on China's traditional art, culture, and modes of thought. In many ways, however, Mao incarnated the dialectic contradictions that he claimed to be manipulating. He was passionately and publicly anti-Confucian, yet he read widely in Chinese classics and was wont to quote from the ancient texts. Mao enunciated the doctrine of continuous revolution, but when the Chinese national interest required it, he could be patient and take the long view. The manipulation of contradictions was his proclaimed strategy, yet it was in the service of an ultimate goal drawn from the Confucian concept of Tong, or the Great Harmony. Maoist governance thus turned into a version of the Confucian tradition through the looking glass, proclaiming a total break with the past while relying on many of China's traditional institutions, including an imperial style of governance, the state as an ethical project, and a Mandarin bureaucracy that Mao loathed, periodically destroyed, and, in the end, equally periodically was obliged to recreate. Mao's ultimate objectives could not be expressed in a single organizational structure or be fulfilled by realizing a specific set of political objectives. His goal was to sustain the process of revolution itself, which he felt it was his special mission to carry on through ever greater upheavals, never permitting a resting point until his people emerged from the ordeal purified and transformed. To be overthrown is painful and is unbearable to contemplate for those overthrown, for example, for the Kuomintang, Nationalist Party, reactionaries whom we are now overthrowing, and for Japanese imperialism which we together with other peoples overthrew some time ago. But for the working class, the laboring people and the Communist Party, the question is not one of being overthrown, but of working hard to create the conditions in which classes, state power and political parties will die out very naturally and mankind will enter the realm of great harmony. For in traditional China, the emperor had been the linchpin of the great harmony of all living things. By his virtuous example, he was perceived to keep the existing cosmic order in joint and maintain the equilibrium between heaven, man, and nature. In the Chinese view, the emperor transformed rebellious barbarians and brought them to heel. He was the pinnacle of the Confucian hierarchy, assigning to all people their proper place in society. This is why, until the modern period, China did not pursue the ideal of progress in the Western sense. The Chinese impetus for public service was the concept of rectification, the bringing of order to a society that had been allowed to fall into dangerous imbalance. Confucius declared as his mission to try to recover profound truths that his society had neglected, thereby restoring it to a golden age. Mao saw his role as diametrically the opposite. The great harmony came at the end of a painful process likely to claim as victims all who traversed it. In Mao's interpretation of history, the Confucian order had kept China weak. Its harmony was a form of subjugation. Progress would come only through a series of brutal tests pitting contradictory forces against each other both domestically as well as internationally. And if these contradictions did not appear by themselves, it was the obligation of the Communist Party and its leader to keep a permanent upheaval going, against itself if necessary. In 1958, at the outset of the nationwide program of economic collectivization known as the Great Leap Forward, Mao outlined his vision of China in perpetual motion. Each wave of revolutionary exertion, he proclaimed, was organically a precursor to a new upheaval whose beginning needed to be hastened lest the revolutionaries became indolent and start resting on their laurels. Our revolutions are like battles. After a victory, we must at once put forward a new task. In this way, cadres and the masses will forever be filled with revolutionary fervor, instead of conceit. Indeed, they will have no time for conceit, even if they like to feel conceited. With new tasks on their shoulders, they are totally preoccupied with the problems for their fulfillment. 5. The cadres of the revolution were to be tested by ever more difficult challenges at shorter and shorter intervals. Disequilibrium is a general, objective rule, wrote Mao. The cycle, which is endless, evolves from disequilibrium to equilibrium and then to disequilibrium again. Each cycle, however, brings us to a higher level of development. Disequilibrium is normal and absolute whereas equilibrium is temporary and relative. 6. But how can a state in permanent upheaval participate in the international system? If it applies the doctrine of continuous revolution literally, it will be involved in constant turmoil and, likely, in war. The states that prize stability will unite against it. But if it tries to shape an international order open to others, a clash with the votaries of continuous revolution is inevitable. This dilemma beset Mao all his life and was never finally resolved. Mao and international relations, the empty city stratagem, Chinese deterrence, and the quest for psychological advantage. Mao proclaimed his basic attitude toward international affairs on the eve of taking power. Before the newly assembled People's Political Consultative Conference, he summed up China's attitude toward the prevailing international order in the phrase, "The Chinese people have stood up, we have a common feeling that our work will be recorded in the history of mankind, and that it will clearly demonstrate that the Chinese, who comprise 1/4 of humanity, have begun to stand up. The Chinese have always been a great, courageous and industrious people. It was only in modern times that they have fallen behind, and this was due solely to the oppression and exploitation of foreign imperialism and the domestic reactionary government. Our predecessors instructed us to carry their work to completion. We are doing this now. We have united ourselves and defeated both our foreign and domestic oppressors by means of the People's Liberation War and the People's Great Revolution, and we proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China." 7. To stand up to the world was a daunting prospect for China in 1949. The country was underdeveloped, without the military capacity to impose its own preferences on a world that vastly outmatched it in resources and, above all, in technology. When the People's Republic emerged on the world stage, the United States was the principal nuclear superpower, the Soviet Union having just exploded its first nuclear weapon. The United States had supported Chiang Kai-shek during the Chinese Civil War, transporting nationalist troops to northern Chinese cities after the Japanese surrender in World War II to preempt the communist armies. Mao Zedong's victory was greeted with dismay in Washington and triggered a debate over who had lost China. That implied, at least in Beijing, an eventual attempt to reverse the outcome, a conviction reinforced when in 1950, upon the North Korean invasion of the South, President Truman moved the Seventh Fleet into the Taiwan Strait, forestalling an attempt by the new government on the mainland to reconquer Taiwan. The Soviet Union was an ideological ally and was needed initially as a strategic partner to balance the United States. But China's leaders had not forgotten the series of unequal treaties, extorted for a century to establish the Russian possession of its Far East maritime provinces and a zone of special influence in Manchuria and Xinjiang, nor that the Soviet Union was still claiming the validity of concessions in northern China extracted from Chiang Kai-shek in wartime agreements in 1945. Stalin took for granted Soviet dominance in the communist world, a stance incompatible in the long run with Mao's fierce nationalism and claim to ideological importance. China was also involved in a border dispute with India in the Himalayas, over the territory known as Aksai Chin in the west and over the so-called McMahon Line in the east. The disputed region was no small matter, at roughly 125,000 square kilometers, the total contested area was approximately the size of Pennsylvania or, as Mao later noted to his top commanders, the Chinese province of Fujian. 8. Mao divided these challenges into two categories. At home, he proclaimed continuous revolution and was able to implement it because he increasingly exercised total control. Abroad, world revolution was a slogan, perhaps a long-range objective, but China's leaders were sufficiently realistic to recognize that they lacked the means to challenge the prevailing international order except by ideological means. Within China, Mao recognized few objective limits to his philosophic visions other than the ingrained attitudes of the Chinese people, which he struggled to overwhelm. In the realm of foreign policy, he was substantially more circumspect. When the Communist Party seized power in 1949, substantial regions had broken away from the historic Chinese Empire, notably Tibet, parts of Xinjiang, parts of Mongolia, and the border areas of Burma. The Soviet Union maintained a sphere of influence in the northeast, including an occupation force and a fleet in the strategically located Lushuan harbor. Mao, like several founders of dynasties before him, claimed the frontiers of China that the empire had established at its maximum historic extent. To territories Mao considered part of that historic China, Taiwan, Tibet, Xinjiang, Mongolia, border regions in the Himalayas or the north, he applied the maxim of domestic politics. He was implacable, he sought to impose China's governance and generally succeeded. As soon as the Civil War ended, Mao set out to reoccupy the secessionist regions, such as Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and eventually Tibet. In that context, Taiwan was not so much a test of communist ideology as a demand to respect Chinese history. Even when he refrained from military measures, Mao would put forward claims to territories given up in the unequal treaties of the 19th century, for example, claims to territory lost in the Russian Far East in the settlements of 1860 and 1895. With respect to the rest of the world, Mao introduced a special style that substituted ideological militancy and psychological perception for physical strength. It was composed of a Sinocentric view of the world, a touch of world revolution, and a diplomacy using the Chinese tradition of manipulating the barbarians, with great attention paid to meticulous planning and the psychological domination of the other side. Mao eschewed what Western diplomats viewed as the common-sense dictum that to recover from the decades of upheaval China should conciliate the major powers. He refused to convey any appearance of weakness, chose defiance over accommodation, and avoided contact with Western countries after establishing the People's Republic of China. Zhou Enlai, the first foreign minister of the People's Republic of China, summed up this attitude of aloofness in a series of aphorisms. The new China would not simply slip into existing diplomatic relationships. It would set up a separate kitchen. Relations with the new regime would have to be negotiated from case to case. The new China would sweep the house clean before inviting the guests, in other words, it would clean up lingering colonial influences before establishing diplomatic relations with Western imperialist countries. It would use its influence to unite the world's people, in other words, encourage revolution in the developing world. 9 diplomatic traditionalists would have rejected this attitude of aloof challenge as unfeasible. But Mao believed in the objective impact of ideological and, above all, psychological factors. He proposed to achieve psychological equivalence to the superpowers by calculated indifference to their military capabilities. One of the classic tales of the Chinese strategic tradition was that of Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem, from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In it, a commander notices an approaching army far superior to his own. Since resistance guarantees destruction, and surrender would bring about loss of control over the future, the commander opts for a stratagem. He opens the gates of his city, places himself there in a posture of repose, playing a lute, and behind him shows normal life without any sign of panic or concern. The general of the invading army interprets this sang-froid as a sign of the existence of hidden reserves, stops his advance, and withdraws. Mao's avowed indifference to the threat of nuclear war surely owed something to that tradition. From the very beginning, the People's Republic of China had to maneuver in a triangular relationship with the two nuclear powers, each of which was individually capable of posing a great threat and, together, were in a position to overwhelm China. Mao dealt with this endemic state of affairs by pretending it did not exist. He claimed to be impervious to nuclear threats. Indeed, he developed a public posture of being willing to accept hundreds of millions of casualties, even welcoming it as a guarantee for the more rapid victory of communist ideology. Whether Mao believed his own pronouncements on nuclear war it is impossible to say. But he clearly succeeded in making much of the rest of the world believe that he meant it, an ultimate test of credibility. Of course, in China's case, the city was not entirely empty. China eventually developed its own nuclear weapons capability, though on a much smaller scale than that of the Soviet Union or the United States. Mao was able to draw on a long tradition in Chinese statecraft of accomplishing long-term goals from a position of relative weakness. For centuries, Chinese statesmen enmeshed the barbarians in relationships that kept them at bay and studiously maintained the political fiction of superiority through diplomatic stagecraft. From the beginning of the People's Republic, China played a world role surpassing its objective strength. By consequence of its fierce defense of its definition of its national patrimony, the People's Republic of China became an influential force in the non-aligned movement, the grouping of newly independent countries seeking to position themselves between the superpowers. China established itself as a great power not to be trifled with while conducting a redefinition of the Chinese identity at home and challenging the nuclear powers diplomatically, sometimes concurrently, sometimes sequentially. In pursuit of this foreign policy agenda, Mao owed more to Sun Tzu than to Lenin. He drew inspiration from his reading of the Chinese classics and the tradition he outwardly disdained. In charting foreign policy initiatives he was less likely to refer to Marxist doctrine than to traditional Chinese works, Confucian texts, the canonical 24 dynastic histories, recounting the rise and fall of China's imperial dynasties, Sun Tzu, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and other texts on warfare and strategy, tales of adventure and rebellion such as Outlaws of the Marsh, and the novel of romance and courtly intrigue, Dream of the Red Chamber, which Mao claimed to have read 5 times. 10 in an echo of the traditional Confucian scholar officials whom he denounced as oppressors and parasites, Mao wrote poetry and philosophical essays and took great pride in his unorthodox calligraphy. These literary and artistic elements were not a refuge from his political labors but an integral part of them. When Mao, after a 32-year absence, returned to his native village in 1959, he wrote a poem not of Marxism or materialism but of romantic sweep. It is the bitter sacrifices that strengthen our firm resolve, and which give us the courage to dare to change heavens and skies, to change the sun, and to make a new world. 11 So ingrained was this literary tradition that, in 1969, at a turning point in Mao's foreign policy, for marshals assigned by Mao to outline his strategic options illustrated their recommendations of the need to open relations with the then archenemy America by citing the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which was banned in China but which they could be certain Mao had read. So, too, even in the midst of his most sweeping assaults on China's ancient heritage, Mao framed his foreign policy doctrines in terms of analogies with highly traditional Chinese games of the intellect. He described the opening maneuvers in the Sino-Indian War as crossing the Honshu boundary, an ancient metaphor drawn from the Chinese version of chess. 12 He held up the traditional gambling game of mahjong as a school for strategic thought. If you knew how to play the game, he told his doctor, you would also understand the relationship between the principle of probability and the principle of certainty. 13 And in China's conflicts with both the United States and the Soviet Union, Mao and his top associates conceived of the threat in terms of a Weiqi concept, that of preventing strategic encirclement. It was in precisely these most traditional aspects that the superpowers had the most difficulty comprehending Mao's strategic motives. Through the lens of Western strategic analysis, most of Beijing's military undertakings in the first 3 decades of the Cold War were improbable and, on paper at least, impossible affairs. Setting China against usually far stronger powers and occurring in territories previously deemed of secondary strategic importance, North Korea, the offshore islands of the Taiwan Strait, sparsely populated tracts of the Himalayas, frozen swatches of territory in the Ushuri River, these Chinese interventions and offensives caught almost all foreign observers, and each of the adversaries, by surprise. Mao was determined to prevent encirclement by any power or combination of powers, regardless of ideology, that he perceived as securing too many Weiqi stones surrounding China, by disrupting their calculations. This was the catalyst that led China into the Korean War despite its relative weakness, and that, in the aftermath of Mao's death, would lead Beijing to war with Vietnam, a recent ally, in defiance of a mutual defense treaty between Hanoi and Moscow, and while the Soviet Union maintained 1 million troops on China's northern borders. Long-range calculations of the configuration of forces around China's periphery were considered more significant than a literal calculus of the immediate balance of power. This combination of the long-range and the psychological also came to expression in Mao's approach to deterring perceived military threats. However much Mao absorbed from China's history, no previous Chinese ruler combined traditional elements with the same mix of authority and ruthlessness and global sweep as Mao, ferocity in the face of challenge and skillful diplomacy when circumstances prevented his preference for drastic overpowering initiatives. His vast and daring foreign policy initiatives, however traditional his tactics, were carried out amidst a violent churning of Chinese society. The whole world, he promised, would be transformed, and things turned into their opposites. Of all the classes in the world, the proletariat is the one which is most eager to change its position, and next comes the semi-proletariat, for the former possesses nothing at all while the latter is hardly any better off. The United States now controls a majority in the United Nations and dominates many parts of the world. This state of affairs is temporary and will be changed one of these days. China's position as a poor country denied its rights in international affairs will also be changed. The poor country will change into a rich one, the country denied its rights into one enjoying them, a transformation of things into their opposites. 14 Mao was too much of a realist, however, to pursue world revolution as a practical goal. As a result, the tangible impact of China on world revolution was largely ideological and consisted of intelligence support for local communist parties. Mao explained this attitude in an interview with Edgar Snow, the first American journalist to describe the Chinese communist base in Yan'an during the Civil War. In 1965, China supported revolutionary movements, but not by invading countries. Of course, whenever a liberation struggle existed, China would publish statements and called demonstrations to support it. 15 In the same vein, Long Live the Victory of People's War, a 1965 pamphlet by Lin Biao, then Mao's presumptive successor, argued that the countryside of the world, that is, the developing countries, would defeat the cities of the world, that is, the advanced countries, much as the People's Liberation Army, PLA, had defeated Chiang Kai-shek. The administration of Lyndon Johnson read these lines as a Chinese blueprint for support for, and probably outright participation in, communist subversion all around the world and especially in Indochina. Lin's pamphlet was a contributing factor in the decision to send American forces to Vietnam. Contemporary scholarship, however, treats his document as a statement of the limits of Chinese military support for Vietnam and other revolutionary movements. For, in fact, Lin was proclaiming that, liberation of the masses is accomplished by the masses themselves. This is a basic principle of Marxism-Leninism. Revolution or people's war in any country is the business of the masses in that country and should be carried out primarily by their own efforts, there is no other way. 16 This restraint reflected a realistic appreciation of the real balance of forces. We cannot know what Mao might have decided if the equilibrium had been tilted in favor of the communist power. But whether as a reflection of realism or philosophical motivation, revolutionary ideology was a means to transform the world by performance rather than war, much as the traditional emperors had perceived their role. A team of Chinese scholars with access to Beijing's central archives has written a fascinating account of Mao's ambivalence, dedicated to world revolution, ready to encourage it wherever possible, yet also protective of the necessities of China's survival. 17 This ambivalence came to expression in a conversation with the head of the Australian Communist Party, E.F. Hill, in 1969, while Mao was considering the opening with the United States, with which China had been locked in an adversarial relationship for 2 decades. He put a question to his interlocutor: are we heading into a revolution that will prevent war? Or into a war that will produce revolution? 18 If the former, the rapprochement with the United States would be improvident; if the latter, it would be imperative, to prevent an attack on China. In the end, after some hesitation, Mao chose the option of rapprochement with America. The prevention of war, which, by this point, would most likely involve a Soviet attack on China, was more important than the encouragement of global revolution. The continuous revolution and the Chinese people Mao's opening to the United States was a major ideological as well as strategic decision. But it did not alter his commitment to the concept of continuous revolution at home. Even in 1972, the year of President Richard Nixon's visit to China, he caused to be distributed nationwide a letter he had sent to his wife, Jiang Qing, at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution 6 years earlier. The situation changes from a great upheaval to a great peace once every 7 or 8 years. Ghosts and monsters jump out by themselves. Our current task is to sweep out the rightists in all the party and throughout the country. We shall launch another movement for sweeping up the ghosts and monsters after 7 or 8 years, and will launch more of this movement later. 19. This call to ideological commitment also epitomized Mao's dilemma as that of any victorious revolution. Once revolutionaries seize power, they are obliged to govern hierarchically if they want to avoid either paralysis or chaos. The more sweeping the overthrow, the more hierarchy has to substitute for the consensus that holds a functioning society together. The more elaborate the hierarchy, the more likely it is to turn into another even more elaborate version of the replaced oppressive establishment. Thus from the beginning Mao was engaged in a quest whose logical end could only be an attack on communism's own institutions, even those he had created himself. Where Leninism had asserted that the advent of communism would solve the contradictions of society, Mao's philosophy knew no resting place. It was not enough to industrialize the country as the Soviet Union had done. In the quest for the historic Chinese uniqueness, the social order needed to be in constant flux to prevent the sin of revisionism, of which Mao increasingly accused post-Stalin Russia. A communist state, according to Mao, must not turn into a bureaucratic society, the motivating force must be ideology rather than hierarchy. In this manner, Mao generated a series of built-in contradictions. In pursuit of the Great Harmony, Mao launched the 100 Flowers campaign in 1956, which invited public debate and then turned on those intellectuals who practiced it, the Great Leap Forward in 1958, designed to catch up with the West industrially in a 3-year period but which led to one of the most pervasive famines in modern history and produced a split in the Communist Party, and the Cultural Revolution in 1966, in which a generation of trained leaders, professors, diplomats, and experts were sent to the countryside to work on farms to learn from the masses. Millions died to implement the chairman's quest for egalitarian virtue. Yet in his rebellion against China's pervasive bureaucracy, he kept coming up against the dilemma that the campaign to save his people from themselves generated ever larger bureaucracies. In the end, destroying his own disciples turned into Mao's vast enterprise. Mao's faith in the ultimate success of his continuous revolution had 3 sources: ideology, tradition, and Chinese nationalism. The single most important one was his faith in the resilience, capabilities, and cohesion of the Chinese people. And in truth, it is impossible to think of another people who could have sustained the relentless turmoil that Mao imposed on his society, or whose leader could have made credible Mao's oft-repeated threat that the Chinese people would prevail, even if it retreated from all its cities against a foreign invader or suffered tens of millions of casualties in a nuclear war. Mao could do so because of a profound faith in the Chinese people's ability to retain its essence amidst all vicissitudes. This was a fundamental difference with the Russian Revolution a generation earlier. Lenin and Trotsky viewed their revolution as a triggering event for world revolution. Convinced that world revolution was imminent, they agreed to cede a third of European Russia to German control in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk of 1918. Whatever happened to Russia would be subsumed by the imminent revolution in the rest of Europe, which, Lenin and Trotsky assumed, would sweep away the existing political order. Such an approach would have been unthinkable for Mao, whose revolution was largely Sinocentric. China's revolution might have an impact on world revolution but, if so, through the efforts and sacrifice and example of the Chinese people. With Mao, the greatness of the Chinese people was always the organizing principle. In an early essay in 1919, he stressed the unique qualities of the Chinese people. I venture to make a singular assertion: one day, the reform of the Chinese people will be more profound than that of any other people, and the society of the Chinese people will be more radiant than that of any other people. The great union of the Chinese people will be achieved earlier than that of any other place or people. 20 years later, amidst Japanese invasion and the Chinese Civil War, Mao extolled the historic achievements of the Chinese nation in a way that the dynastic rulers could have shared. Throughout the history of Chinese civilization, its agriculture and handicrafts have been renowned for their high level of development. There have been many great thinkers, scientists, inventors, statesmen, soldiers, men of letters and artists, and we have a rich store of classical works. The compass was invented in China very long ago. The art of papermaking was discovered as early as 1,800 years ago. Block printing was invented 1,300 years ago, and movable type 800 years ago. The use of gunpowder was known in China before the Europeans. Thus China has one of the oldest civilizations in the world. She has a recorded history of nearly 4,000 years. 21 Mao kept circling back to a dilemma as ancient as China itself. Intrinsically universal, modern technology poses a threat to any society's claims to uniqueness. And uniqueness had always been the distinctive claim of Chinese society. To preserve that uniqueness, China had refused to imitate the West in the 19th century, risking colonization and incurring humiliation. A century later, one objective of Mao's Cultural Revolution, from which indeed it derived its name, had been to eradicate precisely those elements of modernization that threatened to involve China in a universal culture. By 1968, Mao had come full circle. Driven by a mixture of ideological fervor and a premonition of mortality, he had turned to the youth to cleanse the military and the Communist Party and bring into office a new generation of ideologically pure communists. But reality disappointed the aging leader. It proved impossible to run a country by ideological exaltation. The youths who had heeded Mao's instructions created chaos rather than commitment and were now in their turn sent to the remote countryside. Some of the leaders initially targeted for purification were brought back to re-establish order, especially in the military. By April 1969, nearly half of the party's Central Committee, 45%, were members of the military, compared with 19% in 1956. The average age of new members was 60. 22. A poignant reminder of this dilemma came up in the first conversation between Mao and President Nixon in February 1972. Nixon complimented Mao on having transformed an ancient civilization, to which Mao replied, "I haven't been able to change it. I've only been able to change a few places in the vicinity of Beijing." 23. After a lifetime of titanic struggle to uproot Chinese society, there was not a little pathos in Mao's resigned recognition of the pervasiveness of Chinese culture and the Chinese people. One of the historically most powerful Chinese rulers had run up against this paradoxical mass, at once obedient and independent, submissive and self-reliant, imposing limits less by direct challenges than by hesitance in executing orders they considered incompatible with the future of their family. Therefore, in the end, Mao appealed not so much to the material aspects of his Marxist revolution as to its faith. One of Mao's favorite tales drawn from classical Chinese lore was the story of the foolish old man, who believed he could move mountains with his bare hands. Mao related the story at a Communist Party conference as follows: "There is an ancient Chinese fable called, The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains. It tells of an old man who lived in northern China long, long ago and was known as the Foolish Old Man of North Mountain. His house faced south and beyond his doorway stood the two great peaks, Taihang and Wangu, obstructing the way. He called his sons, and hoe in hand they began to dig up these mountains with great determination. Another graybeard, known as the Wise Old Man, saw them and said derisively, 'How silly of you to do this. It is quite impossible for you to dig up these two huge mountains.' The foolish old man replied, 'When I die my sons will carry on, when they die, there will be my grandsons, and then their sons and grandsons, and so on to infinity. High as they are, the mountains cannot grow any higher, and with every bit we dig, they will be that much lower. Why can't we clear them away?' Having refuted the wise old man's wrong view, he went on digging every day, unshaken in his conviction. God was moved by this, and he sent down two angels, who carried the mountains away on their backs. Today, two big mountains lie like a dead weight on the Chinese people. One is imperialism, the other is feudalism. The Chinese Communist Party had long made up its mind to dig them up. We must persevere and work unceasingly, and we, too, will touch God's heart. 24 An ambivalent combination of faith in the Chinese people and disdain for its traditions enabled Mao to carry out an astonishing tour de force. An impoverished society just emerging from a rending civil war tore itself apart at ever shorter intervals and, during that process, fought wars with the United States and India, challenged the Soviet Union, and restored the frontiers of the Chinese state to nearly their maximum historic extent. Emerging into a world of two nuclear superpowers, China managed, despite its insistent communist propaganda, to conduct itself as essentially a geopolitical, free agent, of the Cold War. In the face of its relative weakness, it played a fully independent and highly influential role. China moved from hostility to near alliance with the United States and in the opposite direction with the Soviet Union, from alliance to confrontation. Perhaps most remarkably, China managed, in the end, to break free of the Soviet Union and come out on the winning side of the Cold War. Still, with all its achievements, Mao's insistence on turning the ancient system upside down could not escape the eternal rhythm of Chinese life. 40 years after his death, after a journey violent, dramatic, and searing, his successors again described their now increasingly well-off society as Confucian. In 2011, a statue of Confucius was placed in Tiananmen Square within sight of Mao's mausoleum, the only other personality so honored. Only a people as resilient and patient as the Chinese could emerge unified and dynamic after such a roller coaster ride through history. Chapter 5 Triangular Diplomacy and the Korean War. In his first major ACT of foreign policy, Mao Zedong traveled to Moscow on December 16, 1949, barely 2 months after having proclaimed the People's Republic of China. It was his first trip outside China. His purpose was to form an alliance with the communist superpower, the Soviet Union. Instead, the meeting inaugurated a series of moves that would culminate in transforming the hoped-for alliance into a triangular diplomacy by which the United States, China, and the Soviet Union maneuvered with and against each other. In his first meeting with Stalin, which took place on the day of his arrival, Mao stressed China's need for a period of 3 to 5 years of peace, which would be used to bring the economy back to pre-war levels and to stabilize the country in general. Yet within less than a year of Mao's trip, the United States and China would be at war with each other. It all came about through the machinations of a seemingly minor player, Kim Il-sung, the ambitious Soviet-installed ruler of North Korea, a state that had been created only 2 years earlier by agreement between the United States and the Soviet Union based on the zones of liberated Korea each had occupied at the end of the war against Japan. As it happened, Stalin had little interest in helping China recover. He had not forgotten the defection of Josip Broz Tito, the leader of Yugoslavia and the only European communist leader to have achieved power by his own efforts and not as the result of Soviet occupation. Tito had broken with the Soviet Union during the preceding year. Stalin was determined to avoid a similar outcome in Asia. He understood the geopolitical significance of the communist victory in China. His strategic goal was to manipulate its consequences and benefit from its impact. Stalin could have little doubt that, in Mao, he was dealing with a formidable figure. The Chinese Communists had prevailed in the Chinese Civil War against Soviet expectations and by ignoring Soviet advice. Though Mao had announced China's intent to lean to one side, Moscow's, in international affairs, of all communist leaders he was among the least beholden to Moscow for his position, and he now governed the most populous communist country. Thus the encounter between the two communist giants led to an intricate minuet culminating, 6 months later, with the Korean War, which involved China and the United States directly and the Soviet Union by proxy. Convinced that the raging American debate over who lost, China augured an eventual American attempt to reverse the outcome, a view to which communist ideology led him. In any event, Mao strove for the greatest possible material and military support from the Soviet Union. A formal alliance was his objective. But the two communist autocrats were not destined to cooperate easily. Stalin had, by that time, been in power for nearly 30 years. He had triumphed over all domestic opposition and led his country to victory against the Nazi invaders at horrific cost in human life. The organizer of periodic purges involving millions of victims and, even then, in the process of starting a new set of purges, Stalin was by now beyond ideology. His leadership was instead marked by a ruthless, cynical Machiavellianism based on his brutal interpretation of Russian national history. During China's long struggles with Japan in the 1930s and 1940s, Stalin had deprecated the potential of the communist forces and disparaged Mao's rural, peasant-based strategy. Throughout, Moscow had maintained official ties with the nationalist government. At the end of the war against Japan in 1945, Stalin had obliged Chiang Kai-shek to grant the Soviet Union privileges in Manchuria and Xinjiang comparable to those achieved by the Tsarist regime, and to recognize Outer Mongolia as a nominally independent People's Republic under Soviet control. Stalin actively encouraged separatist forces in Xinjiang. At Yalta that same year, Stalin insisted to his colleagues, Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, on international recognition for Soviet special rights in Manchuria, including a naval base at Lushuan, the old Port Arthur, and a harbor in Dalian, as a condition for entering the war against Japan. In August 1945, Moscow and the nationalist authorities signed a treaty affirming the Yalta agreements. In these circumstances, the meeting of the two communist titans in Moscow could not possibly be the warm embrace shared ideology called for. As Nikita Khrushchev, then a member of Stalin's Politburo, recalled, Stalin loved to show off his hospitality to his esteemed guests, and he knew how to do it very well. But during Mao's stay, Stalin would sometimes not lay eyes on him for days at a time, and since Stalin neither saw Mao nor ordered anyone else to entertain him, no one dared go see him. Mao let it be known that if the situation continued, he would leave. When Stalin heard about Mao's complaints, I think he had another dinner for him. 2. It was clear from the outset that Stalin did not consider the communist victory a reason for giving up the gains he had made for the Soviet Union as a price for entering the war against Japan. Mao began the conversation by stressing his need for peace, telling Stalin, decisions on the most important questions in China hinge on the prospects for a peaceful future. With this in mind, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China entrusted me to ascertain from you, Ade, Stalin, in what way and for how long will international peace be preserved. 3. Stalin was reassuring about prospects for peace, perhaps to slow down any request for emergency assistance and to minimize the urgency of rushing into an alliance. The question of peace greatly occupies the Soviet Union as well, though we have already had peace for the past 4 years. With regards to China, there is no immediate threat at the present time. Japan has yet to stand up on its feet and is thus not ready for war. America, though it screams war, is actually afraid of war more than anything. Europe is afraid of war. In essence, there is no one to fight with China, not unless Kim Il-sung decides to invade China. Peace will depend on our efforts. If we continue to be friendly, peace can last not only 5 to 10 years, but 20 to 25 years, and perhaps even longer. For if that was the case, a military alliance was really not needed. Stalin made his reserve explicit when Mao formally raised the issue. He made the stunning assertion that a new treaty of alliance was superfluous. The existing treaty, which had been signed with Chiang Kai-shek in quite different circumstances, would suffice. Stalin buttressed this argument with the claim that the Soviet position was designed to avoid giving America and England the legal grounds to raise questions about modifying the Yalta agreements. 5. In effect, Stalin was arguing that communism in China was best protected by a Russian agreement made with the government Mao had just overthrown. Stalin liked this argument so much that he also applied it to the concessions the Soviet Union had extracted from Chiang Kai-shek with respect to Xinjiang and Manchuria, which, in his view, should now be continued at Mao's request. Mao, ever the fervent nationalist, rejected these ideas by redefining Stalin's request. The present arrangements along the Manchurian Railroad, he argued, corresponded to Chinese interests insofar as they provided a training school for the preparation of Chinese cadres in railroad and industry. 6 Chinese personnel needed to take over as soon as they could be trained. Soviet advisors could stay until this training was completed. Amidst protestations of amity and affirmations of ideological solidarity, 2 major Machiavellians were maneuvering over ultimate predominance, and over sizable tracts of territory around China's periphery. Stalin was the senior and, for a time, more powerful. Mao, in a geopolitical sense, the more self-confident. Both were superior strategists and therefore understood that, on the course they were formally charting, their interests were almost bound to clash eventually. After a month of haggling, Stalin yielded and agreed to a treaty of alliance. However, he insisted Dalian and Lushuan would remain Soviet bases until a peace treaty with Japan was signed. Moscow and Beijing finally concluded a treaty of friendship, alliance and mutual assistance on February 14, 1950. It provided what Mao had sought and Stalin had tried to avoid, an obligation of mutual assistance in case of conflict with a third power. Theoretically, it obliged China to come to the assistance of the Soviet Union globally. Operationally, it gave Mao a safety net if the various looming crises around China's borders were to escalate. The price China had to pay was steep: mining, railroad, and other concessions in Manchuria and Xinjiang, the recognition of the independence of Outer Mongolia, Soviet use of Dalian Harbor, and the use, until 1952, of the Lushuan naval base. Years later, Mao would still complain bitterly to Khrushchev about Stalin's attempt to establish semi-colonies in China by means of these concessions. 7. As for Stalin, the emergence of a potentially powerful eastern neighbor presented a geopolitical nightmare. No Russian ruler could ignore the extraordinary demographic disparity between China and Russia along a 2,000-mile frontier. A Chinese population of over 500 million adjoined a Russian total of less than 40 million in Siberia. At what point in China's development would numbers begin to matter? Seeming consensus on ideology emphasized, rather than diminished, the concern. Stalin was too cynical to doubt that when powerful men achieve eminence by what they consider their own efforts, they resist the claim of superior orthodoxy by an ally, however close. Stalin, having taken the measure of Mao, must have known that he would never concede doctrinal preeminence. Atchison and the lure of Chinese Titoism, an episode that occurred during Mao's stay in Moscow, was symptomatic of both the fraught relations within the communist world as well as the potential and looming role of the United States in that emerging triangle. The occasion was an attempt by Secretary of State Dean Acheson to answer the chorus of domestic critics on who had lost China. Under his instructions, the State Department had issued a white paper in August 1949 addressing the collapse of the nationalists. Though the United States still recognized the nationalists as the legitimate government for all of China, the white paper described them as corrupt, reactionary and inefficient. 8. Acheson had therefore concluded, and he advised Truman in the white paper's letter of transmittal, that, the unfortunate but inescapable fact is that the ominous result of the Civil War in China was beyond the control of the government of the United States. Nothing that this country did or could have done within the reasonable limits of its capabilities could have changed that result. It was the product of internal Chinese forces which this country tried to influence but could not. 9. In a speech to the National Press Club on January 12, 1950, Acheson reinforced the white paper's message and put forward a sweeping new Asia policy. His speech contained 3 points of fundamental importance. The first was that Washington was washing its hands of the Chinese Civil War. The nationalists, Acheson proclaimed, had displayed both political inadequacy as well as the grossest incompetence ever experienced by any military command. The communists, Acheson reasoned, did not create this condition, but had skillfully exploited the opening it provided. Chiang Kai-shek was now a refugee on a small island off the coast of China with the remnants of his forces. 10. Having conceded the mainland to communist control and whatever geopolitical impact this might have, it made no sense to resist communist attempts to occupy Taiwan. This was in fact the judgment of NSC 48/2, a document reflecting national policy prepared by the National Security Council staff and approved by the President. Adopted on December 30, 1949, it concluded that the strategic importance of Formosa, Taiwan, does not justify overt military action. Truman had made a similar point at a press conference on January 5. The United States government will not provide military aid or advice to Chinese forces on Formosa. 11. Second, and even more significantly, Acheson left no doubt about who was threatening China's independence in the long run. This communistic concept and techniques have armed Russian imperialism with a new and most insidious weapon of penetration. Armed with these new powers, what is happening in China is that the Soviet Union is detaching the northern provinces, areas, of China from China and is attaching them to the Soviet Union. This process is complete in Outer Mongolia. It is nearly complete in Manchuria, and I am sure that in Inner Mongolia and in Xinjiang there are very happy reports coming from Soviet agents to Moscow. This is what is going on. 12. The final new point in Acheson's speech was even more profound in its implications for the future. For it did nothing less than suggest an explicit Titoist option for China. Proposing to base relations with China on national interest, Acheson asserted that the integrity of China was an American national interest regardless of China's domestic ideology. We must take the position we have always taken, that anyone who violates the integrity of China is the enemy of China and is acting contrary to our own interest. 13. Acheson was laying out a prospect for a new Sino-American relationship based on national interest, not ideology. Today is a day in which the old relationships between East and West are gone, relationships which at their worst were exploitation, and which at their best were paternalism. That relationship is over, and the relationship of East and West must now be in the Far East one of mutual respect and mutual helpfulness. 14. Such a view toward Communist China would not be put forward again by a senior American official for another 2 decades, when Richard Nixon advanced similar propositions to his cabinet. Acheson's speech was brilliantly crafted to touch most of Stalin's raw nerves. And Stalin was in fact lured into trying to do something about it. He dispatched his foreign minister, Andrei Vyshinsky, and his senior minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, to call on Mao, still in Moscow for the alliance negotiations, to warn him of the slander being spread by Acheson and, in effect, inviting reassurance. It was a somewhat frantic gesture, not in keeping with Stalin's usual perspicacity. For the very request for reassurance defines the potential capacity for unreliability of the other side. If a partner is thought capable of desertion, why would reassurance be credible? If not, why would it be necessary? Moreover, both Mao and Stalin knew that Acheson's slander was an accurate description of the current Sino-Soviet relationship. 15. The Soviet pair asked Mao to disavow Acheson's accusations that the Soviet Union might seek to detach parts of China, or a dominant position in them, and recommended that he describe it as an insult to China. Mao did not comment to Stalin's emissaries except to ask for a copy of the speech and inquire about Acheson's possible motives. After a few days, Mao approved a statement sarcastically attacking Acheson, but in contrast to Moscow's response, which was issued in the name of the Soviet foreign minister, Beijing left it to the head of the People's Republic of China's official news bureau to reject Acheson's overtures. 16. The language of the statement decried Washington's slander, but its relatively low protocol level kept China's options open. Mao chose not to address the full implications of his view while he was in Moscow, trying to construct a safety net for his still isolated country. Mao revealed his true feelings about the possibility of separating from Moscow later, in December 1956, with characteristic complexity, in the guise of rejecting the option once again, albeit in a more muted way. China and the Soviet Union stand together. Here are still people who have doubts about this policy. They think China should take a middle course and be a bridge between the Soviet Union and the United States. If China stands between the Soviet Union and the United States, she appears to be in a favorable position, and to be independent, but actually she cannot be independent. The United States is not reliable, she would give you a little something, but not much. How could imperialism give you a full meal? It won't. 17. But what if the United States were ready to offer what Mao called a full meal? That question would not be answered until 1972, when President Nixon began his overtures to China. Kim Il-sung and the outbreak of war matters could have proceeded as a kind of shadowboxing for several, perhaps many, years as the two morbidly suspicious absolute rulers were calibrating each other by ascribing their own motives to their counterpart. Instead, Kim Il-sung, the North Korean leader whom Stalin had ridiculed in his first meeting with Mao in December 1949, entered the geopolitical fray with startling results. In their Moscow meeting, Stalin had fended off a military alliance between China and the Soviet Union by mockingly suggesting that the only threat to peace would come from North Korea, if Kim Il-sung decides to invade China. 18. That is not what Kim Il-sung decided. Instead, He chose to invade South Korea and, in the process, brought the major countries to the edge of a global war and China and the United States into actual military confrontation. Before the North Korean invasion of the South, it would have seemed inconceivable that a China barely emerging from civil war would go to war against a nuclear-armed America. That the war broke out is due to the suspicions the two communist giants had of each other and to Kim Il-sung's ability, though wholly dependent on his incomparably more powerful allies, to manipulate their mutual suspicions. Korea had been incorporated into Imperial Japan in 1910 and quickly became the jumping-off point for Japanese incursions into China. In 1945, after Japan's defeat, Korea was occupied in the north by Soviet armies, in the south by American forces. The dividing line between them, the 38th parallel, was arbitrary. It simply reflected the limits their armies had reached at the end of the war. When the occupying powers withdrew in 1949 and the hitherto occupied zones became fully sovereign states, neither felt comfortable within its boundaries. Their rulers, Kim Il-sung in the north and Syngman Rhee in the south, had spent their lives fighting for their national causes. They saw no reason to abandon them now, and both claimed the
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Leadership for all of the country. Military clashes along the dividing line were frequent. Starting with the withdrawal of American forces from South Korea in June 1949, Kim Il-sung had throughout 1949 and 1950 tried to convince both Stalin and Mao to acquiesce in a full-scale invasion of the South. Both at first rejected the proposal. During Mao's visit to Moscow, Stalin asked Mao's opinion of such an invasion, and Mao, though favorable to the objective,
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
judged the risk of American intervention as too high. He thought any project to conquer South Korea should be deferred until the completion of the Chinese Civil War through the conquest of Taiwan. It was precisely this Chinese aim that provided one of the incentives for Kim Il-sung's project. However ambiguous American statements, Kim Il-sung was convinced that the United States was unlikely to accept two communist military conquests. He was therefore impatient
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
to achieve his objectives in South Korea before Washington had second thoughts should China succeed in occupying Taiwan. A few months later, in April 1950, Stalin reversed his previous position. During a visit by Kim Il-sung in Moscow, Stalin gave the green light to Kim's request. Stalin stressed his conviction that the United States would not intervene. A Soviet diplomatic document recounted that Comrade Stalin confirmed to Kim Il-sung that the international environment has sufficiently changed to
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
permit a more active stance on the unification of Korea. Now that China has signed a treaty of alliance with the USSR, Americans will be even more hesitant to challenge the communists in Asia. According to information coming from the United States, it is really so. The prevailing mood is not to interfere. Such a mood is reinforced by the fact that the USSR now has the atomic bomb and that our positions are solidified in Pyongyang. Thereafter there is no record of a direct
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Chinese-Soviet dialogue on the subject. Kim Il-sung and his envoys became the vehicle through which the two communist giants communicated with each other on Korea. Both Stalin and Mao were maneuvering for dominant influence in Korea or, at a minimum, to keep the other partner from achieving it. During that process, Mao agreed to transfer up to 50,000 ethnic Korean troops who served in the People's Liberation Army units to North Korea with their weapons. Was his motive to encourage Kim Il-sung's design or to prove his ideological
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
support while limiting a final Chinese military commitment? Whatever Mao's ultimate intentions, the practical result was to leave Pyongyang in a significantly strengthened military position. In the American domestic debate about the Korean War, Dean Acheson's speech on Asia policy in January 1950 came to be widely criticized for placing Korea outside the American defensive perimeter in the Pacific, thereby allegedly giving a green light to the North Korean invasion. In its account of American commitments in the Pacific, Acheson's speech was not an innovation. General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Far East Command, had similarly placed Korea outside the American defense perimeter in a March 1949 interview in Tokyo. Now the Pacific has become an Anglo-Saxon lake and our line of defense runs through the chain of islands fringing the coast of Asia. It starts from the Philippines and continues through the Ryukyu archipelago, which includes its main bastion, Okinawa. Then it bends back through Japan and the Aleutian Island chain to Alaska. 22 Since then, the United States had withdrawn the majority of its forces from Korea. A Korean aid bill was currently before Congress, where it faced considerable resistance. Acheson was left to repeat MacArthur's sketch, stating that the military security of the Pacific area involved a defensive perimeter that runs along the Aleutians to Japan and then goes to the Ryukyus, and runs from the Ryukyus to the Philippine Islands. 23 On the specific question of Korea, Acheson presented an ambiguous account reflecting the current state of American indecision. Now that South Korea was an independent and sovereign country recognized by nearly all the rest of the world, Acheson reasoned that our responsibilities are more direct and our opportunities more clear, though what these responsibilities and opportunities were, Acheson did not explain, specifically whether they included defense against invasion. If an armed attack were to occur in an area of the Pacific not explicitly to the south or east of the American defensive perimeter, Acheson suggested that, initial reliance must be on the people attacked to resist it and then upon the commitments of the entire civilized world under the Charter of the United Nations. 24 To the extent deterrence requires clarity about a country's intention, Acheson's speech missed the mark. No specific reference to this aspect of Acheson's speech has so far emerged in any Chinese or Soviet documents. Recently available diplomatic documents do suggest, however, that Stalin based his reversal in part on access to NSC 48 and 2, which his spy network, probably through the British turncoat Donald Maclean, had uncovered. This report also specifically placed Korea outside the U.S. defense perimeter. Since it was highly classified, the document would have seemed particularly credible to Soviet analysts. 25 Another element in Stalin's reversal may have been his disenchantment with Mao stemming from the negotiations leading to the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship described earlier. Mao had made it abundantly clear that Russian special privileges in China would not last long. Russian control of the warm water port of Dalian was bound to be temporary. Stalin may well have concluded that a unified communist Korea might prove more accommodating to Soviet naval needs. Ever devious and complex, Stalin urged Kim to speak about this subject with Mao, noting that he had a good understanding of Oriental matters. 26 In reality, Stalin was shifting as much responsibility as he could to Chinese shoulders. He told Kim not to expect great assistance and support from the Soviet Union, explaining that Moscow was concerned and preoccupied with the situation in the West. 27 And he warned Kim, if you should get kicked in the teeth, I shall not lift a finger. You have to ask Mao for all the help. 28 It was authentically Stalin, haughty, long-range, manipulative, cautious, and crass, producing a geopolitical benefit for the Soviet Union while shifting the risks of the effort to China. Stalin, who had encouraged the outbreak of the Second World War by freeing Hitler's rear through the Nazi-Soviet pact, applied his practiced skill in hedging his bets. If the United States did intervene, the threat to China would increase as would China's dependence on the Soviet Union. If China responded to the American challenge, it would require massive Soviet assistance, achieving the same result. If China stayed out, Moscow's influence in a disillusioned North Korea would grow. Kim next flew to Beijing for a secret visit with Mao on May 13 to 16, 1950. In a meeting on the night of his arrival, Kim recounted to Mao Stalin's approval of the invasion plan and asked Mao to confirm his support. To limit his risks even further, Stalin, shortly before the attack he had encouraged, added reinsurance by withdrawing all Soviet advisors from North Korean units. When that hamstrung the performance of the North Korean army, he returned Soviet advisors, albeit under the cover of their being correspondents from TASS, the Soviet press agency. How a minor ally of both communist giants unleashed a war of major global consequences was summed up by Mao's translator Shi to the historian Chen Jian, who paraphrased the content of the key conversation between Mao and Kim Il-sung. Kim told Mao that Stalin had approved his plans to attack the South. Mao solicited Kim's opinions of possible American response if North Korea attacked the South, stressing that as the Syngman Rhee regime had been propped up by the United States and that as Korea was close to Japan the possibility of an American intervention could not be totally excluded. Kim, however, seemed confident that the United States would not commit its troops, or at least, it would have no time to dispatch them, because the North Koreans would be able to finish fighting in 2 to 3 weeks. Mao did ask Kim if North Korea needed China's military support, and offered to deploy 3 Chinese armies along the Chinese-Korean border. Kim responded arrogantly, in Mao's own words, according to Zhou, that with the North Koreans' own forces and the cooperation of communist guerrillas in the south, they could solve the problem by themselves, and China's military involvement was therefore unnecessary. 29 Kim's presentation apparently shook Mao sufficiently that he ended the meeting early and ordered Zhou Enlai to cable Moscow requesting an urgent answer, and personal clarification, from Stalin. 30 The next day the reply arrived from Moscow, with Stalin again shifting the onus back to Mao. The cable explained that, and his talks with the Korean comrades, Stalin, and his friends, agreed with the Koreans regarding the plan to move toward reunification. In this regard a qualification was made, that the issue should be decided finally by the Chinese and Korean comrades together, and in case of disagreement by the Chinese comrades the decision on the issue should be postponed pending further discussion. 31 This, of course, placed the blame for vetoing the project entirely on Mao. Further disassociating himself from the outcome, and providing Kim with an additional opportunity for exaggeration and misrepresentation, Stalin preempted a return telegram from Beijing by explaining that, Korean comrades can tell you the details of the conversation. 32 No records of Mao and Kim's subsequent conversation have yet been made available. Kim returned to Pyongyang on May 16 with Mao's blessing for an invasion of South Korea, or at least that is how he described it to Moscow. Mao may well have also calculated that acquiescence in the conquest of South Korea might establish a premise for Soviet military assistance for a subsequent Chinese attack on Taiwan. If so, it was a grievous miscalculation. Because even had the United States stood aloof from the conquest of South Korea, American public opinion would not have allowed the Truman administration to ignore another communist military move in the Taiwan Strait. 10 years later, Moscow and Beijing still could not agree on which side had actually given Kim the final green light to launch his invasion. Meeting in Bucharest in June 1960, Khrushchev, who was by then Soviet General Secretary, insisted to Chinese Politburo member Peng Zhen that, if Mao Zedong had not agreed, Stalin would not have done what he did. Peng retorted that this was totally wrong, and that Mao Zedong was against the war. 1. T was Stalin who agreed. 33 The two communist giants thus slid into a war without addressing the global implications should Kim Il-sung's and Stalin's optimistic forecasts prove to be erroneous. Once the United States entered the war, they would be forced to consider them. American intervention, resisting aggression. The trouble with policy planning is that its analyses cannot foresee the mood of the moment when a decision has to be made. The various statements of Truman, Acheson, and MacArthur had correctly reflected American thinking when they were made. The nature of American commitment to international security was a subject of domestic controversy and had not ever considered the defense of Korea. NATO was still in the process of being formed. But when American policymakers came face to face with an actual communist invasion, they ignored their policy papers. The United States surprised the communist leaders after Kim Il-sung's attack on June 25, not only by intervening but by linking the Korean War to the Chinese Civil War. American ground forces were sent to Korea to establish a defensive perimeter around Pusan, the port city in the south. That decision was supported by a UN Security Council resolution made possible because the Soviet Union absented itself from the vote in protest against the fact that the Chinese seat in the Security Council was still occupied by Taipei. 2 days later, President Truman ordered the U.S. Pacific Fleet to neutralize the Taiwan Strait by preventing military attacks in either direction across it. The motive was to obtain the widest congressional and public support for the Korean War. There is no evidence that Washington considered that it was, in fact, expanding the war into a confrontation with China. Until that decision, Mao had planned to attack Taiwan as his next military move and had assembled major forces in southeast China's Fujian province to that end. The United States had conveyed in many statements, including a press conference by Truman on January 5, that it would not block such an effort. Truman's decision to send the Seventh Fleet to the Taiwan Strait was intended to placate public opinion and to limit American risk in Korea. In announcing the fleet's dispatch, Truman cited the importance of Taiwan's defense but also called on the Chinese government on Formosa to cease all air and sea operations against the mainland. Truman further warned, "The Seventh Fleet will see that this is done." 34 to Mao, an even-handed gesture was unimaginable. He interpreted the assurances as hypocrisy. As far as Mao was concerned, the United States was re-entering the Chinese Civil War. The day after Truman's announcement, on June 28, 1950, Mao addressed the 8th session of the Central People's Government Committee, during which he described the American moves as an invasion of Asia. The U.S. invasion in Asia can only arouse broad and determined resistance among the people of Asia. Truman said on January 5 that the United States would not intervene in Taiwan. Now he himself has proved he was simply lying. He has also torn up all international agreements guaranteeing that the United States would not interfere in China's internal affairs. 35 In China, Wei Qi instinct sprang into action. By sending troops to Korea and the fleet to the Taiwan Strait, the United States had, in Chinese eyes, placed two stones on the Wei Qi board, both of which menaced China with the dreaded encirclement. The United States had no military plan for Korea when the war broke out. The American purpose in the Korean War was declared to be to defeat aggression, a legal concept denoting the unauthorized use of force against a sovereign entity. How would success be defined? Was it a return to the status quo ante along the 38th parallel, in which case the aggressor would learn that the worst outcome was that he did not win, possibly encouraging another attempt? Or did it require the destruction of North Korea's military capacity to undertake aggression? There is no evidence that this question was ever addressed in the early stages of America's military commitment, partly because all governmental attention was needed to defend the perimeter around Pusan. The practical result was to let military operations determine political decisions. After MacArthur's stunning September 1950 victory at Incheon, where a surprise amphibious landing far from the Pusan front halted North Korean momentum and opened a route to the recapture of the South Korean capital of Seoul, the Truman administration opted for continuing military operations until Korea was reunified. It assumed that Beijing would accept the presence of American forces along the traditional invasion route into China. The decision to press forward with operations inside North Korean territory was formally authorized by a United Nations resolution on October 7, this time by the General Assembly under a recently adopted parliamentary device, the Uniting for Peace Resolution, which allowed the General Assembly to make decisions on international security by a two-thirds vote. It authorized LL constituent acts to bring about a unified, independent and democratic government in the sovereign state of Korea. 36 Chinese intervention against U.S. forces was believed to be beyond Chinese capabilities. None of these views remotely coincided with the way Beijing regarded international affairs. As soon as American forces intervened in the Taiwan Strait, Mao treated the Seventh Fleet's deployment as an invasion of Asia. China and the United States were approaching a clash by misinterpreting each other's strategic design. The United States strove to oblige China to accept its concept for international order, based on international organizations like the United Nations, to which it could not imagine an alternative. From the outset, Mao had no intention to accept an international system in the design of which China had no voice. As a result, the outcome of the American military strategy was inevitably going to be at best an armistice along whatever dividing line emerged, along the Yalu River, which denoted the border between North Korea and China, if the American design prevailed, along some other agreed line if China intervened or the United States stopped unilaterally short of Korea's northern frontier, for example, at the 38th parallel or at a line, Pyongyang to Wonsan, which emerged later in a Mao message to Zhou. What was most unlikely was Chinese acquiescence in an American presence at a border that was a traditional invasion route into China and specifically the base from which Japan had undertaken the occupation of Manchuria and the invasion of northern China. China was all the less likely to be passive when such a posture involved a strategic setback on two fronts, the Taiwan Strait and Korea, partly because Mao had, to some extent, lost control over events in the prelude to Korea. The misconceptions of both sides compounded each other. The United States did not expect the invasion, China did not expect the reaction. Each side reinforced the other's misconceptions by its own actions. At the end of the process stood 2 years of war and 20 years of alienation. Chinese reactions, another approach to deterrence. No student of military affairs would have thought it conceivable that the People's Liberation Army, barely finished with the Civil War and largely equipped with captured nationalist weapons, would take on a modern army backed up by nuclear weapons. But Mao was not a conventional military strategist. Mao's actions in the Korean War require an understanding of how he viewed what, in Western strategy, would be called deterrence or even preemption, and which, in Chinese thinking, combines the long-range, strategic, and psychological elements. In the West, the Cold War and the destructiveness of nuclear weapons have produced the concept of deterrence, to pose risks of destruction to a potential aggressor out of proportion to any possible gain. The efficacy of the threat is measured by things that do not happen, that is, the wars being avoided. For Mao, the Western concept of deterrence was too passive. He rejected a posture in which China was obliged to wait for an attack. Wherever possible, he strove for the initiative. On one level, this was similar to the Western concept of preemption, anticipating an attack by launching the first blow. But in the Western doctrine, preemption seeks victory and a military advantage. Mao's approach to preemption differed in the extraordinary attention he paid to psychological elements. His motivating force was less to inflict a decisive military first blow than to change the psychological balance, not so much to defeat the enemy as to alter his calculus of risks. As we shall see in the later chapters, Chinese actions in the Taiwan Strait crises of 1954–58, the Indian border clash of 1962, the conflict with the Soviets along the Ushuri River in 1969–71, and the Sino-Vietnam War of 1979 all had the common feature of a sudden blow followed quickly by a political phase. Having restored the psychological equation, in Chinese eyes, genuine deterrence has been achieved. 37 When the Chinese view of preemption encounters the Western concept of deterrence, a vicious circle can result. Acts conceived as defensive in China may be treated as aggressive by the outside world, deterrent moves by the West may be interpreted in China as encirclement. The United States and China wrestled with this dilemma repeatedly during the Cold War, to some extent they have not yet found a way to transcend it. Conventional wisdom has ascribed the Chinese decision to enter the Korean War to the American decision to cross the 38th parallel in early October 1950 and the advance of U.S. forces to the Yalu River, the Chinese-Korean border. Another theory was innate communist aggressiveness on the model of the European dictators a decade earlier. Recent scholarship demonstrates that neither theory was correct. Mao and his colleagues had no strategic designs on Korea in the sense of challenging its sovereignty. Before the war they were more concerned about balancing Russia there. Nor did they expect to challenge the United States militarily. They entered the war only after long deliberations and much hesitation as a kind of preemptive move. The triggering event for planning was the initial dispatch of American troops to Korea coupled with the neutralization of the Taiwan Strait. From that moment, Mao ordered planning for Chinese entry into the Korean War for the purpose, at a minimum, of preventing the collapse of North Korea, and occasionally for the maximal revolutionary aim of expelling American forces from the peninsula entirely. 38 He assumed, well before American or South Korean forces had moved north of the 38th parallel, that, unless China intervened, North Korea would be overwhelmed. Stopping the American advance to the Yalu was a subsidiary element. It created, in Mao's mind, an opportunity for a surprise attack and a chance to mobilize public opinion. It was not the principal motivating factor. Once the United States repelled the initial North Korean advance in August 1950, Chinese intervention became highly probable. When it turned the tide of battle by outflanking the North Korean army at Incheon and then crossed the 38th parallel, it grew inevitable. China's strategy generally exhibits three characteristics: meticulous analysis of long-term trends, careful study of tactical options, and detached exploration of operational decisions. Zhou Enlai started that process by chairing conferences of Chinese leaders on July 7 and July 10, 2 weeks after the American deployment in Korea, to analyze the impact on China of American actions. The participants agreed to redeploy troops originally intended for the invasion of Taiwan to the Korean border and to constitute them as the Northeast Border Defense Army with the mission to defend the borders of the Northeast, and to prepare to support the war operations of the Korean People's Army if necessary. By the end of July, or more than 2 months before U.S. forces crossed the 38th parallel, over 250,000 Chinese troops had been assembled on the Korean border. 39 The Politburo and Central Military Commission meetings continued through August. On August 4, 6 weeks before the Incheon landing, when the military situation was still favorable to the invading North Korean forces and the front was still deep in South Korea around the city of Pusan, Mao, skeptical about North Korea's capabilities, told the Politburo, if the American imperialists are victorious, they will become dizzy with success, and then be in a position to threaten us. We have to help Korea, we have to assist them. This can be in the form of a volunteer force, and be at a time of our choosing, but we must start to prepare. 40 At the same meeting, Zhou made the same basic analysis: if the American imperialists crush North Korea, they will be swollen with arrogance, and peace will be threatened. If we want to assure victory, we must increase the China factor. This may produce a change in the international situation. We must take a long-range view. 41 In other words, it was the defeat of the still advancing North Korea, not the particular location of American forces, that China needed to resist. The next day, Mao ordered his top commanders to complete their preparations within this month and be ready for orders to carry out war operations. 42 On August 13, China's 13th Army Corps held a conference of senior military leaders to discuss this mission. Though expressing reservations about the August deadline, the conference participants concluded that China should take the initiative, cooperate with the Korean People's Army, march forward without reluctance, and break up the enemy's dream of aggression. 43 In the meantime, staff analysis and map exercises were taking place. They led the Chinese to conclusions Westerners would have considered counterintuitive, to the effect that China could win a war against the American armed forces. American commitments around the world, so the argument ran, would limit U.S. deployment to a maximum of 500,000, while China had an army of 4 million to draw on. China's proximity to the battlefield gave it a logistical advantage. Chinese planners thought they would have a psychological advantage too because most of the world's people would support China. 44 Not even the possibility of a nuclear strike daunted the Chinese planners, probably because they had no first-hand experience with nuclear weapons and no means of acquiring them. They concluded, though not without some prominent dissenters, that an American nuclear response was unlikely in the face of the Soviet nuclear capacity, as well as the risk, due to the jigsaw pattern of troops on the peninsula, that an American nuclear strike on Chinese troops advancing into Korea might destroy U.S. forces as well. 45 On August 26, Zhou, in a talk to the Central Military Commission, summed up the Chinese strategy. Beijing should not treat the Korean problem merely as one of concerning a brother country or as one related to the interests of the Northeast. Instead, Korea should be regarded as an important international issue. Korea, Zhou argued, is indeed the focus of the struggles in the world. After conquering Korea, the United States will certainly turn to Vietnam and other colonial countries. Therefore the Korean problem is at least the key to the East. 46 Zhou concluded that due to recent North Korean reversals, our duty is now much heavier. And we should prepare for the worst and prepare quickly. Zhou stressed the need for secrecy, so that we could enter the war and give the enemy a sudden blow. 47 All of this was taking place weeks before MacArthur's amphibious landing at Incheon, which a Chinese study group had predicted, and well over a month before UN forces crossed the 38th parallel. In short, China entered the war based on a carefully considered assessment of strategic trends, not as a reaction to an American tactical maneuver, nor out of a legalistic determination to defend the sanctity of the 38th parallel. A Chinese offensive was a preemptive strategy against dangers that had not yet materialized and based on judgments about ultimate American purposes toward China that were misapprehended. It was also an expression of the crucial role Korea played in China's long-range calculations, a condition perhaps even more relevant in the contemporary world. Mao's insistence on his course was also probably influenced by a belief that it was the only way to remedy his acquiescence in the Kim Il-sung and Stalin strategy of invasion. Otherwise he might have been blamed by other leaders for the worsening of China's strategic situation by the presence of the Seventh Fleet in the Taiwan Strait and of American forces on China's borders. The obstacles to Chinese intervention were so daunting that all of Mao's leadership was needed to achieve the approval of his colleagues. Two major commanders, including Lin Biao, refused the command of the Northeast Border Defense Army on various pretexts before Mao found in Peng Dehuai a commander prepared to undertake the assignment. Mao prevailed, as he had in all key decisions, and preparations for the entry of Chinese forces into Korea went inexorably forward. October saw American and Allied forces moving toward the Yalu, determined to unify Korea and to shelter it under a UN resolution. Their purpose was to defend the new status quo with these forces, technically constituting a UN command. The movement of the two armies toward each other thus acquired a foreordained quality about it. The Chinese were preparing a blow while the Americans and their allies remained oblivious to the challenge waiting for them at the end of their march north. Zhou was careful to set the diplomatic stage. On September 24 he protested to the United Nations what he characterized as American efforts to extend the war of aggression against Korea, to carry out armed aggression on Taiwan, and to extend further its aggression against China. 48 On October 3, he warned the Indian ambassador K.M. Panikkar that U.S. troops would cross the 38th parallel and that, if the U.S. troops really do so, we cannot sit by idly and remain indifferent. We will intervene. Please report this to the Prime Minister of your country. 49 Panikkar replied that he expected the crossing to occur within the next 12 hours, but that the Indian government would not be able to take any effective action until 18 hours after the receipt of his cable. 50 Zhou responded, that is the Americans' business. The purpose of this evening's talk is to let you know our attitude toward one of the questions raised by Prime Minister Nehru in his letter. 51 The talk was more making a record for what was already decided than a last plea for peace, as it is so often treated. At that point, Stalin re-entered the scene as the deus ex machina for the continuation of the conflict he had encouraged and which he did not want to see ended. The North Korean army was collapsing, and another American landing on the opposite coast was expected by Soviet intelligence near Wonsan, wrongly. Chinese preparations for intervention were far advanced but as yet not irrevocable. Stalin therefore decided, in a message on October 1 to Mao, to demand Chinese intervention. After Mao deferred a decision, citing the danger of American intervention, Stalin sent a follow-up telegram. He was prepared, he insisted, to pledge Soviet military support in an all-out war should the United States react to Chinese intervention. Of course, I took into account also the possibility that the USA, despite its unreadiness for a big war, could still be drawn into a big war out of considerations of prestige, which, in turn, would drag China into the war, and along with this draw into the war the USSR, which is bound with China by the Mutual Assistance Pact. Should we fear this? In my opinion, we should not, because together we will be stronger than the USA and England, while the other European capitalist states, with the exception of Germany which is unable to provide any assistance to the United States now, do not present serious military forces. If a war is inevitable, then let it be waged now, and not in a few years when Japanese militarism will be restored as an ally of the USA and when the USA and Japan will have a ready-made bridgehead on the continent in a form of the entire Korea run by Syngman Rhee. 52 At its face value, this extraordinary communication seemed to assert that Stalin was ready to go to war with the United States to prevent Korea from becoming part of America's strategic sphere. A united, pro-American Korea, to which, in Stalin's eyes, sooner or later a resurgent Japan would become a partner, presented, in that analysis, the same threat in Asia as the emerging NATO in Europe. The two together might be more than the Soviet Union could handle. In the event, when put to the test, Stalin proved unwilling to undertake the all-out commitment he had pledged to Mao, or even any aspect of direct confrontation with the United States. He knew that the balance of power was too unfavorable for a showdown, much less a two-front war. He sought to tie down the American military potential in Asia and to involve China in enterprises that magnified its dependence on Soviet support. What Stalin's letter does demonstrate is how seriously Soviet and Chinese strategists assessed the strategic importance of Korea, if for quite different reasons. Stalin's letter placed Mao in a predicament. It was one thing to plan intervention in the abstract partly as an exercise in revolutionary solidarity. It was another actually to carry it out, especially when the North Korean army was on the verge of disintegrating. Chinese intervention made imperative Soviet supplies and, above all, Soviet air cover, since the PLA had no modern air force to speak of. Thus when the issue of intervention was put before the Politburo, Mao received an unusually ambivalent response, causing him to pause before giving the final answer. Instead, Mao dispatched Lin Biao, who had refused the command of the Chinese forces, citing health problems, and Zhou to Russia to discuss the prospects of Soviet assistance. Stalin was in the Caucasus on vacation but saw no reason to alter his schedule. He obliged Zhou to come to his retreat even though, or, perhaps, because, Zhou would have no means of communication with Beijing from Stalin's dacha except through Soviet channels. Zhou and Lin Biao had been instructed to warn Stalin that, without assurances of guaranteed supplies, China might not, in the end, carry out what it had been preparing for 2 months. For China would be the principal theater of the conflict Stalin was promoting. Its prospects would depend on the supplies and direct support Stalin would make available. When faced with this reality, Mao's colleagues reacted ambivalently. Some opponents even went so far as to argue that priority should be given to domestic development. For once Mao seemed to hesitate, if only for a moment. Was it a maneuver to obtain a guarantee of support from Stalin before Chinese forces were irrevocably committed? Or was he truly undecided? A symptom of internal Chinese divisions is the mysterious case of a telegram from Mao to Stalin sent on the night of October 2, of which 2 contradictory versions are held in the archives of Beijing and Moscow. In one version of Mao's telegram, drafted in Mao's handwriting, filed in the archives in Beijing, published in a Nibu, internal circulation only, Chinese collection of Mao's manuscripts, but likely never actually dispatched to Moscow, Mao wrote that Beijing had decided to send some of our troops to Korea under the name of Chinese People's Volunteers to fight the United States and its lackey Syngman Rhee and to aid our Korean comrades. 53 Mao cited the danger that absent Chinese intervention, the Korean Revolutionary Force will meet with a fundamental defeat, and the American aggressors will rampage unchecked once they occupy the whole of Korea. This will be unfavorable to the entire East. 54 Mao noted that, we must be prepared for a declaration of war by the United States and for the subsequent use of the U.S. Air Force to bomb many of China's main cities and industrial bases, as well as an attack by the U.S. Navy on our coastal areas. The Chinese plan was to send 12 divisions from South Manchuria on October 15. At the initial stage, Mao wrote, they would deploy north of the 38th parallel and will merely engage in defensive warfare against enemy troops that cross the parallel. In the meantime, they will wait for the delivery of Soviet weapons. Once they are, well, equipped, they will cooperate with the Korean comrades in counterattacks to annihilate American aggressor troops. 55 In a different version of Mao's October 2 telegram, sent via the Soviet ambassador in Beijing, received in Moscow, and filed in the Russian presidential archives, Mao informed Stalin that Beijing was not prepared to send troops. He held out the possibility that after further consultations with Moscow, and, he implied, pledges of additional Soviet military support, Beijing would be willing to join the conflict. For years, scholars analyzed the first version of the telegram as if it were the sole operative version. When the second version emerged, some wondered whether one of the documents might be a fabrication. Most plausible is the explanation put forth by the Chinese scholar Shen Jihua, that Mao drafted the first version of the telegram intending to send it, but that the Chinese leadership was so divided that a more equivocal telegram was substituted. The discrepancy suggests that even as Chinese troops advanced toward Korea, the Chinese leadership was still debating about how long to hold out for a definitive commitment of support from its Soviet ally before taking the last irrevocable step. 56 The two communist autocrats had been trained in a hard school of power politics, which they were now applying to each other. In this case, Stalin proved the quintessential hardball player. He coolly informed Mao, via a joint telegram with Zhou, that, in view of China's hesitation, the best option would be to withdraw the remnants of the North Korean forces into China, where Kim Il-sung could form a provisional government in exile. The sick and disabled could go to the Soviet Union. He did not mind Americans on his Asian border, said Stalin, since he already faced them along the European dividing lines. Stalin knew that the only outcome Mao wanted less than American forces at China's borders was a provisional Korean government in Manchuria in contact with the Korean minority living there, claiming some kind of sovereignty and constantly pressing military adventures into Korea. And he must have sensed that Mao had passed the point of no return. China's choice, at this point, was between an American army on the Yalu, directly threatening the half of Chinese industry within easy reach, and a disgruntled Soviet Union, holding back on supplies, perhaps reinvoking its rights in Manchuria. Or else China would proceed along the course Mao had continued to pursue even while bargaining with Stalin. He was in a position where he had to intervene, paradoxically in part to protect himself against Soviet designs. On October 19, after several days of delay to await a guarantee of Soviet supplies, Mao ordered the army to cross into Korea. Stalin pledged substantial logistical support, provided only that it involved no direct confrontation with the United States, for example, air cover over Manchuria but not over Korea. Mutual suspicion was so rampant that Zhou had no sooner returned to Moscow, from where he could communicate with Beijing, than Stalin seemingly reversed himself. To prevent Mao from maneuvering the Soviet Union into bearing the brunt of equipping the PLA without getting the benefit of its tying down American forces in combat in Korea, Stalin informed Zhou that no supplies would start moving until Chinese forces had, in fact, entered Korea. Mao issued the order on October 19, in effect without an assurance of Soviet support. After that, the originally promised Soviet support was reinstated, though the ever-cautious Stalin confined Soviet air support to Chinese territory. So much for the readiness expressed in his earlier letter to Mao to risk a general war over Korea. Both communist leaders had exploited each other's necessities and insecurities. Mao had succeeded in obtaining Soviet military supplies to modernize his army. Some Chinese sources claim that during the Korean War he received equipment for 64 infantry divisions and 22 air divisions 57, and Stalin had tied down China into a conflict with the United States in Korea. Sino-American confrontation. The United States was a passive observer to these internal communist machinations. It explored no middle ground between stopping at the 38th parallel and the unification of Korea, and ignored the series of Chinese warnings about the consequences of crossing that line. Acheson puzzlingly did not consider them official communications and thought they could be ignored. He probably thought he could face Mao down. None of the many documents published to date by all sides reveals any serious discussion of a diplomatic option by any of the parties. The many meetings of Zhou with the Central Military Commission or the Politburo reveal no such intent. Contrary to popular perception, Beijing's warning to Washington not to cross the 38th parallel was almost certainly a diversionary tactic. By that point, Mao had already sent ethnic Korean PLA troops from Manchuria to Korea to assist the North Koreans, moved a significant military force away from Taiwan and toward the Korean border, and promised Chinese support to Stalin and Kim. The only chance that might have existed to avoid immediate U.S. China combat can be found in instructions Mao sent in a message to Zhou, still in Moscow, about his strategic design on October 14, as Chinese troops were preparing to cross the Korean border. Our troops will continue improving their defense works if they have enough time. If the enemy tenaciously defends Pyongyang and Wonsan and does not advance north, in the next 6 months, our troops will not attack Pyongyang and Wonsan. Our troops will attack Pyongyang and Wonsan only when they are well equipped and trained, and have clear superiority over the enemy in both air and ground forces. In short, we will not talk about waging offensives for 6 months. 58 There was no chance, of course, that in 6 months China could have achieved clear superiority in either category. Had American forces stopped at the line, from Pyongyang to Wonsan, the narrow neck of the Korean peninsula, would that have created a buffer zone to meet Mao's strategic concern? Would some American diplomatic move toward Beijing have made any difference? Would Mao have been satisfied with using his presence in Korea to re-equip his forces? Perhaps the 6-month pause Mao mentioned to Zhou would have provided an occasion for diplomatic contact, for military warnings, or for Mao or Stalin to change his mind. On the other hand, a buffer zone on hitherto communist territory was almost certainly not Mao's idea of his revolutionary or strategic duty. Still, he was enough of a Sun Tzu disciple to pursue seemingly contradictory strategies simultaneously. The United States, in any event, had no such capacity. It opted for a UN endorsed demarcation line along the Yalu over what it could protect with its own forces and its own diplomacy along the narrow neck of the Korean peninsula. In this manner, each side of the triangular relationship moved toward a war with the makings of a global conflict. The battle lines moved back and forth. Chinese forces took Seoul but were driven back until a military stalemate settled over the combat zone within the framework of armistice negotiations lasting nearly 2 years, during which American forces refrained from offensive operations, the almost ideal outcome from the Soviet point of view. The Soviet advice throughout was to drag out the negotiations, and therefore the war, as long as possible. An armistice agreement emerged on July 27, 1953, settling essentially along the pre-war line of the 38th parallel. None of the participants achieved all of its aims. For the United States, the armistice agreement realized the purpose for which it had entered the war. It denied success to the North Korean aggression, but it had, at the same time, enabled China, at a moment of great weakness, to fight the nuclear superpower to a standstill and oblige it to retreat from its furthest advance. It preserved American credibility in protecting allies but at the cost of incipient Allied revolt and domestic discord. Observers could not fail to remember the debate that had developed in the United States over war aims. General MacArthur, applying traditional maxims, sought victory, the administration, interpreting the war as a feint to lure America into Asia, which was surely Stalin's strategy, was prepared to settle for a military draw, and probably a long-term political setback, the first such outcome in a war fought by America. The inability to harmonize political and military goals may have tempted other Asian challengers to believe in America's domestic vulnerability to wars without clear-cut military outcomes, a dilemma that reappeared with a vengeance in the vortex of Vietnam a decade later. Nor can Beijing be said to have achieved all its objectives, at least in conventional military terms. Mao did not succeed in liberating all of Korea from American imperialism, as Chinese propaganda claimed initially. But he had gone to war for larger and in some ways more abstract, even romantic, aims, to test the new China with a trial by fire and to purge what Mao perceived as China's historic softness and passivity, to prove to the West, and, to some extent, the Soviet Union, that China was now a military power and would use force to vindicate its interests, to secure China's leadership of the communist movement in Asia, and to strike at the United States, which Mao believed was planning an eventual invasion of China, at a moment he perceived as opportune. The principal contribution of the new ideology was not its strategic concepts so much as the willpower to defy the strongest nations and to chart its own course. In that broader sense, the Korean War was something more than a draw. It established the newly founded People's Republic of China as a military power and center of Asian revolution. It also built up military credibility that China, as an adversary worthy of fear and respect, would draw on through the next several decades. The memory of Chinese intervention in Korea would later restrain U.S. strategy significantly in Vietnam. Beijing succeeded in using the war and the accompanying, resist America, aid Korea, propaganda and purge campaign to accomplish two central aims of Mao's, to eliminate domestic opposition to party rule, and to instill revolutionary enthusiasm and national pride in the population. Nourishing resentment of Western exploitation, Mao framed the war as a struggle to defeat American arrogance. Battlefield accomplishments were treated as a form of spiritual rejuvenation after decades of Chinese weakness and abuse. China emerged from the war exhausted but redefined in both its own eyes and the world's. Ironically, the biggest loser in the Korean War was Stalin, who had given the green light to Kim Il-sung to start and had urged, even blackmailed, Mao to intervene massively. Encouraged by America's acquiescence in the communist victory in China, he had calculated that Kim Il-sung could repeat the pattern in Korea. The American intervention thwarted that objective. He urged Mao to intervene, expecting that such an act would create a lasting hostility between China and the United States and increase China's dependence on Moscow. Stalin was right in his strategic prediction but erred grievously in assessing the consequences. Chinese dependence on the Soviet Union was double-edged. The rearmament of China that the Soviet Union undertook, in the end, shortened the time until China would be able to act on its own. The Sino-American schism Stalin was promoting did not lead to an improvement of Sino-Soviet relations, nor did it reduce China's Titoist option. On the contrary, Mao calculated that he could defy both superpowers simultaneously. American conflicts with the Soviet Union were so profound that Mao judged he needed to pay no price for Soviet backing in the Cold War, indeed that he could use it as a threat even without its approval, as he did in a number of subsequent crises. Starting with the end of the Korean War, Soviet relations with China deteriorated, caused in no small part by the opaqueness with which Stalin had encouraged Kim Il-sung's adventure, the brutality with which he had pressed China toward intervention, and, above all, the grudging manner of Soviet support, all of which was in the form of repayable loans. Within a decade, the Soviet Union would become China's principal adversary. And before another decade had passed, another reversal of alliance would take place. Chapter 6 China confronts both superpowers. Otto von Bismarck, probably the greatest diplomat of the second half of the 19th century, once said that in a world order of 5 states, it is always desirable to be part of a group of 3. Applied to the interplay of 3 countries, one would therefore think that it is always desirable to be in a group of 2. That truth escaped the chief actors of the China-Soviet U.S. triangle for a decade and a half, partly because of the unprecedented maneuvers of Mao.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
In foreign policy, statesmen often serve their objectives by bringing about a confluence of interests. Mao's policy was based on the opposite. He learned to exploit overlapping hostilities. The conflict between Moscow and Washington was the strategic essence of the Cold War. The hostility between Washington and Beijing dominated Asian diplomacy. But the 2 communist states could never merge their respective hostility toward the United States, except briefly and
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Completely in the Korean War, because of Mao's evolving rivalry with Moscow over ideological primacy and geostrategic analysis. From the point of view of traditional power politics, Mao, of course, was in no position to act as an equal member of the triangular relationship. He was by far the weakest and most vulnerable. But by playing on the mutual hostility of the nuclear superpowers and creating the impression of being impervious to nuclear devastation, he managed to bring about a kind
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
of diplomatic sanctuary for China. Mao added a novel dimension to power politics, one for which I know of no precedent. Far from seeking the support of either superpower, as traditional balance of power theory would have counseled, he exploited the Soviet U.S. fear of each other by challenging each of the rivals simultaneously. Within a year of the end of the Korean War, Mao confronted America militarily in a crisis in the Taiwan Strait. Almost simultaneously, he began to
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
confront the Soviet Union ideologically. He felt confident in pursuing both courses because he calculated that neither superpower would permit his defeat by the other. It was a brilliant application of the Zhuge-Liang empty city stratagem described in an earlier chapter, which turns material weakness into a psychological asset. At the end of the Korean War, traditional students of international affairs, especially Western scholars, expected that Mao would seek a period of respite. Since the victory
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
of the Communists, there had been nary a month of even apparent tranquility. Land reform, the implementation of the Soviet economic model, and the destruction of the domestic opposition had constituted a packed and dramatic domestic agenda. Simultaneously, the still quite underdeveloped country was engaged in a war with a nuclear superpower in possession of advanced military technology. Mao had no intention to enter history for the respites he availed to his society. Instead, he launched
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
China into a set of new upheavals, two conflicts with the United States in the Taiwan Strait, the beginning of conflict with India, and a growing ideological and geopolitical controversy with the Soviet Union. For the United States, by contrast, the end of the Korean War and the advent of the administration of Dwight Eisenhower marked the return to domestic normalcy that would last for the rest of the decade. Internationally, the Korean War became a template for communism's commitment to expansion by political subversion.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Or military aggression wherever possible. Other parts of Asia supplied corroborating evidence: the guerrilla war in Malaysia, the violent bid for power by leftists in Singapore, and, increasingly, in the wars in Indochina. Where the American perception went partially awry was in thinking of communism as a monolith and failing to understand the depth of suspicion, even at this early stage, between the two communist giants. The Eisenhower administration dealt with the threat of aggression by methods.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Borrowed from America's European experience. It tried to shore up the viability of countries bordering the communist world following the example of the Marshall Plan, and it constructed military alliances in the style of NATO, such as the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, (SEATO), between the new nations bordering China in Southeast Asia. It did not fully consider the essential difference between European conditions and those at the fringe of Asia.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
The post-war European countries were established states with elaborated institutions. Their viability depended on closing the gap between expectation and reality, caused by the depredations of the Second World War, an expansive project that proved manageable, however, in a relatively brief period of time as history is measured.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
With domestic stability substantially assured, the security problem turned into defense against a potential military attack across established international frontiers. In Asia around the rim of China, however, the states were still in the process of formation. The challenge was to create political institutions and a political consensus out of ethnic and religious divisions. This was less a military, more a conceptual, task. The security threat was domestic insurrection or guerrilla warfare.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Rather than organized units crossing military frontiers. This was a particular challenge in Indochina, where the end of the French colonial project left 4 countries, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, with contested borders and weak independent national traditions. These conflicts had their own
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Dynamism not controllable in detail from Beijing or Moscow or Washington, yet influenced by the policies of the Strategic Triangle. In Asia, therefore, there were very few, if any, purely military challenges. Military strategy and political and social reform were inextricably linked. The first Taiwan Strait crisis. Beijing and Taipei proclaimed what amounted to 2 competing versions of the same Chinese national identity. In the nationalist view, Taiwan was
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Not an independent state. It was the home of the Republic of China's government in exile, which had been temporarily displaced by communist usurpers, but which, as nationalist propaganda insistently proclaimed, would return to assume its rightful place on the mainland. In Beijing's conception, Taiwan was a renegade province whose separation from the mainland and alliance with foreign powers represented the last vestige of China's century of humiliation. Both Chinese sides agreed that Taiwan and the mainland were part of the same political entity. The disagreement was about which Chinese government was the rightful ruler. Washington and its allies periodically floated the idea of recognizing the Republic of China and the People's Republic of China as separate states, the so-called Two-China solution. Both Chinese sides vociferously rejected this proposal on the ground that it would prevent them from fulfilling a sacred national obligation to liberate the other. Against its initial judgment, Washington affirmed Taipei's stance that
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
The Republic of China was the real Chinese government, entitled to China's seat in the United Nations and other international institutions. Assistant Secretary of State for Eastern Affairs Dean Rusk, later to become Secretary of State, articulated this stance for the Truman administration in 1951, stating that, despite appearances to the contrary, the Peiping, then the nationalist appellation for Beijing, regime is not the government of China. It is not Chinese.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
It is not entitled to speak for China in the community of nations. 1. The People's Republic of China with its capital in Beijing was, for Washington, a legal and diplomatic nonentity, despite its actual control over the world's largest population. This would remain, with only minor variations, the official American position for the next 2 decades. The unintended consequence was American involvement in the Chinese Civil War. It cast the United States, in Beijing's
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
conception of international affairs, as the latest in a string of foreign powers perceived as conspiring for a century to divide and dominate China. In Beijing's view, so long as Taiwan remained under a separate administrative authority receiving foreign political and military assistance, the project of founding a new China would remain incomplete. The United States, Chiang's primary ally, had little appetite for a nationalist reconquest of the mainland. Though Taipei's supporters in Congress periodically called on the White House to unleash Chiang, no American president seriously considered a campaign to reverse the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War, a source of profound misapprehension on the communist side. The first direct Taiwan crisis erupted in August 1954, little more than a year after the end of active hostilities in the Korean War. The pretext for it was a territorial quirk of the nationalist retreat from the mainland, the remaining presence of nationalist forces on several heavily fortified islands hugging the Chinese coast. These offshore islands, which were much closer to the mainland than to Taiwan, included Quemoy, Matsu, and several smaller outcroppings of land. 2. Depending on one's view, the offshore islands were either Taiwan's first line of defense or, as nationalist propaganda proclaimed, its forward operating base for an eventual reconquest of the mainland. The offshore islands were an odd location for what turned into 2 major crises within a decade in which, at one point, both the Soviet Union and the United States implied a readiness to use nuclear weapons. Neither the Soviet Union nor the United States had any strategic interest in the offshore islands. Neither, as it turned out, did China. Instead, Mao used them to make a general point about international relations, as part of his grand strategy against the United States in the first crisis and against the Soviet Union, especially Khrushchev, in the second. At the closest point, Quemoy was roughly 2 miles from the major Chinese port city of Xiamen. Matsu was similarly close to the city of Fuzhou. 3. The islands were visible with the naked eye from the mainland and within easy artillery range. Taiwan was well over 100 miles away. PLA forays against the offshore islands in 1949 were turned back by strong nationalist resistance. Truman's dispatch of the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait at the outset of the Korean War forced Mao to postpone the planned invasion of Taiwan indefinitely, and Beijing's appeals to Moscow for support in the full liberation of Taiwan were met by evasions, a first stage toward the ultimate estrangement. The situation grew more complex when Eisenhower succeeded Truman as president. In his first State of the Union address on February 2, 1953, Eisenhower announced an end to the 7th Fleet's patrol in the Taiwan Strait. Because the fleet had prevented attacks in both directions, Eisenhower reasoned that the mission had meant, in effect, that the U.S. Navy was required to serve as a defensive arm of Communist China, even while Chinese forces were killing American troops in Korea. Now he was ordering it out of the strait, since Americans certainly have no obligation to protect a nation fighting us in Korea, for in China, the 7th Fleet's deployment to the strait had been seen as a major American offensive move. Now, paradoxically, its redeployment set the stage for a new crisis. Taipei began reinforcing Quemoy and Matsu with thousands of additional troops and a significant store of military hardware. Both sides now faced a dilemma. China would never abandon its commitment to the return of Taiwan, but it could postpone its implementation in the face of overwhelming obstacles such as the presence of the 7th Fleet. After the fleet's withdrawal, it faced no comparable obstacle vis-a-vis the offshore islands. For its part, America had committed itself to the defense of Taiwan, but a war over offshore islands that Secretary of State John Foster Dulles described as a bunch of rocks was another matter. 5. The confrontation became more acute when the Eisenhower administration began negotiating a formal mutual defense treaty with Taiwan, followed by the creation of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. When faced with a challenge, Mao generally took the most unexpected and most intricate course. While Secretary of State John Dulles was flying to Manila for the formation of SEATO, Mao ordered a massive shelling of Quemoy and Matsu, a shot across the bow of Taiwan's increasing autonomy and a test of Washington's commitment to multilateral defense of Asia. The initial artillery barrage on Quemoy claimed the lives of 2 American military officers and prompted the immediate redeployment of 3 U.S. carrier battle groups to the vicinity of the Taiwan Strait. Keeping to its pledge to no longer serve as a defensive arm of the People's Republic of China, Washington now approved retaliatory artillery and aircraft strikes by nationalist forces against the mainland. 6. In the meantime, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff began developing plans for the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons should the crisis escalate. Eisenhower demurred for the moment at least, and approved a plan to seek a ceasefire resolution at the UN Security Council. The crisis over territory nobody wanted had become global. The crisis had, however, no obvious political objective. China was not threatening Taiwan directly, the United States did not want a change in the status of the strait. The crisis became less a rush to confrontation, as the media presented it, than a subtle exercise in crisis management. Both sides maneuvered toward intricate rules designed to prevent the military confrontation they were proclaiming on the political level. Sun Tzu was alive and well in the diplomacy of the Taiwan Strait. The outcome was combative coexistence, not war. To deter an attack caused by a misapprehension as to American resolve, as in Korea, Dulles and the Taiwanese ambassador in Washington, on November 23, 1954, initialed the text of the long-planned defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan. However, on the matter of the territory that had just come under actual attack, the American commitment was ambiguous. The treaty applied specifically only to Taiwan and the Pescadores Islands, a larger group of islands about 25 miles from Taiwan. It made no mention of Quemoy, Matsu, and other territories close to the Chinese mainland, leaving them to be defined later, as may be determined by mutual consent. 7. For his part, Mao prohibited his commanders from attacking American forces, while laying down a marker to blunt America's most intimidating weapon. China, he proclaimed, in the incongruous setting of a meeting with the new Finnish ambassador in Beijing, was impervious to the threat of nuclear war. The Chinese people are not to be cowed by U.S. atomic blackmail. Our country has a population of 600 million and an area of 9,600,000 square kilometers. The United States cannot annihilate the Chinese nation with its small stack of atom bombs. Even if the U.S. atom bombs were so powerful that, when dropped on China, they would make a hole right through the earth, or even blow it up, that would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, though it might be a major event for the solar system. If the United States with its planes plus the A-bomb is to launch a war of aggression against China, then China with its Millet plus rifles is sure to emerge the victor. The people of the whole world will support us. 8. Since both Chinese sides were playing by Weiqi rules, the mainland began moving into the gap left by the treaty's omissions. On January 18, it invaded the Dachin and Yijiangshan Islands, 2 smaller island groups not specifically covered by the treaty. Both sides continued to carefully define their limits. The United States did not attempt to defend the small islands. The 7th Fleet, in fact, assisted with the evacuation of nationalist forces. PLA forces were prohibited to fire on American armed forces. As it turned out, Mao's rhetoric had a greater impact on his Soviet allies than on the United States. For it confronted Khrushchev with the dilemma of supporting his ally for a cause that reflected no Russian strategic interest but involved risks of nuclear war, which Khrushchev increasingly described as unacceptable. The Soviet Union's European allies with their tiny populations were even more terrified of Mao's utterances about China's capacity to lose half its population in a war and eventually prevail. As for the United States, Eisenhower and Dulles matched Mao's dexterity. They had no intention to test Mao's endurance with respect to nuclear warfare. But neither were they prepared to abandon the option of defending the national interest. In the last week of January, they arranged for the passage of a resolution of both houses of the United States Congress authorizing Eisenhower to use U.S. forces to defend Taiwan, the Pescadores Islands, and related positions and territories in the Taiwan Strait. 9. The art of crisis management is to raise the stakes to where the adversary will not follow, but in a manner that avoids a tit-for-tat. On that principle Dulles, at a press conference on March 15, 1955, announced that the United States was prepared to meet any major new communist offensive with tactical nuclear weapons, which China did not have. The next day, Eisenhower confirmed the warning, observing that so long as civilians were not in harm's way, he saw no reason the United States could not use tactical nuclear weapons, just exactly as you would use a bullet or anything else. 10. It was the first time the United States had made a specific nuclear threat in an ongoing crisis. Mao proved more willing to announce China's imperviousness to nuclear war than to practice it. He ordered Zhou Enlai, then at the Asian-African Conference of Non-Aligned Countries in Bandung, Indonesia, to sound the retreat. On April 23, 1955, Zhou extended the olive branch. Chinese people do not want to have a war with the United States of America. The Chinese government is willing to sit down and enter into negotiations with the U.S. government to discuss the question of relaxing tension in the Far East, and especially the question of relaxing tension in the Taiwan area. 11. The next week China ended the shelling campaign in the Taiwan Strait. The outcome, like that of the Korean War, was a draw, in which each side achieved its short-term objectives. The United States faced down a military threat. Mao, aware that mainland forces did not have the capacity to occupy Quemoy and Matsu in the face of concerted opposition, later explained his strategy as having been much more complex. Far from seeking to occupy the offshore islands, he told Khrushchev that he had used the threat against them to keep Taiwan from breaking its link to the mainland. All we wanted to do was show our potential. We don't want Chiang to be too far away from us. We want to keep him within our reach. Having him, on Quemoy and Matsu, means we can get at him with our shore batteries as well as our air force. If we'd occupied the islands, we would have lost the ability to cause him discomfort any time we want. 12. In that version, Beijing shelled Quemoy to reaffirm its claim to one China, but restrained its action to prevent a two-China solution from emerging. Moscow, with a more literal approach to strategy and actual knowledge of nuclear weapons, found it incomprehensible that a leader might go to the brink of nuclear war to make a largely symbolic point. As Khrushchev complained to Mao, if you shoot, then you ought to capture these islands, and if you do not consider necessary capturing these islands, then there is no use in firing. I do not understand this policy of yours. 13. It has even been claimed, in a one-sided but often thought-provoking biography of Mao, that Mao's real motive in the crisis had been to create a risk of nuclear war so acute that Moscow would be obliged to assist Beijing's fledgling nuclear weapons program to ease the pressure for Soviet assistance. 14. Among the many counterintuitive aspects of the crisis was the apparent Soviet decision, later revoked as a result of the Second Offshore Islands crisis, to help Beijing's nuclear program in order to put a distance between itself and its troublesome ally in any future crisis by leaving the nuclear defense of China in China's hands. Diplomatic interlude with the United States. One result of the crisis was the resumption of a formal dialogue between the United States and China. At the Geneva Conference of 1954 to settle the First Vietnam War between France and the communist-led independence movement, Beijing and Washington had grudgingly agreed to maintain contacts through consular-level officials based in Geneva. The arrangement provided a framework for a kind of safety net to avoid confrontations because of misapprehensions. But neither side did so with any conviction. Or rather, their convictions ran in opposite directions. The Korean War had put an end to all diplomatic initiatives toward China in the Truman administration. The Eisenhower administration, coming into office with the war in Korea not yet ended, considered China the most intransigent and revolutionary of the communist powers. Hence its primary strategic goal was the construction of a security system in Asia to contain potential Chinese aggression. Diplomatic overtures to China were avoided lest they jeopardize still fragile security systems such as SEATO and the emerging alliances with Japan and South Korea. Dulles' refusal to shake hands with Zhou Enlai at the Geneva Conference reflected both moral rejection and strategic design. Mao's attitude was the mirror image of Dulles' and Eisenhower's. The Taiwan issue created a permanent cause of confrontation, especially so long as the United States treated the Taiwan authorities as the legitimate government of all of China. Deadlock was inherent in Sino-U.S. diplomacy because China would discuss no other subject until the United States agreed to withdraw from Taiwan, and the United States would not talk about withdrawing from Taiwan until China had renounced the use of force to solve the Taiwan question. By the same token, the Sino-U.S. dialogue, after the first Taiwan Strait crisis, ran into the ground because so long as each side maintained its basic position, there was nothing to talk about. The United States reiterated that the status of Taiwan should be settled through negotiations between Beijing and Taipei, which should also involve the United States and Japan. Beijing interpreted this proposal as an attempt to reopen the Cairo Conference decision that, during the Second World War, declared Taiwan part of China. It refused as well to renounce the use of force as an infringement of China's sovereign right to establish control over its own national territory. Ambassador Wang Bingnan, the principal Chinese negotiator for a decade, summed up the deadlock in his memoirs. In retrospect, it was impossible for the U.S. to change its China policy at the time. Under the circumstances, we went directly at the Taiwan question, which was the most difficult, least likely to be resolved, and most emotional. It was only natural that talks could not get anywhere. Only 2 agreements resulted from these discussions. The first was procedural, to upgrade existing contacts at Geneva, which had been held at the consular level, to ambassadorial rank. The significance of the ambassadorial designation is that ambassadors are technically personal representatives of their head of state and presumably have somewhat greater latitude and influence. This only served to institutionalize paralysis. 136 meetings were held over a period of 16 years from 1955 until 1971 between the local U.S. and Chinese ambassadors, most of them in Warsaw, which became the venue for the talks in 1958. The only substantive agreement reached was in September 1955, when China and the United States permitted citizens trapped in each country by the Civil War to return home. 16 thereafter, for a decade and a half, American policy remained focused on eliciting a formal renunciation of the use of force from China. We have searched year after year. Secretary of State Dean Rusk testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in March 1966, for some sign that Communist China was ready to renounce the use of force to resolve disputes. We have also searched for some indication that it was ready to abandon its premise that the United States is its prime enemy. The Chinese Communist attitudes and actions have been hostile and rigid. 17 American foreign policy toward no other country had ever been submitted to such a stringent precondition for negotiation as a blanket renunciation of the use of force. Rusk did take note of the gap between the fierce Chinese rhetoric and its relatively restrained international performance in the 1960s. Still, he argued that American policy, in effect, should be based on the rhetoric, that ideology was more significant than conduct. Some say we should ignore what the Chinese communist leaders say and judge them only by what they do. It is true that they have been more cautious in action than in words, more cautious in what they do themselves than in what they have urged the Soviet Union to do. But it does not follow that we should disregard the intentions and plans for the future which they have proclaimed. 18 Based on these attitudes, in 1957, using the Chinese refusal to renounce the use of force over Taiwan as a pretext, the United States downgraded the Geneva talks from the ambassador to the first secretary level. China withdrew its delegation, and the talks were suspended. The second Taiwan Strait crisis followed soon after, though ostensibly for another reason. Mao, Khrushchev, and the Sino-Soviet split in 1953. Stalin died after more than 3 decades in power. His successor, after a brief transitional period, was Nikita Khrushchev. The terror of Stalin's rule had left its mark on Khrushchev's generation. They had made their big step up the ladder in the purges of the 1930s when an entire generation of leaders was wiped out. They had purchased the sudden rise to eminence at the cost of permanent emotional insecurity. They had witnessed, and participated in, the wholesale decapitation of a ruling group, and they knew that the same fate might await them, indeed Stalin was in the process of beginning another purge as he was dying. They were not yet ready to modify the system that had generated institutionalized terror. Rather they attempted to alter some of its practices while reaffirming the core beliefs to which they had devoted their lives, blaming the failures on the abuse of power by Stalin. This was the psychological basis of what came to be known as Khrushchev's secret speech, to be discussed below. With all their posturing, the new leaders knew deep down that the Soviet Union was not competitive in an ultimate sense. Much of Khrushchev's foreign policy can be described as a quest to achieve a quick fix, the explosion of a super-high-yield thermonuclear device in 1961, the succession of Berlin ultimatums, the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. With the perspective of the intervening decades, these steps can be considered a quest for a kind of psychological equilibrium permitting a negotiation with a country that Khrushchev deep down understood was considerably stronger. Toward China, Khrushchev's posture was condescension tinged with frustration that the self-confident Chinese leaders presumed to challenge Moscow's ideological predominance. He grasped the strategic benefit of the Chinese alliance, but he feared the implications of the Chinese version of ideology. He tried to impress Mao but never learned the grammar of what Mao might have taken seriously. Mao used the Soviet threat without paying attention to Soviet priorities. In the end, Khrushchev withdrew from his initial commitment to the alliance with China into a sulky aloofness while gradually increasing Soviet military strength along the Chinese frontier, tempting his successor, Leonid Brezhnev, into exploring the prospects of preemptive action against China. Ideology had brought Beijing and Moscow together, and ideology drove them apart again. There was too much shared history raising question marks. Chinese leaders could not forget the territorial exactions of the Tsars nor Stalin's willingness, during the Second World War.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
To settle with Chiang Kai-shek at the expense of the Chinese Communist Party. The first meeting between Stalin and Mao had not gone well. When Mao came to put himself under Moscow's security umbrella, it took him 2 months to convince Stalin, and he had to pay for the alliance with major economic concessions in Manchuria and Xinjiang impairing the unity of China. History was the starting point, but contemporary experience supplied seemingly endless frictions. The Soviet Union regarded the
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Communist world as a single strategic entity whose leadership was in Moscow. It had established satellite regimes in Eastern Europe that were dependent on Soviet military and, to some extent, economic support. It seemed natural to the Soviet Politburo that the same pattern of dominance should prevail in Asia. In terms of Chinese history, his own Sinocentric view, and his own definition of communist ideology, nothing could have been more repugnant to Mao. Cultural differences exacerbated.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Latent tensions, especially since the Soviet leaders were generally oblivious of Chinese historic sensitivities. A good example is Khrushchev's request that China supply workers for logging projects in Siberia. He struck a raw nerve in Mao, who told him in 1958, "You know, Comrade Khrushchev, for years it's been a widely held view that because China is an underdeveloped and overpopulated country, with widespread unemployment, it represents a good source of cheap labor."
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
But you know, we Chinese find this attitude very offensive. Coming from you, it's rather embarrassing. If we were to accept your proposal, others might think that the Soviet Union has the same image of China that the capitalist West has. 19 Mao's passionate Sinocentrism prevented him from participating in the basic premises of the Moscow-run Soviet Empire. The focal point of that empire's security and political efforts was in Europe, which was of secondary concern to
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Mao. When, in 1955, the Soviet Union created the Warsaw Pact of Communist countries as a counterweight to NATO, Mao refused to join. China would not subordinate the defense of its national interests to a coalition. Instead, Zhou Enlai was sent to the 1955 Asian-African Conference in Bandung. The conference created a novel and paradoxical grouping, the alignment of the non-aligned. Mao had sought Soviet support as a counterweight to
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Potential American pressure on China in pursuit of American hegemony in Asia. But concurrently he tried to organize the non-aligned into a safety net against Soviet hegemony. In that sense, almost from the beginning, the two communist giants were competing with each other. The fundamental differences went to the essence of the two societies' images of themselves. Russia, salvaged from foreign invaders by brute force and endurance, had never claimed to be a universal inspiration to other societies.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
A significant part of its population was non-Russian. Its greatest rulers, like Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, had brought foreign thinkers and experts to their courts to learn from more advanced foreigners, an unthinkable concept in the Chinese imperial court. Russian rulers appealed to their people on the basis of their endurance, not their greatness. Russian diplomacy relied, to an extraordinary extent, on superior power. Russia rarely had allies among
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Countries where it had not stationed military forces. Russian diplomacy tended to be power-oriented, tenaciously holding on to fixed positions and transforming foreign policy into trench warfare. Mao represented a society that, over the centuries, had been the largest, best organized, and, in the Chinese view at least, most beneficent political institution in the world. That its performance would have a vast international impact was received wisdom. When a Chinese ruler appealed to his people to work hard so that they could become the greatest people in the world, he was exhorting them to reclaim a preeminence that, in the Chinese interpretation of history, had been only recently and temporarily misplaced. Such a country inevitably found it impossible to play the role of junior partner. In societies based on ideology, the right to define legitimacy becomes crucial. Mao, who described himself as a teacher to the journalist Edgar Snow and thought of himself as a significant philosopher, would never concede intellectual leadership of the communist world. China's claim to a right to define orthodoxy threatened the cohesion of Moscow's empire and opened the door to other largely national interpretations of Marxism. What started as irritations over nuances of interpretation transformed into disputes over practice and theory and eventually turned into actual military clashes. The People's Republic began by modeling its economy on Soviet economic policies of the 1930s and 1940s. In 1952, Zhou went so far as to visit Moscow for advice regarding the first Chinese five-year plan. Stalin sent his comments in early 1953, urging Beijing to adopt a more balanced approach and temper its planned rate of economic growth to no more than 13 to 14% annually. But by December 1955, Mao openly distinguished the Chinese economy from its Soviet counterpart and enumerated the unique and great challenges that the Chinese had faced and overcome in contrast to their Soviet allies. We had 20 years' experience in the base areas, and were trained in 3 revolutionary wars. Our experience, on coming to power, was exceedingly rich. Therefore, we were able to set up a state very quickly, and complete the tasks of the revolution. The Soviet Union was a newly established state. At the time of the October Revolution, 21 they had neither army nor government apparatus, and there were very few party members. Our population is very numerous, and our position is excellent. Our people work industriously and bear much hardship. Consequently, we can reach socialism more, better, and faster. 22 In an April 1956 speech on economic policy, Mao transformed a practical difference into a philosophical one. He defined China's path to socialism as unique and superior to that of the Soviet Union. We have done better than the Soviet Union and a number of Eastern European countries. The prolonged failure of the Soviet Union to reach the highest pre-October Revolution level in grain output, the grave problems arising from the glaring disequilibrium between the development of heavy industry and that of light industry in some Eastern European countries, such problems do not exist in our country. 23 differences between Chinese and Soviet conceptions of their practical imperatives turned into an ideological clash when, in February 1956, Khrushchev addressed the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and denounced Stalin for a series of crimes, several of which he detailed. Khrushchev's speech convulsed the communist world. Decades of experience had been based on ritualistic affirmations of Stalin's infallibility, including in China, where, whatever qualms Mao may have had about Stalin's conduct as an ally, he formally acknowledged his special ideological contribution. Deepening the insult, non-Soviet delegates, including Chinese delegates, were not permitted in the hall when Khrushchev delivered his speech, and Moscow declined to provide even its fraternal allies with an authoritative text. Beijing cobbled together its initial response based on Chinese delegates' incomplete notes of a second-hand version of Khrushchev's remarks. Eventually the Chinese leadership was forced to rely on Chinese translations of reports from the 24 New York Times. Beijing lost little time in assailing Moscow for having discarded the sword of Stalin. The Chinese Titoism that Stalin had feared from the beginning raised its head in the form of a Chinese defense of the ideological importance of Stalin's legacy. Mao branded Khrushchev's de-Stalinization initiative a form of revisionism, a new ideological insult, which implied that the Soviet Union was moving away from communism and back toward its bourgeois past. 25 To restore a measure of unity, Khrushchev assembled a conference of socialist countries in Moscow in 1957. Mao attended. It was only the second time that he had left China, and it was to be his last sojourn abroad. The Soviet Union had just launched Sputnik, the first orbiting satellite, and the meeting was dominated by the belief, shared then by many in the West, that Soviet technology and power were ascendant. Mao adopted this notion, declaring pungently that the east wind now prevailed over the west wind. But he drew from the apparent relative decline of American power a conclusion uncomfortable for his Soviet allies, namely that China was in an increasingly strong position to assert its autonomy. Their real purpose, Mao later told his doctor, is to control us. They're trying to tie our hands and feet. But they're full of wishful thinking, like idiots talking about their dreams. 26 In the meantime, the 1957 conference in Moscow reaffirmed Khrushchev's call for the socialist bloc to strive for peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world, a goal first adopted at the same 1956 Congress at which Khrushchev delivered his secret speech criticizing Stalin. In a startling rebuke to Khrushchev's policy, Mao used the occasion to call his socialist colleagues to arms in the struggle against imperialism, including his standard speech on China's imperviousness to nuclear destruction. We shouldn't fear war, he declared, we shouldn't be afraid of atomic bombs and missiles. No matter what kind of war breaks out, conventional or thermonuclear, we'll win. As for China, if the imperialists unleash war on us, we may lose more than 300 million people. So what? War is war. The years will pass, and we'll get to work producing more babies than ever before. 27 Khrushchev found the speech deeply disturbing, and he recalled the audience's strained and nervous laughter as Mao described nuclear Armageddon in whimsical and earthy language. After the speech, the Czechoslovak communist leader Antonin Novotny complained, "What about us? We have only 12 million people in Czechoslovakia. We'd lose every last soul in a war. There wouldn't be anyone left to start over again." 28 China and the Soviet Union now were engaged in constant, frequently public controversies, yet they were also still formal allies. Khrushchev seemed convinced that the restoration of comradely relations awaited only some new Soviet initiative. He did not understand, or, if he did, would not admit to himself, that his policy of peaceful coexistence, especially when coupled with pronouncements of the fear of nuclear war, was, in Mao's eyes, incompatible with the Sino-Soviet alliance. For Mao was convinced that, in a crisis, fear of nuclear war would trump loyalty to the ally. In these circumstances, Mao missed no opportunity to assert Chinese autonomy. In 1958, Khrushchev proposed, via the Soviet ambassador in Beijing, the building of a radio station in China to communicate with Soviet submarines, and to help build submarines for China in return for the use of Chinese ports by the Soviet Navy. Since China was a formal ally, and the Soviet Union had supplied it with much of the technology to improve its own military capacities, Khrushchev apparently thought Mao would welcome the offer. He was proved disastrously wrong. Mao reacted furiously to the initial Soviet proposals, berating the Soviet ambassador in Beijing and causing such alarm in Moscow that Khrushchev traveled to Beijing to assuage his allies' wounded pride. Once in Beijing, however, Khrushchev made an even less appealing follow-up proposal, which was to offer China special access to Soviet submarine bases in the Arctic Ocean, in exchange for Soviet use of China's warm water ports in the Pacific. "No," Mao replied, "we won't agree to that either. Every country should keep its armed forces on its own territory and on no one else's. 29 As the chairman recalled, we've had the British and other foreigners on our territory for years now, and we're not ever going to let anyone use our land for their own purposes again. 30 In a normal alliance, disagreements on a specific issue would usually lead to increased efforts to settle differences on the remaining agenda. During Khrushchev's calamitous 1958 visit to Beijing, it provided an occasion for a seemingly endless catalogue of complaints by both sides. Khrushchev put himself at a disadvantage to begin with by blaming the dispute about naval bases on an unauthorized démarche by his ambassador. Mao, only too familiar with the way communist states were organized, with a strict separation of military and civilian channels, easily saw through the utter inconceivability of that proposition. The recital of the sequence of events led to an extended dialogue in which Mao lured Khrushchev into ever more humiliating and absurd propositions, the point probably being made to demonstrate for Chinese cadres the unreliability of the leader who had presumed to challenge Stalin's image. It also provided Mao with an opportunity to convey how deeply Moscow's overbearing conduct had cut. Mao complained about Stalin's condescending behavior during his visit to Moscow in the winter of 1949-50. Mao. After the victory of our revolution, Stalin had doubts about its character. He believed that China was another Yugoslavia. Khrushchev, yes, he considered it possible. Mao, when I came to Moscow, in December 1949, he did not want to conclude a treaty of friendship with us and did not want to annul the old treaty with the Kuomintang. 31 I recall that, Soviet interpreter Nikolai, Fedorenko and, Stalin's emissary to the People's Republic Ivan, Kovalev passed me his, Stalin's, advice to take a trip around the country, to look around. But I told them that I have only 3 tasks, eat, sleep and shit. I did not come to Moscow only to congratulate Stalin on his birthday. Therefore I said that if you do not want to conclude a treaty of friendship, so be it. I will fulfill my 3 tasks. 32 The mutual needling quickly went beyond history into contemporary disputes. When Khrushchev asked Mao if the Chinese really considered the Soviets red imperialists, Mao made clear how much the quid pro quo for the alliance had rankled. It is not a matter of red or white imperialists. There was a man by the name of Stalin, who took Port Arthur and turned Xinjiang and Manchuria into semi-colonies, and he also created 4 joint companies. These were all his good deeds. 33 Still, whatever Mao's complaints on a national basis, he respected Stalin's ideological contribution. Khrushchev, you defended Stalin. And you criticized me for criticizing Stalin. And now vice versa. Mao, you criticized him for different matters. Khrushchev, at the party congress I spoke about this as well. Mao, I always said, now, and then in Moscow, that the criticism of Stalin's mistakes is justified. We only disagree with the lack of strict limits to criticism. We believe that out of Stalin's 10 fingers, 3 were rotten ones. 34 Mao set the tone of the next day's meeting by receiving Khrushchev not in a ceremonial room but in his swimming pool. Khrushchev, who could not swim, was obliged to wear water wings. The 2 statesmen conversed while swimming, with the interpreters following them up and down the side of the pool. Khrushchev would later complain, it was Mao's way of putting himself in an advantageous position. Well, I got sick of it. I crawled out, sat on the edge, and dangled my legs in the pool. Now I was on top and he was swimming below. 35 Relations had deteriorated even further a year later when Khrushchev stopped in Beijing, on his return trip from the United States, to brief his fractious ally on October 3, 1959, on his summit with Eisenhower. The Chinese leaders, already highly suspicious about Khrushchev's American sojourn, were further agitated when Khrushchev took the side of India with respect to the first border clashes in the Himalayas between Indian and Chinese forces that had just occurred. Khrushchev, whose strong suit was not diplomacy, managed to raise the sensitive issue of the Dalai Lama. Few topics could generate a more hair-trigger Chinese response. He criticized Mao for not having been tough enough during the uprisings in Tibet earlier that year, which had culminated in the Dalai Lama's flight to northern India. I will tell you what a guest should not say, smiley face, the events in Tibet are your fault. You ruled in Tibet, you should have had your intelligence there and should have known about the plans and intentions of the Dalai Lama. 36 After Mao objected, Khrushchev insisted on pursuing the subject by suggesting that the Chinese should have eliminated the Dalai Lama rather than let him escape. Khrushchev: as to the escape of the Dalai Lama from Tibet, if we had been in your place, we would not have let him escape. It would be better if he was in a coffin. And now he is in India, and perhaps will go to the USA. Is this to the advantage of the socialist countries? Mao, this is impossible, we could not arrest him then. We could not bar him from leaving, since the border with India is very extended, and he could cross it at any point. Khrushchev: it's not a matter of arrest, I am just saying that you were wrong to let him go. If you allow him an opportunity to flee to India, then what has Nehru to do with it? We believe that the events in Tibet are the fault of the Communist Party of China, not Nehru's fault. 37 It was the last time Mao and Khrushchev were to meet. What is amazing is that for another 10 years the world treated Sino-Soviet tensions as a kind of family quarrel between the two communist giants rather than the existential battle into which it was turning. Amidst these mounting tensions with the Soviet Union, Mao initiated another crisis with the United States. The Second Taiwan Strait Crisis. On August 23, 1958, the People's Liberation Army began another massive shelling campaign of the offshore islands, accompanying its bombardment with propaganda salvos calling for the liberation of Taiwan. After 2 weeks, it paused, and then resumed the shelling for a further 29 days. Finally, it settled into an almost whimsical pattern of shelling the islands on odd-numbered days of the month, with explicit warnings to their inhabitants and often avoiding sites of military significance, a maneuver Mao described to his senior associates as an act of political battle, rather than conventional military strategy. 38 Some of the factors at work in this crisis were familiar. Beijing again sought to test the limits of the American commitment to defend Taiwan. The shelling was also partly a reaction to American downgrading of the U.S. China talks that had resumed after the last offshore island crisis. But the dominant impetus seems to have been a desire to stake a global role for China. Mao explained to his colleagues at a leadership retreat held at the outset of the crisis that the shelling of Quemoy and Matsu was China's reaction to American intervention in Lebanon, where American and British troops had been landed during the summer. Bombardment of Jinmen, Quemoy, frankly speaking, was our turn to create international tension for a purpose. We intended to teach the Americans a lesson. America had bullied us for many years, so now that we had a chance, why not give it a hard time? Americans started a fire in the Middle East, and we started another in the Far East. We would see what they would do with it. 39 In that sense the shelling of the offshore islands was a blow in the contest with the Soviet Union. Soviet quiescence in the face of a strategic American move in the Middle East was being contrasted with Chinese ideological and strategic vigilance. Having demonstrated its military resolve, Mao explained, China would now rejoin the talks with the United States and have available, both an action arena and a talk arena. 40, an application of the Sun Tzu principle of combative coexistence in its modern version of offensive deterrence. The most significant dimension of the shelling was not the taunting of the American superpower so much as the challenge to China's formal ally, the Soviet Union. Khrushchev's policy of peaceful coexistence had made the Soviet Union, in Mao's eyes, a problematical ally and perhaps even a potential adversary. Thus, Mao seems to have reasoned, if the Taiwan Strait crisis were pushed to the brink of war, Khrushchev might have to choose between his new policy of peaceful coexistence and his alliance with China. In a sense Mao succeeded. What conferred a special edge to Mao's maneuvers was that the Chinese policy in the strait was being carried out ostensibly with the blessing of Moscow so far as the world was concerned. For Khrushchev had visited Beijing 3 weeks before the Second Taiwan Strait crisis, for the disastrous encounters over the submarine base issues, much as he had been there in the opening weeks of the first crisis 4 years earlier. In neither case had Mao revealed his intentions to the Soviets either before or during the visit. In each instance Washington assumed, and Eisenhower alleged as much in a letter to Khrushchev, that Mao was acting not only with Moscow's support but at its behest. Beijing was adding its Soviet ally to its diplomatic lineup against its will and indeed without Moscow realizing that it was being used. A school of thought even holds that Mao invented the submarine base crisis to induce Khrushchev to come to Beijing to play his assigned role in that design. The second Taiwan Strait crisis paralleled the first, with the principal difference being that the Soviet Union participated in issuing nuclear threats on behalf of an ally that was in the process of humiliating it. Roughly 1,000 people were killed or wounded in the 1958 bombardment. As in the first Taiwan Strait crisis, Beijing combined provocative evocations of nuclear war with a carefully calibrated operational strategy. Mao initially asked his commanders to conduct the shelling in such a way as to avoid American fatalities. When they responded that no such guarantee was possible, he ordered them not to cross into the airspace over the offshore islands, to fire only on nationalist vessels, and not to return fire even if fired on by U.S. ships. 41 Both before and during the crisis, PRC propaganda trumpeted the slogan, "We must liberate Taiwan." But when the PLA's radio station undertook a broadcast announcing that a Chinese landing was imminent and inviting nationalist forces to change sides and join the great cause of liberating Taiwan, Mao declared it a serious mistake. 42 In John Foster Dulles, Mao met an adversary who knew how to play the game of combative coexistence. On September 4, 1958, Dulles reiterated the U.S. commitment to the defense of Taiwan, including related positions such as Quemoy and Matsu. Dulles intuited China's limited aims and in effect signaled American willingness to keep the crisis limited, despite, however, what the Chinese communists say, and so far have done. It is not yet certain that their purpose is in fact to make an all-out effort to conquer by force Taiwan, Formosa, and the offshore islands. 43 On September 5, Zhou Enlai confirmed China's limited aims when he announced that Beijing's goal in the conflict was the resumption of U.S.-China talks at the ambassadorial level. On September 6, the White House released a statement taking note of Zhou's remarks and indicating that the United States ambassador at Warsaw stood ready to represent the United States at resumed talks. With this exchange, the crisis should have been over. As if they were rehearsing a by now familiar play, the two sides had repeated time-worn threats and had arrived at a familiar deus ex machina, the resumption of ambassadorial talks. The only party in the triangular relationship who did not grasp what was taking place was Khrushchev. Having heard Mao proclaim his imperviousness to nuclear war in Moscow the year previously and recently in Beijing, he was torn between contradictory fears of nuclear war and of the potential loss of an important ally if he failed to stand by China. His dedicated Marxism made it impossible for him to understand that his ideological ally had become a strategic adversary, yet his knowledge of nuclear weapons was too great to integrate them comfortably into a diplomacy that constantly relied on threatening their use. When a rattled statesman confronts a dilemma, he is sometimes tempted to pursue every course of action simultaneously. Khrushchev sent his foreign minister, Andrei Gromyko, to Beijing to urge restraint, which he knew would not be well received, and, to balance it, to show the Chinese leaders a draft letter he proposed to send Eisenhower, threatening full support, implying nuclear support, for China should the Taiwan Strait crisis escalate. The letter stressed that, an attack on the Chinese People's Republic, which is a great friend, ally and neighbor of our country, is an attack on the Soviet Union, and warned that the Soviet Union will do everything to defend the security of both states. 44 The initiative failed with both addressees. Khrushchev's letter was politely rejected by Eisenhower on September 12. Welcoming the Chinese willingness to rejoin ambassadorial talks and repeating Washington's insistence that Beijing renounce the use of force over Taiwan, Eisenhower urged Khrushchev to recommend restraint to Beijing. Oblivious to the reality that Khrushchev was an actor in a play written by others, Eisenhower implied collusion between Moscow and Beijing, noting that, his intense military activity was begun on August 23, some 3 weeks after your visit to Peiping. 45 In a public address delivered roughly simultaneously on September 11, 1958, Eisenhower justified American involvement in the offshore islands in sweeping terms. The shelling of Quemoy and Matsu, he warned, was analogous to Hitler's occupation of the Rhineland, Mussolini's occupation of Ethiopia, or, in a comparison that must have particularly vexed the Chinese, the Japanese conquest of Manchuria in the 1930s. Gromyko fared no better in Beijing. Mao responded to the draft letter by speaking openly of the possibility of nuclear war and the conditions under which the Soviets should retaliate with nuclear weapons against America. The threats were all the safer to make because Mao knew the danger of war had already passed. In his memoirs, Gromyko recounts being flabbergasted by Mao's bravado and quoted the Chinese leader as telling him, "I suppose the Americans might go so far as to unleash a war against China. China must reckon with this possibility, and we do. But we have no intention of capitulating. If the USA attacks China with nuclear weapons, the Chinese armies must retreat from the border regions into the depths of the country. They must draw the enemy in deep so as to grip US forces in a pincer inside China. Only when the Americans are right in the central provinces should you give them everything you've got." 46 Mao was not asking for Soviet help until American forces had been drawn deep into China, which he knew was not going to happen in the already completed scenario. Gromyko's report from Beijing seems to have shocked Khrushchev. Though ambassadorial talks had already been agreed between Washington and Beijing, Khrushchev undertook 2 more steps to prevent nuclear war. To calm what he understood to be Beijing's fear of American invasion, he offered to send Soviet anti-aircraft units to Fujian. 47 Beijing delayed a response and then accepted when the crisis was already over, provided that Soviet troops were placed under Chinese command, an improbable outcome. 48 In a further demonstration of his nervousness, Khrushchev sent another letter to Eisenhower on September 19, urging restraint but warning of the imminence of nuclear war. 49 Except that China and the United States had, in fact, already settled the issue before Khrushchev's second letter arrived. In their meeting on October 3, 1959, Khrushchev had summed up the Soviet attitude during the Taiwan crises to Mao. "Between us, in a confidential way, we say that we will not fight over Taiwan, but for outside consumption, so to say, we state on the contrary, that in case of an aggravation of the situation because of Taiwan the USSR will defend the PRC. In its turn, the US declare that they will defend Taiwan. Therefore, a kind of pre-war situation emerges." 50 Khrushchev had enabled Mao to lure him into so futile a course by trying to be both clever and cynical. Especially when ultimate decisions of peace and war are involved, a strategist must be aware that bluffs may be called and must take into account the impact on his future credibility of an empty threat. On Taiwan, Mao used Khrushchev's ambivalence to entice him into making a nuclear threat that he had admitted he had no intention of carrying out, straining Moscow's relationship with the United States on behalf of an issue Khrushchev considered unimportant and of an allied leader who despised him. One can only imagine Mao's bemusement. He had goaded Moscow and Washington into threatening nuclear war against each other over some of the world's least vital geopolitical real estate in what was an essentially non-military piece of Chinese political theater. Moreover, Mao had done so at a time of his choosing, while China remained vastly weaker than the United States or the USSR, and in a manner that allowed him to claim a significant propaganda victory and rejoin Sino-U.S. ambassadorial talks from what his propaganda would claim was a position of strength. Having triggered the crisis and brought it to a close, Mao asserted that he had achieved his objectives. "We fought this campaign, which made the United States willing to talk. The United States has opened the door. The situation seems to be no good for them, and they will feel nervous day in and day out if they don't hold talks with us now. Okay, then let's talk. For the overall situation, it is better to settle disputes with the United States through talks, or peaceful means, because we are all peace-loving people." 51 Zhou Enlai offered an even more complicated assessment. He saw the Second Taiwan Strait crisis as a demonstration of the ability of the two Chinese parties to engage in tacit bargaining with each other across the barriers of opposing ideologies and even while the nuclear powers were fencing about nuclear war. Nearly 15 years later, Zhou recounted Beijing's strategy to Richard Nixon during the president's 1972 visit to Beijing. In 1958, then-Secretary Dulles wanted Chiang Kai-shek to give up the islands of Quemoy and Matsu so as to completely sever Taiwan and the mainland and draw a line there. Chiang Kai-shek was not willing to do this. 52 We also advised him not to withdraw from Quemoy and Matsu. We advised him not to withdraw by firing artillery shells at them, that is, on odd days we would shell them, and not shell them on even days, and on holidays we would not shell them. So they understood our intentions and didn't withdraw. No other means or messages were required, just by this method of shelling they understood. 53 These brilliant achievements must be balanced against the global impact of the crisis, however. The ambassadorial talks deadlocked almost as soon as they resumed. Mao's ambiguous maneuvers, in fact, froze Sino-American relations into an adversarial posture from which they did not recover for over a decade. The notion that China was determined to eject the United States from the Western Pacific grew into an article of faith in Washington that deprived both sides of options for a more flexible diplomacy. The impact on the Soviet leadership was the opposite of what Mao had intended. Far from abandoning the policy of peaceful coexistence, Moscow was panicked by Mao's rhetoric and unsettled by his nuclear brinkmanship, his repeated musing on the likely positive effects of nuclear war for world socialism, and his failure to consult Moscow. In the aftermath of the crisis, Moscow suspended nuclear cooperation with Beijing, and in June of 1959 withdrew its commitment to provide China with a model atomic bomb. In 1960, Khrushchev withdrew Russian technicians from China and cancelled all aid projects, claiming that, we couldn't simply stand by, allowing some of our best qualified specialists, people who'd been trained in our own agriculture and industry, to receive nothing but harassment in exchange for their help. 54 Internationally, Mao achieved another demonstration of China's hair-trigger response to perceived threats to its national security or territorial integrity. This would discourage attempts by China's neighbors to exploit the domestic upheaval into which Mao was about to plunge his society. But it also started a process of progressive isolation that would cause Mao to rethink his foreign policy a decade later. Chapter 7 A Decade of Crises. During the first decade of the People's Republic of China's existence, its tough leaders navigated the decrepit empire they had conquered and turned it into a major power internationally. The second decade was dominated by Mao's attempt to accelerate the continuous revolution at home. The driving force of continuous revolution was Mao's maxim that moral and ideological vigor would overcome physical limitations. The decade began and ended amidst domestic turmoil that was ordered by China's own leaders. So encompassing was this crisis that China shut itself off from the rest of the world. Almost all its diplomats were recalled to Beijing. Two complete overhauls of China's domestic structure took place, first of the economy, with the Great Leap Forward at the beginning of the decade, and second, of the social order, with the Cultural Revolution at the end. Diplomacy was out of fashion, but war was not. When Mao felt the national interest challenged, in the midst of all its self-inflicted travail, China stood up once again, to go to war at its furthest western frontier in the inhospitable Himalayas. The Great Leap Forward. China's leaders had felt obliged by Khrushchev's secret speech to confront the issue of what, absent claims to a party chairman's godlike infallibility, constituted communist political legitimacy. In the months following the February 1956 speech, they seemed to feel their way toward making their own governance more transparent, presumably to avoid the need for periodic shocks of rectification. Worshipful references to Mao's Zedong were deleted from the Communist Party constitution. The party adopted resolutions cautioning against rash advance in the economic field and suggesting that the main phase of class struggle would now draw to a close. But such a prosaic approach quickly clashed with Mao's vision of continuous revolution. Within months Mao proposed an alternative route to political rectification. The Chinese Communist Party would invite debate and criticism of its methods and open up China's intellectual and artistic life to let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. Mao's exact motives in issuing this call remain a subject of debate. The 100 Flowers campaign has been explained as either a sincere call for the party to cut through its bureaucratic isolation to hear directly from the people or a stratagem to coax enemies into identifying themselves. Whatever the motive, popular criticism quickly moved beyond suggestions for tactical adjustments into criticisms of the communist system. Students set up a democracy wall in Beijing. Critics protested the abuses of local officials and the privations imposed by Soviet-style economic policies. Some contrasted the first decade of communist rule unfavorably with the nationalist era that preceded it. Whatever the original intention, Mao never brooked a challenge to his authority for long. He executed a sharp about-face and justified it as an aspect of his dialectic approach. The 100 Flowers movement was transformed into an anti-rightist campaign to deal with those who had misunderstood the limits of the earlier invitation to debate. A massive purge led to the imprisonment, re-education, or internal exile of thousands of intellectuals. At the end of the process, Mao stood again as China's unchallenged leader, having cleared the field of his critics. He used his preeminence to accelerate the continuous revolution, turning it into the Great Leap Forward. The 1957 Moscow Conference of Socialist Parties had found Mao issuing a fateful claim about Chinese economic development. Responding to Khrushchev's prediction that the Soviet Union would surpass the United States economically in 15 years, Mao delivered an impromptu speech proclaiming that China would surpass Great Britain in steel production in the same interval. This comment soon acquired the status of a directive. The 15-year steel target, subsequently reduced, in a series of largely extemporaneous remarks, to 3 years, was matched by a series of similarly ambitious agricultural goals. Mao was preparing to launch China's continuous revolution into a more active phase and to confront the Chinese people with its most stupendous challenge yet. Like many of Mao's undertakings, the Great Leap Forward combined aspects of economic policy, ideological exaltation, and foreign policy. For Mao, these were not distinct fields of endeavor but interrelated strands of the grand project of the Chinese Revolution. In its most literal sense, the Great Leap Forward was designed to carry out Mao's sweeping ideas of industrial and agricultural development. Much of China's remaining private property and individual incentives were eliminated as the country was reorganized into people's communes, pooling possessions, food, and labor. Peasants were conscripted in quasi-military brigades for massive public works projects, many improvised. These projects had international as well as domestic implications, especially with respect to the conflict with Moscow. If successful, the Great Leap Forward would rebut Moscow's prescriptions of gradualism and effectively relocate the ideological center of the communist world to China. When Khrushchev visited Beijing in 1958, Mao insisted that China would achieve full communism before the Soviet Union did, while the Soviet Union had opted for a slower, more bureaucratic, and less inspirational route of development. To Soviet ears, this was a shocking ideological heresy. But for once, Mao had set a challenge so far outside the realm of objective reality that even the Chinese people fell short of its achievement. The Great Leap Forward's production goals were exorbitant, and the prospect of dissent or failure was so terrifying that local cadres took to falsifying their output figures and reporting inflated totals to Beijing. Taking these reports literally, Beijing continued to export grain to the Soviet Union in exchange for heavy industry and weaponry. Compounding the disaster was that Mao's steel targets had been implemented so literally as to encourage the melting down of useful implements as scrap to fulfill the quotas. Yet, in the end, the laws of nature and economics could not be abrogated, and the Great Leap Forward's reckoning was brutal. From 1959 to 1962, China experienced one of the worst famines in human history, leading to the deaths of over 20 million people. Mao had again called on the Chinese people to move mountains, but this time the mountains had not moved. The Himalayan border dispute and the 1962 Sino-Indian War. By 1962, barely a decade after the establishment of the People's Republic of China, China had fought a war with the United States in Korea and engaged in 2 military confrontations involving the United States over the offshore islands of Taiwan. It had restored Chinese authority to imperial China's historic frontiers, with the exception of Mongolia and Taiwan, by reoccupying Xinjiang in Tibet. The famine triggered by the Great Leap Forward had barely been overcome. Nevertheless, Mao did not shrink from another military conflict when he considered China's definition of its historic borders was being challenged by India. The Sino-Indian border crisis concerned 2 territories located in the high Himalayas and the trackless and largely uninhabitable region of plateaus amidst forbidding mountains between Tibet and India. Fundamentally, the issue arose over the interpretation of colonial history. China claimed the imperial boundaries along the southern foothills of the Himalayas, encompassing what China considered South Tibet, but which India administered as the state of Arunachal Pradesh. The Indian perception was of relatively recent vintage. It had evolved out of the British effort to demarcate a dividing line with the Russian Empire advancing toward Tibet. The final relevant document was between Britain and Tibet, signed in 1914, that delineated the border in the eastern sector, called the McMahon Line after the principal British negotiator. China had a long relationship with Tibet. The Mongols had conquered both Tibet and the Chinese agricultural heartland in the same wave of conquest in the 13th century, bringing them into close political contact. Later the Qing dynasty had regularly intervened in Tibet to expel the forces of other non-Han peoples making incursions into Tibet from the north and west. Eventually Beijing settled into a form of suzerainty exercised by imperial residents in Lhasa. Beijing, since the Qing dynasty, treated Tibet as part of the all-under-heaven ruled by the Chinese emperor and reserved the right to eject hostile interlopers, but distance and the Tibetans' nomadic culture made full Sinicization impractical. In this manner, Tibetans were afforded a substantial degree of autonomy over their day-to-day life. By the end of the Qing dynasty in 1912, with China's governance severely strained, the Chinese governmental presence in Tibet had shrunk. Shortly after the collapse of the dynasty, British authorities in India convened a conference in the hill station of Simla with Chinese and Tibetan representatives, with the goal of demarcating the borders between India and Tibet. The Chinese government, having no effective force with which to contest these developments, objected on principle to the cession of any territory to which China had a historic claim. Beijing's attitude to the conference was reflected by its representative in Calcutta, then the seat of Britain's Indian administration, Liu Xingqi. Our country is at present in an enfeebled condition, our external relations are involved and difficult and our finances embarrassed. Nevertheless, Tibet is of paramount importance to both, Sichuan and Yunnan, provinces in southwest China, and we must exert ourselves to the utmost during this conference. 7. The Chinese delegate at the conference solved their dilemma by initialing, but not signing, the resulting document. Tibetan and British delegates signed the document. In diplomatic practice, initialing freezes the text, it signifies that the negotiations have been concluded. Signing the document puts it into force. China maintained that the Tibetan representatives lacked the legal standing to sign the border agreement, since Tibet was part of China and not entitled to the exercise of sovereignty. It refused to recognize the validity of Indian administration of the territory south of the McMahon Line, although it initially made no overt attempt to contest it. In the western sector, the disputed territory was known as Aksai Chin. It is nearly inaccessible from India, which is why it took some months for India to realize, in 1955, that China was building a road across it linking Xinjiang and Tibet. The historical provenance of the region was also problematic. Britain claimed it on most official maps, though never seems to have administered it. When India proclaimed its independence from Britain, it did not proclaim its independence from British territorial claims. It included the Aksai Chin territory as well as the line demarcated by McMahon on all of its maps. Both demarcation lines were of strategic consequence. In the 1950s, a certain balance existed between the positions of the two sides. China viewed the McMahon Line as a symbol of British plans to loosen China's control over Tibet or perhaps to dominate it. Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru claimed a cultural and sentimental interest in Tibet based on historical links between India's classical Buddhist culture and Tibetan Buddhism. But he was prepared to acknowledge Chinese sovereignty in Tibet so long as substantial autonomy was maintained. In pursuit of this policy, Nehru declined to support petitions to table the issue of Tibet's political status at the UN. But when the Dalai Lama fled in 1959 and was granted asylum in India, China began to treat the issue of demarcation lines increasingly in strategic terms. Zhou offered a deal trading Chinese claims in the eastern part of the line for Indian claims in the west, in other words, acceptance of the McMahon Line as a basis for negotiations in return for recognition of Chinese claims to Aksai Chin. Almost all post-colonial countries have insisted on the borders within which they achieved independence. To throw them open to negotiations invites unending controversies and domestic pressure. On the principle that he was not elected to bargain away territory that he considered indisputably Indian, Nehru rejected the Chinese proposal by not answering it. In 1961, India adopted what it called the forward policy. To overcome the impression that it was not contesting the disputed territory, India moved its outposts forward, close to Chinese outposts previously established across the existing line of demarcation. Indian commanders were given the authority to fire on Chinese forces at their discretion, on the theory that the Chinese were intruders on Indian territory. They were reinforced in that policy after the first clashes in 1959 when Mao, in order to avoid a crisis, ordered Chinese forces to withdraw some 20 kilometers. Indian planners drew the conclusion that Chinese forces would not resist a forward movement by India, rather they would use it as an excuse to disengage. Indian forces were ordered to, in the words of the official Indian history of the war, patrol as far forward as possible from our, India's, present position toward the international border as recognized by us, and prevent the Chinese from advancing further and also to dominate any Chinese posts already established on our territory. 8. It proved a miscalculation. Mao at once cancelled the previous withdrawal orders. But he was still cautious, telling a meeting of the Central Military Commission in Beijing, lack of forbearance in small matters upsets great plans. We must pay attention to the situation. 9. It was not yet an order for military confrontation, rather a kind of alert to prepare a strategic plan. As such, it triggered the familiar Chinese style of dealing with strategic decisions, thorough analysis, careful preparation, attention to psychological and political factors, quest for surprise, and rapid conclusion. In meetings of the Central Military Commission and of top leaders, Mao commented on Nehru's forward policy with one of his epigrams: a person sleeping in a comfortable bed is not easily roused by someone else's snoring. 10. In other words, Chinese forces in the Himalayas have been too passive in responding to the Indian forward policy, which, in the Chinese perception, was taking place on Chinese soil. That, of course, was the essence of the dispute. Each side argued that its adversary had ventured onto its own soil. The Central Military Commission ordered an end of Chinese withdrawals, declaring that any new Indian outposts should be resisted by building Chinese outposts near them, encircling them. Mao summed it up: you wave a gun, and I'll wave a gun. We'll stand face to face and can each practice our courage. Mao defined the policy as armed coexistence. 11. It was, in effect, the exercise of Wei Qi in the Himalayas. Precise instructions were issued. The goal was still declared to be to avoid a larger conflict. Chinese troops were not authorized to fire unless Indian forces came closer than 50 meters to their positions. Beyond that, military actions could be initiated only on orders from higher authorities. Indian planners noted that China had stopped withdrawals but also observed Chinese restraint in firing. They concluded that another probe would do the trick. Rather than contest empty land, the goal became to push back the Chinese posts they already occupied. 12. Since the two objectives of China's stated policy, to prevent further Indian advances and to avoid bloodshed, were not being met, Chinese leaders began to consider whether a sudden blow might force India to the negotiating table and end the tit for tat. In pursuit of that objective, Chinese leaders were concerned that the United States might use the looming Sino-Indian conflict to unleash Taiwan against the mainland. Another worry was that the American diplomacy seeking to block Hanoi's effort to turn Laos into a base area for the war in Vietnam might be a forerunner of an eventual American attack on southern China via Laos. Chinese leaders could not believe that America would involve itself to the extent it did in Indochina, even then, before the major escalation had started, for local strategic stakes. The Chinese leaders managed to obtain reassurance on both points, in the process demonstrating the comprehensive way in which Chinese policy was being planned. The Warsaw talks were the venue chosen to determine American intentions in the Taiwan Strait. The Chinese ambassador to these talks was recalled from vacation and instructed to ask for a meeting. There he claimed that Beijing had noted preparations in Taiwan for a landing on the mainland. The American ambassador, who had not heard of any such preparations, since they were not, in fact, taking place, was instructed to reply that the United States desired peace and, under present circumstances, would not support a nationalist offensive. The Chinese ambassador at these talks, Wang Bingnan, noted in his memoirs that this information played a very big role in Beijing's final decision to proceed with operations in the Himalayas. 13. There is no evidence that the United States government asked itself what policy might have produced the request for a special meeting. It was the difference between a segmented and a comprehensive approach to policymaking. The Laotian problem solved itself. At the Geneva Conference of 1962, the neutralization of Laos and withdrawal of American forces from it removed Chinese concerns. With these reassurances in hand, Mao, in early October 1962, assembled Chinese leaders to announce the final decision, which was for war. We fought a war with old Chiang Kai-shek. We fought a war with Japan, and with America. With none of these did we fear. And in each case we won. Now the Indians want to fight a war with us. Naturally, we don't have fear. We cannot give ground. Once we give ground it would be tantamount to letting them seize a big piece of land equivalent to Fujian province. Since Nehru sticks his head out and insists on us fighting him, for us not to fight with him would not be friendly enough. Courtesy emphasizes reciprocity. 14 On October 6, a decision in principle was taken. The strategic plan was for a massive assault to produce a shock that would impel a negotiation or at least an end to the Indian military probing for the foreseeable future. Before the final decision to order the offensive, word was received from Khrushchev that, in case of war, the Soviet Union would back China under the provisions of the Treaty of Friendship and Alliance of 1950. It was a decision totally out of keeping with Soviet-Chinese relations in the previous years and the neutrality heretofore practiced by the Kremlin on the issue of Indian relations with China. A plausible explanation is that Khrushchev, aware of the imminence of a showdown over Soviet deployment of nuclear weapons to Cuba, wanted to assure himself of Chinese support in the Caribbean crisis. 15 He never returned to the offer once the Cuban crisis was over. The Chinese attack took place in two stages, a preliminary offensive starting on October 20 lasting 4 days, followed by a massive assault in the middle of November, which reached the foothills of the Himalayas in the vicinity of the traditional imperial demarcation line. At this point, the PLA stopped and returned to its starting point well behind the line it was claiming. The disputed territory has remained disputed until today, but neither side has sought to enforce its claims beyond the existing lines of control. The Chinese strategy was similar to that of the offshore islands crises. China did not conquer any territory in the 1962 Sino-Indian War, although it continued to claim the territory south of the McMahon Line. This may have reflected a political judgment or a recognition of logistical realities. The conquered eastern sector territory could be held only over seriously extended supply lines across forbidding terrain. At the end of the war, Mao had withstood, and in this case, prevailed in, another major crisis, even while a famine was barely ended in China. It was in a way a replay of the American experience in the Korean War, an underestimation of China by its adversary, unchallenged intelligence estimates about Chinese capabilities, and coupled with grave errors in grasping how China interprets its security environment and how it reacts to military threats. At the same time, the 1962 war added another formidable adversary for China at a moment when relations with the Soviet Union had gone beyond the point of no return. For the Soviet offer of support proved as fleeting as the Soviet nuclear presence in Cuba. As soon as military clashes in the Himalayas escalated, Moscow adopted a posture of neutrality. To rub salt into Chinese wounds, Khrushchev justified his neutrality with the proposition that he was promoting the loathed principle of peaceful coexistence. A December 1962 editorial in the People's Daily, the official newspaper of the Chinese Communist Party, angrily noted that this marked the first time a communist state had not sided with another communist state against a bourgeois country. For a communist the minimum requirement is that he should make a clear distinction between the enemy and ourselves, that he should be ruthless towards the enemy and kind to his own comrades. 16 The editorial added a somewhat plaintive call for China's allies to examine their conscience and ask themselves what has become of their Marxism-Leninism and what has become of their proletarian internationalism. 17 By 1964, the Soviets dropped even the pretense of neutrality. Referring to the Cuban Missile Crisis, Mikhail Suslov, a member of the Politburo and party ideologist, accused the Chinese of aggression against India at a moment of maximum difficulty for the Soviet Union. It is a fact that precisely at the height of the Caribbean crisis the Chinese People's Republic extended the armed conflict on the Chinese-Indian border. No matter how the Chinese leaders have tried since then to justify their conduct at the time, they cannot escape the responsibility for the fact that through their actions they in effect aided the most reactionary circles of imperialism. 18 China, having barely overcome a vast famine, now had declared adversaries on all frontiers. The Cultural Revolution. At this moment of potential national emergency, Mao chose to smash the Chinese state and the Communist Party. He launched what he hoped would prove a final assault on the stubborn remnants of traditional Chinese culture, from the rubble of which, he prophesied, would rise a new, ideologically pure generation better equipped to safeguard the revolutionary cause from its domestic and foreign foes. He propelled China into the decade of ideological frenzy, vicious factional politics, and near civil war known as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. No institution was spared from the ensuing waves of upheaval. Across the country, local governments were dissolved in violent confrontations with the masses, urged on by propaganda from Beijing. Distinguished Communist Party and People's Liberation Army leaders, including leaders of the Revolutionary Wars, were purged and subjected to public humiliation. China's education system, so long the backbone of the Chinese social order, ground to a halt, with classes suspended indefinitely so that the younger generation could wander the country and follow Mao's exhortation to learn revolution by making revolution. Many of these suddenly unconstrained youths joined factions of the Red Guards, youth militias bonded by ideological fervor, operating above the law and outside of, and often in explicit opposition to, ordinary institutional structures. Mao endorsed their efforts with vague but incendiary slogans, such as, "To rebel is justified," and, "Bombard the headquarters." He approved their violent attacks on the existing Communist Party bureaucracy and traditional social mores and encouraged them not to fear disorder, as they fought to eradicate the dreaded four olds, old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits, that, in Maoist thinking, had kept China weak. 21 The People's Daily fanned the flames by editorializing, in praise of lawlessness, an explicit, government-sanctioned rebuke to China's millennial tradition of harmony and order. 22 The result was a spectacular human and institutional carnage, as one by one China's organs of power and authority, including the highest ranks of the Communist Party, succumbed to the assaults of teenage ideological shock troops. China, a civilization heretofore known for its respect for learning and erudition, became an upside-down world, with children turning on parents, students brutalizing teachers and burning books, and professionals and high officials sent down to farms and factories to learn revolutionary practice from illiterate peasants. Scenes of cruelty unfolded across the country, as Red Guards and citizens allied to them, some simply picking a faction at random in the hope of surviving the storm, turned their fury on any target that might conceivably augur a return of the old, feudal, order to China. That some of these targets were individuals who had been dead for centuries did not diminish the fury of the assault. Revolutionary students and teachers from Beijing descended on Confucius's home village, vowing to put an end to the old sage's influence on Chinese society once and for all by burning ancient books, smashing memorial tablets, and razing the grave sites of Confucius and his descendants. In Beijing, Red Guard assaults destroyed 4,922 of the capital's 6,843 designated places of cultural or historical interest. The Forbidden City itself was reportedly saved only by Zhou Enlai's personal intervention. 23 A society traditionally governed by an elite of Confucian literati now looked to uneducated peasants as its source of wisdom. Universities were closed. Anyone identified as an expert was suspect, professional competence being a dangerously bourgeois concept. China's diplomatic posture came unhinged. The world was treated to the nearly incomprehensible sight of a China raging with indiscriminate fury against the Soviet bloc, the Western powers, and its own history and culture. Chinese diplomats and support staffs abroad harangued the citizens of their host countries with calls to revolution and lectures on Mao Zedong thought. In scenes reminiscent of the Boxer uprising 70 years earlier, throngs of Red Guards attacked foreign embassies in Beijing, including a sack of the British mission complete with the beating and molestation of its fleeing staff. When the British Foreign Secretary wrote to Foreign Minister Marshal Chen Yi, suggesting that Britain and China, while maintaining diplomatic relations, withdrew their mission and personnel from each other's capital for the time being, he was met by silence. The Chinese foreign minister was himself being struggled against and could not reply. 24 Eventually all but one of China's ambassadors, the able and ideologically unimpeachable Huang Hua in Cairo, and roughly two-thirds of embassy staffs were called home for re-education in the countryside or participation in revolutionary activities. 25 China was actively embroiled in disputes with the governments of several dozen countries during this time. It had genuinely positive relations with just one, the People's Republic of Albania. Emblematic of the Cultural Revolution was the Little Red Book of Mao quotations, compiled in 1964 by Lin Biao, later designated as Mao's successor and killed while fleeing the country in an obscure airline crash, allegedly after attempting a coup. All Chinese were required to carry a copy of the Little Red Book. Red Guards brandishing copies conducted seizures of public buildings throughout China under the authorization, or at least toleration, of Beijing, violently challenging the provincial bureaucracies. But the Red Guards were no more immune to the dilemma of revolutions turning on themselves than the cadres they were supposed to purify. Bonded by ideology rather than formal training, the Red Guards became factions pursuing their own ideological and personal preferences. Conflict between them became so intense that, by 1968, Mao officially disbanded the Red Guards and placed loyal party and military leaders in charge of re-establishing provincial governments. A new policy of sending down a generation of youths to remote parts of the countryside to learn from the peasantry was enunciated. By this point, the military was the last major Chinese institution whose command structure remained standing, and it assumed roles far outside its ordinary competencies. Military personnel ran the gutted government ministries, tended fields, and administered factories, all in addition to their original mission of defending the country from attack. The immediate impact of the Cultural Revolution was disastrous. After the death of Mao, the assessment by the second and third generations of leaders, almost all of whom were victims at one time or another, has been condemnatory. Deng Xiaoping, the principal leader of China from 1979 to 1991, argued that the Cultural Revolution had nearly destroyed the Communist Party as an institution and wrecked its credibility at least temporarily. 26 In recent years, as personal memories have faded, another perspective is beginning to make a tentative appearance. This view acknowledges the colossal wrongs committed during the Cultural Revolution, but it begins to inquire whether perhaps Mao raised an important question, even if his answer to it proved disastrous. The problem Mao is said to have identified is the relationship of the modern state, especially the communist state, to the people it governs. In largely agricultural, and even incipient industrial, societies, governance concerns issues within the capacity of the general public to understand. Of course, in aristocratic societies, the relevant public is limited. But whatever the formal legitimacy, some tacit consensus by those who are to carry out directives is needed, unless governance is to be entirely by imposition, which is usually unsustainable over a historic period. A challenge of the modern period is that issues have become so complex that the legal framework is increasingly impenetrable. The political system issues directives but the execution is left, to an ever larger degree, to bureaucracies separated from both the political process and the public, whose only control is periodic elections, if that. Even in the United States, major legislative acts often comprise thousands of pages that, to put it mildly, only the fewest legislators have read in detail. Especially in communist states, bureaucracies operate in self-contained units with their own rules in pursuance of procedures they often define for themselves. Fissures open up between the political and the bureaucratic classes and between both of those and the general public. In this manner, a new Mandarin class risks emerging by bureaucratic momentum. Mao's attempt to solve the problem in one grand assault nearly wrecked Chinese society. A recent book by the Chinese scholar and government advisor Huang Ang argues that the Cultural Revolution, while a failure, set the stage for Deng's reforms of the late 1970s and 1980s. Who now proposes using the Cultural Revolution as a case study for ways in which the decision-making systems in China's existing political system could become more democratic, scientific, and institutionalized. 27. Was there a lost opportunity? In retrospect, one wonders whether the United States was in a position to start a dialogue with China perhaps a decade earlier than it did. Could the turmoil in China have become the starting point for a serious dialogue? In other words, were the 1960s a lost opportunity for Sino-American rapprochement? Could the opening to China have occurred earlier? In truth, the fundamental obstacle to a more imaginative American foreign policy was Mao's concept of continuous revolution. Mao was determined at this stage to forestall any moment of calm. Attempts at reconciliation with the capitalist archenemy were not conceivable while the blood feud with Moscow revolved around Mao's adamant rejection of Khrushchev's commitment to peaceful coexistence. There were some tentative gropings on the American side toward a more flexible perception of China. In October 1957, Senator John F. Kennedy published an article in Foreign Affairs remarking on the fragmentation of authority within the Soviet orbit and calling American policy in Asia probably too rigid. He argued that the policy of not recognizing the People's Republic should be continued but that America should be prepared to revisit the brittle conception of a shiftless totalitarian China as circumstances developed. He counseled that, we must be very careful not to straitjacket our policy as a result of ignorance and fail to detect a change in the objective situation when it comes. 28 Kennedy's perception was subtle, but by the time he became president, the next change in Mao's dialectic was in the opposite direction, toward more hostility, not less, and toward the increasingly violent elimination of domestic opponents and countervailing institutional structures, not moderate reform. In the years immediately following Kennedy's article, Mao launched the anti-rightist campaign in 1957, a second crisis in the Taiwan Strait in 1958, which he described as an attempt to teach the Americans a lesson, 29, and the Great Leap Forward. When Kennedy became president, China undertook a military attack in its border conflict with India, a country that the Kennedy administration had conceived of as offering an Asian alternative to communism. These were not the signs of conciliation and change for which Kennedy had advised Americans to stay attuned. The Kennedy administration did offer a humanitarian gesture to alleviate China's precarious agricultural condition during the famine triggered by the Great Leap Forward. Described as an effort to secure food for peace, the offer required, however, a specific Chinese request acknowledging a serious desire for assistance. Mao's commitment to self-reliance precluded any admission of dependence on foreign assistance. China, its representative at the Warsaw ambassadorial talks replied, was overcoming its difficulties by its own efforts. 30 In the last years of Lyndon Johnson's presidency, senior staff members and eventually the president himself began considering a move toward a less confrontational course. In 1966, the State Department instructed its negotiators to take a more forthcoming attitude at the Warsaw ambassadorial talks and authorized them to initiate informal social contacts on the sidelines of negotiations. In March 1966, the American representative at the talks offered an olive branch by stating that the United States government was willing to develop further relations with the People's Republic of China, the first time an American official had used the official post-1949 appellation for China in any formal capacity. Finally, Johnson himself held out a peaceful option in a July 1966 speech on Asia policy. Lasting peace, he observed, can never come to Asia as long as the 700 million people of mainland China are isolated by their rulers from the outside world. While pledging to resist China's policy of aggression by proxy in Southeast Asia, he looked forward to an eventual era of peaceful cooperation and of reconciliation between nations that now call themselves enemies. 31 These views were put forward as abstract hopes geared to some undefined change in Chinese attitudes. No practical conclusion followed. Nor could it have. For these statements coincided almost exactly with the onset of the Cultural Revolution, when China swung back to a stance of defiant hostility. 32 China's policies during this period did little to invite, and may have been designed to dissuade, a conciliatory approach from the United States. For its part, Washington exhibited considerable tactical skill in resisting military challenges, as in the two Taiwan Strait crises, but showed much less imagination in shaping foreign policy in an evolving, fluid political framework. An American national intelligence estimate of 1960 expressed, and perhaps helped shape, the underlying assessment, a basic tenet of Communist China's foreign policy, to establish Chinese hegemony in the Far East, almost certainly will not change appreciably during the period of this estimate. The regime will continue to be violently anti-American and to strike at U.S. interests wherever and whenever it can do so without paying a disproportionate price. Its arrogant self-confidence, revolutionary fervor and distorted view of the world may lead Beijing to miscalculate risks. 33 There was much evidence to support the prevailing view. But the analysis left open the question as to what extent China could possibly achieve such sweeping objectives. Racked by the catastrophic consequences of the Great Leap Forward, the China of the 1960s was exhausted. By 1966, it was embarking on the Cultural Revolution, which spelled a de facto retreat from the world with most diplomats recalled to Beijing, many for re-education. What were the implications for American foreign policy? How was it possible to speak of a unified Asian bloc? What about the basic premise of America's Indochina policy that the world was facing a conspiracy directed from Moscow and Beijing? The United States, preoccupied with Vietnam and its own domestic turmoil, found few occasions to address these issues. Part of the reason for American single-mindedness was that, in the 1950s, many of the leading China experts had left the State Department during the various investigations into who lost China. As a result, a truly extraordinary group of Soviet experts, including George Kennan, Charles Chip Bolin, Llewellyn Thompson, and Foy Kohler, dominated State Department thinking without counterpoise, and they were convinced that any rapprochement with China risked war with the Soviet Union. But even had the right questions been asked, there would have been no opportunity to test the answers. Some Chinese policymakers urged Mao to adapt his policies to new conditions. In February 1962, Wang Jiaxiang, head of the International Liaison Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, addressed a memorandum to Zhou urging that a peaceful international environment would more effectively assist China to build a stronger socialist state and a more rapidly growing economy than the prevailing posture of confrontation in all directions. 34 Mao would not hear of it, declaring, "In our party there are some who advocate the 3 moderations and 1 reduction. They say we should be more moderate toward the imperialist, more moderate toward the reactionaries, and more moderate toward the revisionists, while toward the struggle of the peoples of Asia, Africa and Latin America, we should reduce assistance." This is a revisionist line. 35 Mao insisted on the policy of challenging all potential adversaries simultaneously. He countered that China should struggle against the imperialists, the revisionists, and the reactionaries of all countries, and that more assistance should be given to anti-imperialist, revolutionary, and Marxist-Leninist political parties and factions. 36 In the end, as the 1960s progressed, even Mao began to recognize that potential perils to China were multiplying. Along its vast borders, China faced a potential enemy in the Soviet Union, a humiliated adversary in India, a massive American deployment and an escalating war in Vietnam, self-proclaimed governments in exile in Taipei and the Tibetan enclave of northern India, a historic opponent in Japan, and, across the Pacific, an America that viewed China as an implacable adversary. Only the rivalries between these countries had prevented a common challenge so far. But no prudent statesman could gamble forever that this self-restraint would last, especially as the Soviet Union seemed to be preparing to put an end to the mounting challenges from Beijing. The chairman would soon be obliged to prove that he knew how to be prudent as well as daring. Chapter 8 The Road to Reconciliation. By the time the improbable pair of Richard Nixon and Mao Zedong decided to move toward each other, both of their countries were in the midst of upheaval. China was nearly consumed by the turmoil of the Cultural Revolution. America's political consensus was strained by the growing protest movement against the Vietnam War. China faced the prospect of war on all its frontiers, especially its northern border, where actual clashes between Soviet and Chinese forces were taking place. Nixon inherited a war in Vietnam and a domestic imperative to end it, and entered the White House at the end of a decade marked by assassinations and racial conflict. Mao tried to address China's peril by returning to a classical Chinese stratagem, pitting the barbarians against each other, and enlisting faraway enemies against those nearby. Nixon, true to the values of his society, invoked Wilsonian principles in proposing to invite China to re-enter the community of nations. "We simply cannot afford," he wrote in an article in Foreign Affairs in October 1967, to leave China forever outside the family of nations, there to nurture its fantasies, cherish its hates and threaten its neighbors. There is no place on this small planet for 1 billion of its potentially most able people to live in angry isolation. One Nixon went beyond a call for a diplomatic adjustment to an appeal for a reconciliation. He likened the diplomatic challenge to the problem of social reform in American inner cities. In each case dialogues have to be opened, in each case aggression has to be restrained while education proceeds, and, not least, in neither case can we afford to let those now self-exiled from society stay exiled forever. Necessity may provide the impetus for policy, it does not, however, automatically define the means. And both Mao and Nixon faced huge obstacles in initiating a dialogue, not to speak of a reconciliation between the United States and China. Their countries had, for 20 years, considered each other implacable enemies. China had classified America as a capitalist imperialist country, in Marxist terms, the ultimate form of capitalism, which, it was theorized, would be able to overcome its contradictions only by war. Conflict with the United States was unavoidable, war was probable. America's perception was the mirror image of China's. A decade of military conflicts and near conflicts seemed to bear out the national assessment that China, acting as the fount of world revolution, was determined to expel the United States from the Western Pacific. To Americans, Mao seemed even more implacable than the Soviet leaders. For all these reasons, Mao and Nixon had to move cautiously. First steps were likely to offend basic domestic constituencies and unnerve allies. This was a particular challenge for Mao in the midst of the Cultural Revolution. The Chinese strategy, though few observers noticed it at the time, starting in 1965, Mao began slightly altering his tone toward America, and given his nearly divine status, even a nuance had vast implications. One of Mao's favorite vehicles for conveying his thinking to the United States was through interviews with the American journalist Edgar Snow. The two had met in the communist base area of Yan'an in the 1930s. Snow had distilled his experience in a book called Red Star Over China, which presented Mao as a kind of romantic agrarian guerrilla. In 1965, during the preliminaries of the Cultural Revolution, Mao invited Snow to Beijing and made some startling comments, or they would have been startling had anyone in Washington paid attention to them. As Mao told Snow, "Naturally, I personally regret that forces of history have divided and separated the American and Chinese peoples from virtually all communication during the past 15 years. Today the gulf seems broader than ever. However, I myself do not believe it will end in war and one of history's major tragedies." This from the leader who, for a decade and a half, had proclaimed his readiness for nuclear war with the United States in so graphic a manner that he scared both the Soviet Union and its European allies into dissociation from China. But with the Soviet Union in a menacing posture, Mao was more ready than anyone realized at the time to consider applying the maxim of moving closer to his distant adversary, the United States. At the time of the Snow interview, an American army was being built up on China's borders in Vietnam. Though the challenge was comparable to the one Mao had faced in Korea a decade and a half earlier, this time he opted for restraint. Limiting itself to non-combat support, China supplied material, strong moral encouragement, and some 100,000 Chinese logistical troops to work on communications and infrastructure in North Vietnam. For to Snow, Mao was explicit that China would fight the United States only in China, not in Vietnam. "We are not going to start the war from our side. Only when the United States attacks shall we fight back. As I've already said, please rest assured that we won't attack the United States." Lest the Americans miss the point, Mao reiterated that, as far as China was concerned, the Vietnamese had to cope with their situation by their own efforts. The Chinese were very busy with their internal affairs. Fighting beyond one's own borders was criminal. Why should the Chinese do that? The Vietnamese could cope with their situation. Mao went on to speculate on various possible outcomes of the Vietnam War in the manner of a scientist analyzing some natural event, not as a leader dealing with military conflict along his borders. The contrast with Mao's reflections during the Korean War, when he consistently linked Korean and Chinese security concerns, could not have been more marked. Among the possible outcomes seemingly acceptable to the chairman was that a conference might be held, but United States troops might stay around Saigon, as in the case of South Korea, in other words, a continuation of two Vietnam states. 7. Every American president dealing with the Vietnam War would have been willing to settle for such an outcome. There is no evidence that the interview with Snow was ever the subject of high-level policy discussions in the Johnson administration, or that the historical tensions between China and Vietnam were considered relevant in any of the administrations, including Nixon's, that pursued the Vietnam War. Washington continued to describe China as a threat even greater than the Soviet Union. In 1965, McGeorge Bundy, who was President Johnson's national security advisor, made a statement typical of American views of China in the 1960s, "Communist China is quite a different problem from the Soviet Union, and both her nuclear explosion, a reference to China's first nuclear test in October 1964, and her aggressive attitudes toward her neighbors make her a major problem for all peaceful people." 8. On April 7, 1965, Johnson justified American intervention in Vietnam primarily on the grounds of resisting a combined design of Beijing and Hanoi, over this war, and all Asia, is another reality, the deepening shadow of Communist China. The rulers in Hanoi are urged on by Peking. The contest in Vietnam is part of a wider pattern of aggressive purposes. 9. Secretary of State Dean Rusk repeated the same theme before the House Foreign Relations Committee a year later. 10. What Mao had described to Snow was a kind of resignation from the traditional communist doctrine of world revolution. Wherever there is revolution, we will issue statements and hold meetings to support it. This is exactly what imperialists resent. We like to say empty words and fire empty cannons, but we will not send in troops. 11. When reviewing Mao's statements in retrospect, one wonders whether taking them seriously might have affected the Johnson administration strategy on Vietnam. On the other hand, Mao never translated them into formal official policy, partly because to do so would have required reversing a decade and a half of ideological indoctrination at a moment when ideological purity was his domestic battle cry and the conflict with the Soviet Union was based on a rejection of Khrushchev's policy of peaceful coexistence. Mao's words to Snow were almost certainly a tentative reconnaissance. But Snow was not an ideal vehicle for such a sortie. He was trusted in Beijing, at least as far as any American could be. But in Washington, Snow was considered a propagandist for Beijing. The normal Washington instinct would have been, as it was again 5 years later, to wait for some more concrete evidence of a Chinese shift in policy. By any sober strategic calculations, Mao had maneuvered China into great peril. If either the United States or the Soviet Union attacked China, the other might stand aside. Logistics favored India in the two countries' border dispute, since the Himalayas were far from China's centers of strength. The United States was establishing a military presence in Vietnam. Japan, with all its historical baggage, was unfriendly and economically resurgent. It was one of the few periods in which Mao seemed uncertain about his options on foreign policy issues. In a November 1968 meeting with the Australian Communist leader E. F. Hill, he displayed perplexity rather than his customary assurance in the guise of homilies. Since Mao's maneuvers were always complex, it is also possible that one of his targets was the rest of the leadership who would read the transcript and that he wanted to convey to them that he was exploring new options. Mao seemed concerned that since a longer period had passed since the end of the Second World War than in the interwar period between the first two world wars, some global catastrophe might be imminent. All in all, now there is neither war nor revolution. Such a situation will not last long. 12. He posed a question: do you know what the imperialists will do? I mean, are they going to start a world war? Or maybe they will not start the war at this moment, but will start it after a while. According to your experience in your own country and in other countries, what do you feel? 13. In other words, does China have to choose now, or is waiting on developments the wiser course? Above all, what is the significance, Mao wanted to know, of what he later called turmoil under the heavens? We must take people's consciousness into our consideration. When the United States stopped bombing North Vietnam, American soldiers in Vietnam were very glad, and they even cheered. This indicates that their morale is not high. Is the morale of American soldiers high? Is the morale of Soviet soldiers high? Is the morale of the French, British, German, and Japanese soldiers high. The student strike is a new phenomenon in European history. Students in the capitalist countries usually do not strike. But now, all under the heaven is great chaos. 14. What, in short, was the balance of forces between China and its potential adversaries? Did the queries about the morale of American and European soldiers imply doubts about their capacities to perform the role assigned to them in Chinese strategy, paradoxically very similar to their role in American strategy, to contain Soviet expansionism? But if American troops were demoralized and student strikes a symptom of a general political collapse of will, the Soviet Union might emerge as the dominant world power. Some in the Chinese leadership were already arguing for an accommodation with Moscow. 15. Whatever the outcome of the Cold War, perhaps the low morale in the West proved that revolutionary ideology was at last prevailing. Should China rely on a revolutionary wave to overthrow capitalism, or should it concentrate on manipulating the rivalry of the capitalists? It was highly unusual for Mao to ask questions that did not imply either that he was testing his interlocutor or that he knew the answer but had chosen not to reveal it yet. After some more general talk, he concluded the meeting with the query that was haunting him: "Let me put forward a question, I will try to answer it, and you will try to answer it. I will consider it, and I ask you also to consider it. This is an issue with worldwide significance. This is the issue about war. The issue about war and peace. Will we see a war, or will we see a revolution? Will the war give rise to revolution, or will revolution prevent war?" 16. If war was imminent, Mao needed to take a position, indeed he might be its first target. But if revolution would sweep the world, Mao had to implement his life's convictions, which was revolution. Until the end of his life, Mao never fully resolved his choice. A few months later, Mao had chosen his course for the immediate future. His doctor reported a conversation from 1969. "Mao presented me with a riddle. Think about this," he said to me one day. "We have the Soviet Union to the north and the west, India to the south, and Japan to the east. If all our enemies were to unite, attacking us from the north, south, east, and west, what do you think we should do?" When Mao's interlocutor responded with perplexity, the chairman continued, "Think again. Beyond Japan is the United States. Didn't our ancestors counsel negotiating with faraway countries while fighting with those that are near?" 17. Mao tiptoed into the reversal of 2 decades of communist governance by 2 acts, one symbolic, the other practical. He used Nixon's inaugural address on January 20, 1969, as an opportunity to hint to the Chinese public that new thinking about America was taking place. On that occasion, Nixon had made a subtle reference to an opening to China, paraphrasing the language of his earlier Foreign Affairs article: "Let all nations know that during this administration our lines of communication will be open. We seek an open world, open to ideas, open to the exchange of goods and people, a world in which no people, great or small, will live in angry isolation." 18. The Chinese response hinted that Beijing was interested in ending its isolation but was in no hurry to abandon its anger. Chinese newspapers reprinted Nixon's speech. Since the communist takeover, no speech of an American president had received such attention. That did not soften the invective. An article in the People's Daily of January 27 mocked the American president, although at the end of his rope, Nixon had the cheek to speak about the future. "A man with one foot in the grave tries to console himself by dreaming of paradise. This is the delusion and writhing of a dying class." 19. Mao had noted Nixon's offer and taken it sufficiently seriously to put it before his public. He was not open to contact by exhortation, however. Something more substantive would be needed, especially since a Chinese move toward America might escalate the weekly military clashes along the Sino-Soviet border into something far more menacing. Almost at the same time, Mao started to explore the practical implications of his general decision by recalling 4 PLA marshals, Chen Yi, Nie Rongzhen, Su Xiangqian, and Yi Jianying, who had been purged during the Cultural Revolution and assigned to investigation and study at factories in the provinces, a euphemism for manual labor. 20. Mao asked the marshals to undertake an analysis of China's strategic options. It required reassurance from Zhou Enlai to convince the marshals that this was not a maneuver to make them indict themselves as part of the self-rectification campaign of the Cultural Revolution. After a month, they demonstrated how much China had lost by depriving itself of their talents. They produced a thoughtful assessment of the international situation. Reviewing the capabilities and intentions of key countries, they summed up China's strategic challenge as follows: for the U.S. imperialists and the Soviet revisionists, the real threat is the one existing between themselves. For all other countries, the real threat comes from U.S. imperialists and Soviet revisionists. Covered by the banner of opposing China, U.S. imperialists and Soviet revisionists collaborate with each other while at the same time fighting against each other. The contradictions between them, however, are not reduced because of the collaboration between them, rather, their hostilities toward each other are more fierce than ever before. 21 This might mean an affirmation of existing policy. Mao would be able to continue to challenge both superpowers simultaneously. The marshals argued that the Soviet Union would not dare to invade because of the difficulties it would face: lack of popular support for a war, long supply lines, insecure rear areas, and doubts about the attitude of the United States. The marshals summed up the American attitude in a Chinese proverb of sitting on top of the mountain to watch a fight between two tigers. 22 But a few months later, in September, they modified this judgment to one reached nearly simultaneously by Nixon. In the marshals' new view, the United States, in the event of a Soviet invasion, would not be able to confine its role to that of a spectator. It would have to take a stand. The last thing the U.S. imperialists are willing to see is a victory by the Soviet revisionists in a Sino-Soviet war, as this would allow the Soviets to build up a big empire more powerful than the American empire in resources and manpower. 23 In other words, contact with the United States, however much assailed in Chinese media at the moment, was needed for the defense of the country. The astute analysis ended with what reads like a rather cautious conclusion in substance, though it was daring in terms of its challenge to the basic premises of Chinese foreign policy during the Cultural Revolution. The marshals urged, in March 1969, that China should end its isolation and that it should discourage Soviet or American adventurism by adopt a military strategy of active defense and a political strategy of active offense, actively carry out diplomatic activities, and expand the international united front of anti-imperialism and anti-revisionism. 24 These general suggestions that Mao allow China to re-enter international diplomacy proved insufficient for his larger vision. In May 1969, Mao sent the marshals back to the drawing board for further analysis and recommendations. The marshals went on to describe potential relations with the United States as a strategic asset. To a large extent, the Soviet revisionists' decision to launch a war of aggression against China depends on the attitude of the U.S. imperialists. 27 In a move that was intellectually brave and politically risky, the marshals recommended the resumption of the deadlocked ambassadorial talks with the United States. Though they made a bow to established doctrine, which treated both superpowers as equal threats to peace, the marshals' recommendation left little doubt that they considered the Soviet Union the principal danger. Marshal Chen Yi submitted an addendum to the views of his colleagues. He pointed out that while the United States had in the past rejected Chinese overtures, the new president, Richard Nixon, seemed eager to win over China. He proposed what he called wild ideas. 28, to move the U.S.-China ambassadorial dialogue to a higher level, at least ministerial and perhaps higher. Most revolutionary was the proposal to drop the precondition that the return of Taiwan had to be settled first. When the meetings in Warsaw, the ambassadorial talks, are resumed, we may take the initiative in proposing to hold Sino-American talks at the ministerial or even higher levels, so that basic and related problems in Sino-American relations can be solved. Second, a Sino-American meeting at higher levels holds strategic significance. We should not raise any prerequisite. The Taiwan question can be gradually solved by talks at higher levels. Furthermore, we may discuss with the Americans other questions of strategic significance. 29 Soviet pressure supplied a growing impetus. In the face of increasing Soviet troop concentrations and a major battle at the border of Xinjiang, on August 28 the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party ordered a mobilization of all Chinese military units along all of China's borders. Resumption of contact with the United States had become a strategic necessity. The American strategy. When Richard Nixon took his oath of office, China's anxieties presented him with an extraordinary strategic opportunity, though this was not at first obvious to an administration divided over Vietnam. Many of the policy elites who had made the decision to defend Indochina against what they had conceived as a concerted assault from Moscow and Beijing had had second thoughts. A significant segment of the establishment, significant enough to complicate an effective policy, had come to the view that the Vietnam War was not only unwinnable, but that it reflected a congenital moral failure of the American political system. Nixon did not believe that one could end a war into which his predecessors had sent 500,000 American soldiers halfway across the world by pulling out unconditionally, as many of his critics demanded. And he took seriously the commitments of his predecessors from both parties, whose decisions had led to the dilemmas he now faced. Nixon knew that whatever the agony of its involvement in Vietnam, the United States remained the strongest country in an alliance against communist aggression around the world, and American credibility was critical. The Nixon administration, in which I served as National Security Advisor and later as Secretary of State, therefore sought a staged withdrawal from Indochina to give the people of the region an opportunity to shape their own future and to sustain the world's faith in America's role. Nixon's critics equated a new approach to foreign policy with a single issue, in effect, the unconditional withdrawal from the Vietnam War, ignoring the millions of Indochinese who had engaged themselves in reliance on America's word and the scores of countries who had joined the effort at America's behest. Nixon was committed to ending the war, but equally strongly to giving America a dynamic role in reshaping the international order just emerging piece by piece. Nixon intended to free American policy from the oscillations between extremes of commitment and withdrawal and ground it in a concept of the national interest that could be sustained as administrations succeeded each other. In this design, China played a key role. The leaders of the two countries viewed their common goals from different perspectives. Mao treated the rapprochement as a strategic imperative, Nixon as an opportunity to redefine the American approach to foreign policy and international leadership. He sought to use the opening to China to demonstrate to the American public that, even in the midst of a debilitating war, the United States was in a position to bring about a design for long-term peace. He and his associates strove to re-establish contact with one-fifth of the world's population to place in context and ease the pain of an inevitably imperfect withdrawal from a corner of Southeast Asia. This is where the paths of Mao, the advocate of continuous revolution, and Nixon, the pessimistic strategist, converged. Mao was convinced that vision and willpower would overcome all obstacles. Nixon was committed to careful planning, though ridden by the fear that even the best-laid plans would go awry as a result of fate intervening in an unforeseen and unforeseeable manner. But he carried out his plans anyway. Mao and Nixon shared one overriding trait, a willingness to follow the global logic of their reflections and instincts to ultimate conclusions. Nixon tended to be the more pragmatic. One of his frequently expressed maxims was, "You pay the same price for doing something halfway as for doing it completely. So you might as well do it completely." What Mao carried out with elemental vitality, Nixon pursued as a resigned recognition of the workings and obligations of fate. But once launched on a course, he followed it with comparable determination. That China and the United States would find a way to come together was inevitable given the necessities of the time. It would have happened sooner or later whatever the leadership in either country. That it took place with such decisiveness and proceeded with so few detours is a tribute to the leadership that brought it about. Leaders cannot create the context in which they operate. Their distinctive contribution consists in operating at the limit of what the given situation permits. If they exceed these limits, they crash; if they fall short of what is necessary, their policies stagnate. If they build soundly, they may create a new set of relationships that sustains itself over a historical period because all parties consider it in their own interest. First steps, clashes at the Ushuri River. Though reconciliation was the eventual result, it was not easy for the United States and China to find their way to a strategic dialogue. Nixon's article in Foreign Affairs and the study by the four marshals for Mao had produced parallel conclusions, but the actual movement of the two sides was inhibited by domestic complexities, historical experience, and cultural perceptions. The publics on both sides had been exposed to 2 decades of hostility and suspicion. They had to be prepared for a diplomatic revolution. Nixon's tactical problem was more complicated than Mao's. Once Mao had made a decision, he was in a position to implement it ruthlessly. And opponents would remember the fate of Mao's previous critics. But Nixon had to overcome a legacy of 20 years of American foreign policy based on the assumption that China would use every opportunity to weaken the United States and to expel it from Asia. By the time he entered the White House, this view had congealed into established doctrine. Nixon therefore had to tread carefully lest China's diplomatic overtures turn out to be propaganda with no serious change of approach in Beijing. That was a distinct possibility given that the only point of contact Americans had had with the Chinese in 20 years had been the ambassadorial talks in Warsaw, whose 136 meetings were distinctive only for their monotonously sterile rhythm. 24 members of Congress had to be briefed on every step, and new approaches were bound to be lost in the conflicting pressures of briefings of some 15 countries, which were being kept informed about the Warsaw talks and included Taiwan, still recognized by most of them, and especially the United States, as the legitimate government of China. Nixon's general design was turned into an opportunity as a result of a clash between Soviet and Chinese forces on Zhenbao, or Damansky, Island in the Ushuri River, where Siberia abuts the Chinese frontier. The clash might not have attracted the White House's attention so quickly had the Soviet ambassador, Anatoly Dobrinin, not come to my office repeatedly to brief me on the Soviet version of what had happened. It was unheard of in that cold period of the Cold War for the Soviet Union to brief us on an event so remote from our usual dialogue, or on any event for that matter. We drew the conclusion that the Soviet Union was the probable aggressor and that the briefing, less than a year after the occupation of Czechoslovakia, hid a larger design. This suspicion was confirmed by a study on the border clashes by Alan Whiting of the Rand Corporation. Whiting concluded that because the incidents took place close to Soviet supply bases and far from Chinese ones, the Soviets were the probable aggressors, and that the next step might well be an attack on China's nuclear facilities. If a Sino-Soviet war was imminent, some American governmental position needed to be developed. In my capacity as National Security Advisor, I ordered an interdepartmental review. As it turned out, the analysis of the immediate causes of the clashes was mistaken, at least regarding the Zhenbao incident. It was a case of mistaken analysis leading to a correct judgment. Recent historical studies have revealed that the Zhenbao incident had in fact been initiated by the Chinese as Dobrinin claimed. They had laid a trap in which a Soviet border patrol suffered heavy casualties. But the Chinese purpose was defensive, in keeping with the Chinese concept of deterrence described in the previous chapter. The Chinese planned the particular incident to shock the Soviet leadership into putting an end to a series of clashes along the border, probably initiated by the Soviets, and which in Beijing were treated as Soviet harassment. The offensive deterrence concept involves the use of a preemptive strategy not so much to defeat the adversary militarily as to deal him a psychological blow to cause him to desist. The Chinese action in fact had the opposite effect. The Soviets stepped up harassment all along the frontier, resulting in the wiping out of a Chinese battalion at the Xinjiang border. In this atmosphere, beginning in the summer of 1969, the United States and China began to exchange deniable signals. The United States eased some minor trade restrictions with China. Zhou Enlai released 2 American yachtsmen who had been detained since straying into Chinese waters. During the summer of 1969, the signals of a possible war between China and the Soviet Union multiplied. Soviet troops along the Chinese border grew to some 42 divisions, over 1 million men. Middle-level Soviet officials began to inquire of acquaintances at comparable levels around the world how their governments would react to a Soviet preemptive attack on Chinese nuclear installations. These developments caused the United States government to speed up its consideration of a potential large-scale Soviet attack on China. The very query ran counter to the experience of those who had conducted Cold War foreign policy. For a generation, China had been viewed as the more bellicose of the 2 communist giants. That the United States might take sides in a war between them had never been considered. The fact that Chinese policymakers compulsively studied America's likely attitudes demonstrated the extent to which long isolation had dulled their understanding of the American decision-making process. But Nixon was determined to define policy by geopolitical considerations, and in these terms, any fundamental change in the balance of power had to evoke at least an American attitude, and, if significant, a policy. Even if we decided to stay aloof, it should be by conscious decision, not by default. At a National Security Council meeting in August 1969, Nixon chose an attitude, if not yet a policy. He put forward the then shocking thesis that, in the existing circumstances, the Soviet Union was the more dangerous party and that it would be against American interests if China were smashed in a China-Soviet war. 31 What this meant practically was not discussed then. What it should have implied for anyone familiar with Nixon's thinking was that, on the issue of China, geopolitics trumped other considerations. In pursuit of this policy, I issued a directive that in case of conflict between the Soviet Union and China the United States would adopt a posture of neutrality but within that framework tilt to the greatest extent possible toward China. 32 It was a revolutionary moment in U.S. foreign policy. An American president declared that we had a strategic interest in the survival of a major communist country with which we had had no meaningful contact for 20 years and against which we had fought a war and engaged in 2 military confrontations. How to communicate this decision? The Warsaw ambassadorial talks had not been convened for months and would have been too low-level to present a view of such magnitude. The administration therefore decided to go to the other extreme and go public with the American decision to view a conflict between the two communist giants as a matter affecting the American national interest. Amidst a drumbeat of bellicose Soviet statements in various forums threatening war, American officials were instructed to convey that the United States was not indifferent and would not be passive. Central Intelligence Agency Director Richard Helms was asked to give a background briefing in which he disclosed that Soviet officials seemed to be sounding out other communist leaders about their attitude toward a preemptive attack on Chinese nuclear installations. On September 5, 1969, Undersecretary of State Elliot Richardson became explicit in a speech to the American Political Science Association, "Ideological differences between the two communist giants are not our affair. We could not fail to be deeply concerned, however, with an escalation of this quarrel into a massive breach of international peace and security." 33 In the Code of the Cold War, Richardson's statement warned that, whatever course the United States adopted, it would not be indifference, that it would act according to its strategic interests. When these measures were being designed, the principal goal was to create a psychological framework for an opening to China. Having since seen many documents published by the main parties, I now lean toward the view that the Soviet Union was much closer to a preemptive attack than we realized and that uncertainty about American reactions proved to be a principal reason for postponing that project. It did not happen. Tensions reached a high point in October when Mao ordered China's top leadership to evacuate Beijing and Defense Minister Lin Biao placed the military on first-degree combat readiness alert. 34 Space was thereby created for the unfolding of Sino-American contacts. Each side leaned over backward to avoid being perceived as having made the first public move, the United States because it had no forum to translate the presidential strategy into a formal position, China because it did not want to show weakness in the face of threats. The result was a minuet so intricate that both sides could always claim that they were not in contact, so stylized that neither country needed to bear the onus of an initiative that might be rejected, and so elliptical that existing political relations could be continued without the need for consultation on a script that had yet to be written. Between November 1969 and February 1970, there were at least 10 occasions when American and Chinese diplomats in various capitals around the world had exchanged words, an event remarkable primarily because, before then, the diplomats had always avoided each other. The deadlock was broken when we ordered Walter Stossel, the U.S. ambassador in Warsaw, to approach Chinese diplomats at the next social function and express the desire for a dialogue. The setting for this encounter was a Yugoslav fashion show in the Polish capital. The Chinese diplomats in attendance, who were without instructions, fled the scene. The Chinese attaché's account of the incident shows how constrained relations had become. Interviewed years later, he recalled seeing two Americans talking and pointing at the Chinese contingent from across the room. This prompted the Chinese to stand up and leave, lest they be drawn into conversation. The Americans, determined to carry out their instructions, followed the Chinese. When the desperate Chinese diplomats speeded up, the Americans started running after them, shouting in Polish, the only mutually intelligible language available, "We are from American Embassy. We want to meet your ambassador." President Nixon said he wanted to resume his talk with Chinese. 2 weeks later, the Chinese ambassador in Warsaw invited Stossel to a meeting at the Chinese embassy, to prepare for a resumption of the Warsaw talks. Reopening the forum inevitably raised the fundamental issues. What were the two sides going to talk about? And to what end? This brought into the open the differences in negotiating tactics and style between the Chinese and American leadership, at least with the American diplomatic establishment that had supervised the Warsaw talks through over 100 abortive meetings. The differences had been obscured so long as both sides believed deadlock served their purposes. The Chinese would demand the return of Taiwan to Chinese sovereignty, the Americans would propose a renunciation of force over what was presented as a dispute between two Chinese parties. Now that both sides sought progress, the difference in negotiating style became important. Chinese negotiators used diplomacy to weave together political, military, and psychological elements into an overall strategic design. Diplomacy to them is the elaboration of a strategic principle. They ascribe no particular significance to the process of negotiation as such, nor do they consider the opening of a particular negotiation a transformational event. They do not think that personal relations can affect their judgments, though they may invoke personal ties to facilitate their own efforts. They have no emotional difficulty with deadlocks, they consider them the inevitable mechanism of diplomacy. They prize gestures of goodwill only if they serve a definable objective or tactic. And they patiently take the long view against impatient interlocutors, making time their ally. The attitude of the American diplomat varies substantially. The prevalent view within the American body politic sees military force and diplomacy as distinct, in essence separate, phases of action. Military action is viewed as occasionally creating the conditions for negotiations, but once negotiations begin, they are seen as being propelled by their own internal logic. This is why, at the start of negotiations, the United States reduced military operations in Korea and agreed to a bombing halt in Vietnam, in each case substituting reassurance for pressure and reducing material incentives on behalf of intangible ones. American diplomacy generally prefers the specific over the general, the practical over the abstract. It is urged to be flexible, it feels an obligation to break deadlocks with new proposals, unintentionally inviting new deadlocks to elicit new proposals. These tactics often can be used by determined adversaries in the service of a strategy of procrastination. In the case of the Warsaw talks, American proclivities had the opposite effect. China had returned to the Warsaw talks because Mao had made a strategic decision to follow the four marshals' recommendations to seek a high-level dialogue with the United States. But American diplomats, in contrast to their president, did not envisage, or even imagine, such a breakthrough, or rather, they defined a breakthrough as breathing life into a process they had been nursing through 134 meetings to date. On that journey, they had developed an agenda reflecting the pragmatic issues that had accumulated between the two countries, settlement of financial claims the two sides had against each other, prisoners held in each other's jails, trade, arms control, cultural exchanges. The negotiators' idea of a breakthrough was China's readiness to discuss this agenda. A dialogue of the deaf developed at the two meetings of the resumed Warsaw talks on February 20 and March 20, 1970. As National Security Advisor in the White House, I had urged the negotiating team to repeat what our envoys had tried to say to the fleeing Chinese diplomats, that the United States would be prepared to consider sending a representative to Peking for direct discussions with your officials, or receiving a representative from your government to Washington. Chinese negotiators formally repeated the standard position on Taiwan, albeit in a mild form. But wrapped inside the formulaic response on Taiwan was an unprecedented move. China was willing to consider talks outside the Warsaw channels at the ambassadorial level or through other channels, to reduce tensions between China and the U.S. and fundamentally improve relations. 36 It did not make such talks conditional on the settlement of the Taiwan issue. The American negotiators in Warsaw sought to avoid this broader approach. The first time it was made, they did not respond at all. Afterward they developed talking points to deflect the Chinese proposition of an overall review of relationships into an opportunity to address the American agenda developed over 2 decades of desultory conversations. 37 Nixon was no less impatient with this approach than Mao must have been. "They will kill this baby before it is born," Nixon said when confronted with a plan put forward by the negotiating team. But he was reluctant to order them to engage in a geopolitical dialogue for fear that the briefing system would produce a firestorm and a need for multiple reassurances, all before the Chinese attitude was clear. Mao's attitude was more ambivalent. On the one hand, he wanted to explore rapprochement with the United States. But these exchanges were taking place in early 1970, when the Nixon administration faced massive demonstrations protesting the decision to send forces into Cambodia to disrupt the bases and supply chains supporting Hanoi's offensives into South Vietnam. The question for Mao was whether the demonstrations marked the beginning of the genuine world revolution so long expected by the Marxists and as often disappointed. If China moved closer to the United States, would it be doing it just when the world revolutionary agenda was being fulfilled? To wait out these prospects consumed much of Mao's planning in 1970. 38 He used the American military incursion into Cambodia as a pretext to cancel the next session of Warsaw talks scheduled for May 20, 1970. They were never resumed. Nixon was looking for a forum less bureaucratically constraining and more under his direct control. Mao sought for a way to break through to the highest levels of the United States government whenever he had made a firm decision. Both had to move carefully lest a premature disclosure trigger a Soviet onslaught or a rejection by the other side thwart the entire initiative. When the Warsaw talks foundered, the operating level of the U.S. government seemed relieved to be freed of the perplexities and domestic risks of a negotiation with Beijing. During the year that Nixon and Mao were searching for venues for a high-level dialogue, lower levels of the American diplomatic establishment never raised the question at the White House of what had happened to the Warsaw talks or suggested reconvening them. For nearly a year after the Chinese cancellation of the proposed May 20 meeting, both the American and Chinese leaders agreed on the objective but found themselves thwarted by the gulf of 20 years of isolation. The problem was no longer simply the cultural differences between the Chinese and the American approaches to negotiations. It was that Nixon's approach differed more from that of his own diplomats than from Mao's. He and I wanted to explore the strategic situation produced by the triangular relationship between the Soviet Union, China, and the United States. We strove for an occasion not so much to remove irritants as to conduct a geopolitical dialogue. As the two sides were circling each other, their choice of intermediaries conveyed a great deal about their perceptions of the task at hand. Nixon used the occasion of an around-the-world trip in July 1970 to tell his hosts in Pakistan and Romania that he sought high-level exchanges with Chinese leaders and that they were free to communicate this to Beijing. As National Security Advisor, I mentioned the same point to Jean Saintony, the former French ambassador in Hanoi, a friend of many years who was acquainted with the Chinese ambassador in Paris, Huang Zhen. In other words, the White House chose a non-aligned friend of China, Pakistan, a member of the Warsaw Pact known for its quest for independence from Moscow, Romania, and a member of NATO distinguished by its commitment to strategic independence, France, on the assumption that Saintony was bound to pass our message to the French government. Beijing passed hints to us via its embassy in Oslo, Norway, a NATO ally, and, strangely enough, in Kabul, Afghanistan, perhaps on the theory that the venue was so improbable as to be sure to gain our attention. We ignored Oslo because our embassy was not equipped for the necessary staff support. Kabul, of course, was even more remote. And we did not want to conduct the dialogue once again through embassies. China ignored the direct approach via Paris but eventually responded to the overtures via Romania and Pakistan. Before that, however, Mao communicated with us but so subtly and indirectly that we missed the point. In October 1970 Mao granted another interview to Edgar Snow, considered by the Nixon White House to be a Mao sympathizer. To demonstrate the importance Mao attached to the occasion, he placed Snow next to him on the reviewing stand during the parade celebrating the Communist victory in the Civil War on October 8, 1970. The mere presence of an American standing next to the chairman symbolized, or was intended to symbolize to the Chinese people, that contact with America was not only permissible but a high priority. The interview proceeded in a complex manner. Snow was given a transcript of the interview with the restriction that he could use only indirect quotations. He was also instructed to delay any publication for 3 months. The Chinese reasoning must have been that Snow would submit the actual text to the U.S. government and that the published summary would then reinforce a process already in train. It did not work out that way for the same reason that the 1965 interview failed to influence the U.S. government. Snow was a friend of the PRC of long standing. That very fact caused him to be written off in the American foreign policy establishment as a Beijing propagandist. No transcript of his interview reached high levels of government, still less the White House, and by the time the article appeared months later, it had been overtaken by other communications. It was a pity the transcript did not reach us, because the chairman had made some revolutionary pronouncements. For nearly a decade, China had cut itself off from the outside world. Now Mao announced that he would soon start inviting Americans of all political persuasions to visit China. Nixon would be welcome either as a tourist or as president, because the chairman had concluded that the problems between China and the U.S. would have to be solved with Nixon, because of the upcoming presidential election within 2 years. 39 Mao had moved from vilifying the United States to inviting a dialogue with the American president. And he added a startling comment about the Chinese domestic situation, which hinted that the dialogue would take place with a new China. Mao told Snow that he was ending the Cultural Revolution. What he had intended as a moral and intellectual renovation had turned into coercion, he said. When foreigners reported that China was in great chaos, they were not telling lies. It had been true. Fighting, between Chinese, was going on. First with spears, then rifles, then mortars. 40 Mao, as Snow reported, now deplored the cult of personality built around his person. It was hard, the chairman said, for people to overcome the habits of 3,000 years of emperor-worshipping tradition. The titles ascribed to him such as, Great Helmsman, would all be eliminated sooner or later. The sole title he wished to retain was, Teacher. 41 These were extraordinary assertions. After having convulsed his country with upheavals that destroyed even the Communist Party so that only a cult of personality was left for cohesion, Mao now pronounced the end of the Cultural Revolution. It had been proclaimed so that the chairman could govern without doctrinal or bureaucratic inhibitions. It had been sustained by shredding existing structures and by what Mao now described as maltreatment of captives, party members and others removed from power and subjected to re-education. 42 Where did all this leave Chinese governance? Or was it being told to a foreign journalist in Mao's characteristic elliptically wandering way, in pursuit of its principal purpose, to encourage a new phase in the relationship between China and the United States and the world by conveying an altered governance? As Snow recorded, Mao announced that, between Chinese and Americans there need be no prejudices. There could be mutual respect and equality. He said he placed high hopes on the peoples of the two countries. 43 Nixon, in a break with American foreign policy tradition, had urged a relaxation of tensions on the basis of geopolitical considerations in order to return China to the international system. But to the China-centered Mao, the principal vision was not the international system so much as the future of China. To achieve its security, he was willing to shift the center of gravity of Chinese policy and bring about a reversal of the alliances, not, however, in the name of a theory of international relations but rather of a new direction for Chinese society in which China could even learn from the United States. China should learn from the way America developed, by decentralizing and spreading responsibility and wealth among the 50 states. A central government could not do everything. China must depend upon regional and local initiatives. It would not do, spreading his hands, to leave everything up to him. Mao. 44 Mao, in short, reaffirmed classic principles of Chinese governance cast in Confucian principles of moral rectitude. He devoted a part of his interview to castigating the habit of lying, which he blamed not on the Americans but on the recently disempowered Red Guards. If one did not speak the truth, Mao concluded, how could he gain the confidence of others? Who would trust one? 45 Snow recorded. The fire-breathing, radical ideologist of yesterday now appeared in the garb of a Confucian sage. His concluding sentence seemed to express a sense of resignation to new circumstance if not without, as always, taunting double meanings. He was, he said, only a lone monk walking the world with a leaky umbrella. 46 There was more to the last line than Mao's habitual mockery in presenting the creator of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution as returning to his original philosophic vocation as a lonely teacher. For as several Chinese commentators later noted, the quotation in Snow's English text was but the first line of a familiar Chinese couplet. 47 If completed, the couplet is not so much mocking as ominous. Left unspoken, or at least untranslated, was the second line of the couplet, Wu Fa Wu Tian. As written, the Chinese characters mean, without hair, without sky, that is, the monk is bald, and because he holds an umbrella, he does not see the sky above him. But in the tonal Chinese language, the line is a pun. Pronounced slightly differently, the line takes on a new meaning, without law, without heaven, or, less literally, defying laws both human and divine, neither God-fearing nor law-abiding, trampling law underfoot without batting an eyelid. 48 Mao's closing salvo was, in other words, even further reaching and more subtle than initially apparent. Mao cast himself as a wandering classical sage but also as a law unto himself. Was Mao toying with his English-speaking interviewer? Could he possibly think Snow would understand the pun, which is, for a Western ear, almost impossibly obscure? Mao did sometimes overestimate Western subtlety even as the West sometimes exaggerated his. Given the context, the probability is that Mao's pun was directed to his domestic audience, particularly those leaders who might oppose rapprochement with the heretofore hated United States and whose opposition later culminated in the crisis, an alleged coup, of Lin Biao shortly after the U.S. opening to China. Mao was effectively announcing that he was about to turn the world upside down again. In that mission, he would not be bound by laws human or divine, not even the laws of his own ideology. It warned doubters to get out of the way. The text of Mao's interview was surely circulated in high levels of Beijing even as it was being ignored in Washington. Snow had been asked to delay publication so that China could develop an official initiative. Mao decided to cut through the minuet of third-party communications by addressing the American administration directly at the highest level. On December 8, 1970, a message was delivered to my office in the White House from Zhou Enlai. Reviving a diplomatic practice of previous centuries, the Pakistani ambassador brought it from Islamabad, where it had been delivered as a handwritten communication. Beijing's missive formally acknowledged the messages received through intermediaries. It noted a comment made by Nixon to President Aga Mohammad Yahya Khan of Pakistan, when Yahya called at the White House a few weeks earlier, to the effect that America, in its negotiations with the Soviet Union, would not participate in a condominium against China, and would be prepared to send an emissary to a mutually convenient place to arrange high-level contacts with China. 49 Zhou Enlai replied as he had not to previous messages because, he said, this was the first time a message had come from a head, through a head, to a head. 50 Emphasizing that his reply had been approved by Mao and Lin Biao, then Mao's designated heir, Zhou invited a special emissary to Beijing to discuss the vacation, of Chinese territories called Taiwan, which have now been occupied by foreign troops of the United States for the last 15 years. 51 It was an artful document. For what exactly was Zhou Enlai proposing to discuss? The reversion of Taiwan to China or the presence of American troops on the island? There was no reference to the Treaty of Mutual Assistance. Whatever it meant, it was the mildest formulation on Taiwan that had been received from Beijing for 20 years. Did it apply only to American forces stationed in Taiwan, most of whom were support forces for Vietnam? Or did it imply a more sweeping demand? In any event, to invite the representative of the reviled monopoly capitalists, 52 to Beijing had to reflect some deeper imperative than the desire to discuss Taiwan, for which a forum already existed. It had to involve the security of China. The White House opted to leave the answer open for actual direct contacts. Our reply accepted the principle of an emissary but defined his mission as the broad range of issues which lie between the People's Republic of China and the U.S. In other words, the U.S. emissary would not agree to confine the agenda to Taiwan. 53 Leaving nothing to the chance that the Pakistan channel might not work efficiently, Zhou Enlai sent a parallel message via Romania, which, for some never-explained reason, arrived a month after the Pakistani message, in January. This message, too, we were told, had been reviewed by Chairman Mao and Lin Biao. 54 It described Taiwan as the one outstanding issue between China and the United States and added an entirely new element, since President Nixon had already visited Belgrade and Bucharest, capitals of communist countries, he would also be welcome in Beijing. In light of the military clashes of the past decade and a half, it was significant that Taiwan was listed as the only issue between China and the United States. In other words, Vietnam clearly was not an obstacle to reconciliation. We replied through the Romanian channel, accepting the principle of an emissary but ignoring the invitation to the president. At this early stage of contacts, accepting a presidential visit seemed too importuning, not to mention too risky. We conveyed our definition of an appropriate agenda phrased, to avoid confusion, identically with the message via Pakistan, to the effect that the United States was prepared to discuss all issues of concern to both sides, including Taiwan. Zhou Enlai had seen Yehia in October and the Romanian vice premier in November. Mao had received Snow in early October. That all these messages emerged within a few weeks of each other reflected the fact that diplomacy had gone beyond the tactical and was being orchestrated for a major denouement. But to our surprise, and no little uneasiness, there was no response for 3 months. Probably it was because of the South Vietnamese offensive, backed by U.S. air power, on the Ho Chi Minh Trail through southern Laos, the principal supply route for North Vietnamese forces in the south. Mao also seems to have had second thoughts about the prospects of an American revolution based on the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations. 55 Perhaps it was because Beijing prefers to move at a pace that demonstrates its imperviousness to mere tactical considerations and precludes any demonstration of Chinese eagerness, much less of weakness. Most likely, Mao needed time to align his own domestic constituencies. It was not until the beginning of April that we heard from China again. It chose none of the channels we had established but a method of its own, which forced into the open the issue of the Chinese desire to achieve a better relationship with America and was less dependent on actions of the United States government. This is the background to the episode that has entered folklore as ping-pong diplomacy. A Chinese ping-pong team participated in an international tournament in Japan, the first time a Chinese sports team had competed outside China since the beginning of the Cultural Revolution. In recent years, it has emerged that the impending encounter between the Chinese and American teams caused considerable internal debate in the Chinese leadership. The Chinese Foreign Ministry initially recommended avoiding the tournament entirely, or at least remaining aloof from the American team. Zhou forwarded the matter for reconsideration by Mao, who deliberated for 2 days. Late one night, after one of his periodic bouts of insomnia, Mao lay, slumped over the table, in a sleeping pill-induced haze. Suddenly he croaked to his nurse, telling her to phone the Foreign Ministry, to invite the American team to visit China. The nurse recalled asking him, "Does your word count after taking sleeping pills?" Mao replied, "Yes, it counts, every word counts. Act promptly, or it will be too late." 56 This order from Mao in hand, the Chinese players used the occasion to invite the American team to visit China. On April 14, 1971, the amazed young Americans found themselves at the Great Hall of the People in the presence of Zhou Enlai, which was more than had ever been achieved by the vast majority of the foreign ambassadors stationed in Beijing. "You have opened a new chapter in the relations of the American and Chinese people," affirmed the Chinese premier. "I am confident that the beginning of our friendship will certainly find support with the majority of our peoples." The athletes, stunned by the fact that they were being propelled into high-level diplomacy, did not respond, causing Zhou Enlai to end with a sentence we later came to recognize as characteristic, "Don't you think so?" evoking a round of applause. 57 As usual with Chinese diplomacy, Mao and Zhou were operating on many levels. On one level, the ping-pong diplomacy constituted an answer to the American messages of January. It committed China publicly to the course heretofore confined to the most secret diplomatic channels. In that sense, it was reassurance. But it was also a warning of what course China could pursue were the secret communications thwarted. Beijing could then undertake a public campaign, what would today be called people-to-people diplomacy, much as Hanoi was doing in pressing its objectives on Vietnam, an appeal to the growing protest movement in American society on the basis of another, lost chance for peace. Zhou soon conveyed that the diplomatic channel remained his preferred option. On April 29, the Pakistani ambassador brought another handwritten message from Beijing dated April 21. It explained the long silence by the situation of the time, 58, without explaining whether this referred to domestic or international conditions but reiterating the willingness to receive a special envoy. Zhou was specific about the emissary Beijing had in mind, naming me or Secretary of State William Rogers or even the President of the U.S. himself, 59 as a condition of restoration of the relations. Zhou mentioned only the withdrawal of American armed forces from Taiwan and the Taiwan Strait, by far the least contentious issue, and omitted the reversion of Taiwan. At that point, the secrecy with which the diplomacy had been conducted nearly derailed the enterprise and would have in any previous period of dealing with Beijing. Nixon had decided that the channel to Beijing should be confined to the White House. No other agency had been told of the two communications from Zhou Enlai in December and January. Thus in a public briefing on April 28, a State Department spokesman declared as the American position that sovereignty over Taiwan was an unsettled question subject to future international resolution. And when the Secretary of State, attending a diplomatic meeting in London, appeared on television the next day, he commented on the Snow interview and dismissed the invitation to Nixon as fairly casually made and not serious. He described Chinese foreign policy as expansionist and rather paranoiac. Progress in negotiations, and a possible Nixon trip to China, would be possible only if China decided to join the international community in some unspecified way and complied with the rules of international law. 60. It was a measure of China's strategic imperatives that progress toward resumption of the dialogue continued. The reference to Taiwan as an unsettled question was denounced as fraudulent and a brazen intervention in the affairs of the Chinese people by the governmental spokesman. But the invective was coupled with a reaffirmation that the visit of the table tennis team was a new development in the friendship between the Chinese and American peoples. On May 10, we accepted Zhou's invitation to Nixon but reiterated our insistence on a broad agenda. Our communication read, at such a meeting each side would be free to raise the issue of principal concern to it. 61. To prepare for the summit, the President proposed that as his assistant for national security I should represent him at a preliminary secret meeting with Zhou. We indicated a specific date. The reason for the date was not high policy. During the late spring and early summer, the Cabinet and White House had planned a series of travels, and it was the first time a high-level plane became available. On June 2, we received the Chinese reply. Zhou informed us that he had reported Nixon's acceptance of the Chinese invitation to Mao, with much pleasure, 62, and that he would welcome me to Beijing for preliminary conversations on the proposed date. We paid little attention to the fact that Lin Biao's name was dropped from this communication. Within a year, Sino-American diplomacy had moved from irreconcilable conflict to a visit to Beijing by a presidential emissary to prepare a visit by the president himself. It did so by sidestepping the rhetoric of 2 decades and staying focused on the fundamental strategic objective of a geopolitical dialogue leading to a recasting of the Cold War international order. Had Nixon followed professional advice, he would have used the Chinese invitation to return to the traditional agenda and speed up its consideration as a condition for higher-level talks. Not only might this have been treated as a rejection, the whole process of intensified Sino-U.S. contact would almost certainly have been overwhelmed by domestic and international pressures in both countries. Nixon's contribution to the emerging Sino-American understanding was not so much that he understood its desirability but that he was able to give it a conceptual foundation to which Chinese thinking could relate. To Nixon, the opening to China was part of an overall strategic design, not a shopping list of mutual irritations. Chinese leaders pursued a parallel approach. Invocations of returning to an existing international order were meaningless to them, if only because they did not consider the existing international system, which they had no hand in forming, as relevant to them. They had never conceived their security to reside in the legal arrangement of a community of sovereign states. Americans to this day often treat the opening to China as ushering in a static condition of friendship. But the Chinese leaders were brought up on the concept of shi, the art of understanding matters in flux. When Zhou wrote about re-establishing friendship between the Chinese and American peoples, he described an attitude needed to foster a new international equilibrium, not a final state of the relationship between peoples. In Chinese writings, the hallowed words of the American vocabulary of a legal international order are rarely to be found. What was sought, rather, was a world in which China could find security and progress through a kind of combative coexistence, in which readiness to fight was given equal pride of place to the concept of coexistence. Into this world, the United States entered with its first diplomatic mission to Communist China. Chapter 9 Resumption of Relations. First encounters with Mao and Zhou. The most dramatic event of the Nixon presidency occurred in near obscurity. For Nixon had decided that for the mission to Beijing to succeed, it would have to take place in secrecy. A public mission would have set off a complicated internal clearance project within the U.S. government and insistent demands for consultations from around the world, including Taiwan, still recognized as the government of China. This would have mortgaged our prospects with Beijing, whose attitudes we were being sent to discover. Transparency is an essential objective, but historic opportunities for building a more peaceful international order have imperatives as well. So my team set off to Beijing via Saigon, Bangkok, New Delhi, and Rawalpindi on an announced fact-finding journey on behalf of the president. My party included a broader set of American officials, as well as a core group destined for Beijing, myself, aides Winston Lord, John Holdridge, and Dick Smicer, and Secret Service agents Jack Reddy and Gary McLeod. The dramatic denouement required us to go through tiring stops at each city designed to be so boringly matter-of-fact that the media would stop tracking our movements. In Rawalpindi, we disappeared for 48 hours for an ostensible rest. I had feigned illness, in a Pakistani hill station in the foothills of the Himalayas. In Washington, only the President and Colonel Alexander Haig, later General, my top aide, knew our actual destination. When the American delegation arrived in Beijing on July 9, 1971, we had experienced the subtlety of Chinese communication but not the way Beijing conducted actual negotiations, still less the Chinese style of receiving visitors. American experience with communist diplomacy was based on contacts with Soviet leaders, principally Andrei Gromyko, who had a tendency to turn diplomacy into a test of bureaucratic will. He was impeccably correct in negotiation but implacable on substance, sometimes, one sensed, straining his self-discipline. Strain was nowhere apparent in the Chinese reception of the secret visit or during the dialogue that followed. In all the preliminary maneuvers, we had been sometimes puzzled by the erratic pauses between their messages, which we assumed had something to do with the Cultural Revolution. Nothing now seemed to disturb the serene aplomb of our hosts, who acted as if welcoming the special emissary of the American president for the first time in the history of the People's Republic of China was the most natural occurrence. For in fact what we encountered was a diplomatic style closer to traditional Chinese diplomacy than to the pedantic formulations to which we had become accustomed during our negotiations with other communist states. Chinese statesmen historically have excelled at using hospitality, ceremony, and carefully cultivated personal relationships as tools of statecraft. It was a diplomacy well suited to China's traditional security challenge, the preservation of a sedentary and agricultural civilization surrounded by peoples who, if they combined, wielded potentially superior military capacity. China survived, and generally prevailed, by mastering the art of fostering a calibrated combination of rewards and punishments and majestic cultural performance. In this context, hospitality becomes an aspect of strategy. In our case, the ministrations began not when our delegation reached Beijing but en route from Islamabad. To our surprise, a group of English-speaking Chinese diplomats had been sent to Pakistan to escort us on the journey and ease any tension we might have felt on a 5-hour flight to an unfamiliar destination. They had boarded the plane before us, shocking our accompanying security people, who had been trained to treat Mao suits as enemy uniforms. On the journey, the team was also able to test some of their research, practice aspects of their conduct, and collect information about their visitors' personal characteristics for their premiere. The team had been selected by Zhou 2 years earlier when the idea of opening with the United States first was mooted in the aftermath of the report of the four marshals. It included 3 members of the foreign ministry, one of whom, Tang Longbin, later was part of the protocol team for the Nixon visit. Another was Zhang Wenjin, a former ambassador and specialist in what the Chinese termed West European, American, and Oceania affairs, and, as it turned out, an awesome linguist. 2 younger members of the delegation, in effect, represented Mao and reported directly to him. They were Wang Herong, his grandniece, and Nancy Tang, an exceptionally capable Brooklyn-born interpreter, whose family had emigrated to China to join the revolution and who also acted as a kind of political advisor. All this we learned later, as well as the fact that, when first approached, the foreign ministry officials reacted like the marshals had. They needed Zhou's personal reassurance that the assignment represented a Mao directive rather than a test of their revolutionary loyalty. Marshal Yi Jianying, the vice chairman of the military commission, one of the 4 marshals who had been seconded by Mao to analyze China's strategic options, welcomed us at the Beijing airport when we landed at noon, a symbol of the support of the People's Liberation Army for the new Sino-U.S. diplomacy. The marshal took me in a long Chinese-made limousine with drawn blinds to Diaoyutai, the state guesthouse in a walled-off park in the western part of the city. The compound had formerly served as an imperial fishing lake. Yi suggested that the delegation take a rest until Premier Zhou would come to the guesthouse 4 hours later to welcome us and for a first round of discussions. Zhou's coming to call on us was a gesture of considerable courtesy. The normal diplomatic procedure is for a visiting delegation to be received in a public building of the host country, especially when the difference in protocol rank of the head of the 2 delegations is so great. In contrast to Zhou, the premier, my protocol rank as National Security Advisor was equivalent to that of a Deputy Cabinet Secretary, 3 levels down. We soon discovered that our Chinese hosts had designed an almost improbably leisurely schedule, as if to signal that after surviving more than 2 decades of isolation, they were in no particular hurry to conclude a substantive agreement now. We were scheduled to be in Beijing for almost exactly 48 hours. We could not extend our stay because we were expected in Paris for talks on Vietnam, nor did we control the schedule of the presidential plane of Pakistan, which had taken us to Beijing. When we saw our program, we realized that, in addition to this pause before Zhou's arrival, a 4-hour visit to the Forbidden City had been planned. Thus 8 hours of the available 48 hours had been provided for. As it turned out, Zhou would be unavailable for the next evening, which had been reserved for a visit by a North Korean Politburo member, which could not be rescheduled, or perhaps was not as a cover for the secret trip. If one allowed for 16 hours for 2 nights' rest, there would be less than 24 hours left for the first dialogue between countries that had been at war, near war, and without significant diplomatic contact for 20 years. In fact, only 2 formal negotiating sessions were available, 7 hours on the day of my arrival, from 4:30 p.m. to 11:20 p.m., and 6 hours on the next, from noon until about 6:30 p.m. The first meeting was at the State Guesthouse, the United States acting as host by the conceit of Chinese protocol. The second was at the Great Hall of the People, where the Chinese government would receive us. It could be argued that the apparent Chinese nonchalance was a form of psychological pressure. To be sure, had we left without progress, it would have been a major embarrassment to Nixon, who had not shared my mission with any other cabinet member. But if the calculations of 2 years of China diplomacy were correct, the exigencies that had induced Mao to extend the invitation might turn unmanageable by a rebuff of an American mission to Beijing. Confrontation made no sense for either side, that is why we were in Beijing. Nixon was eager to raise American sights beyond Vietnam. Mao's decision had been for a move that might force the Soviets to hesitate before taking on China militarily. Neither side could afford failure. Each side knew the stakes. In a rare symbiosis of analyses, both sides decided to spend most of the time on trying to explore each other's perception of the international order. Since the ultimate purpose of the visit was to start the process of determining whether the previously antagonistic foreign policies of the 2 countries could be aligned, a conceptual discussion, at some points sounding more like a conversation between 2 professors of international relations than a working diplomatic dialogue, was, in fact, the ultimate form of practical diplomacy. When the premier arrived, our handshake was a symbolic gesture, at least until Nixon could arrive in China for a public repetition, since Secretary of State John Foster Dulles had refused to shake hands with Zhou at the Geneva Conference in 1954, a slight that rankled, despite the frequent Chinese protestations that it made no difference. We then repaired to a conference room in the guest house and faced each other across a green baize table. Here the American delegation had its first personal experience with the singular figure who had worked by Mao's side through nearly a half-century of revolution, war, upheaval, and diplomatic maneuver. Zhou Enlai. In some 60 years of public life, I have encountered no more compelling figure than Zhou Enlai. Short, elegant, with an expressive face framing luminous eyes, he dominated by exceptional intelligence and capacity to intuit the intangibles of the psychology of his opposite number. When I met him, he had been premier for nearly 22 years and an associate of Mao for 40. He had made himself indispensable as the crucial mediator between Mao and the people who formed the raw material for the chairman's vast agenda, translating Mao's sweeping visions into concrete programs. At the same time, he had earned the gratitude of many Chinese for moderating the excesses of these visions, at least wherever Mao's fervor gave scope for moderation. The difference between the leaders was reflected in their personalities. Mao dominated any gathering, Zhou suffused it. Mao's passion strove to overwhelm opposition, Zhou's intellect would seek to persuade or outmaneuver it. Mao was sardonic, Zhou penetrating. Mao thought of himself as a philosopher, Zhou saw his role as an administrator or a negotiator. Mao was eager to accelerate history, Zhou was content to exploit its currents. A saying he often repeated was, "The helmsman must ride with the waves." When they were together, there was no question of the hierarchy, not simply in the formal sense but in the deeper aspect of Zhou's extraordinarily deferential conduct. Later on, Zhou was criticized for having concentrated on softening some of Mao's practices rather than resisting them. When the American delegation met Zhou, China had just undergone the Cultural Revolution, of which he was, as a cosmopolitan, for an educated advocate for pragmatic engagement with the West, an obvious target. Was he its enabler or a brake on it? Surely Zhou's methods of political survival involved lending his administrative skill to the execution of policies that he may well have found personally distasteful. Perhaps because of this, however, he was spared the purges that were the fate of most of his contemporary leaders in the 1960s, until he eventually came under increasing attack and was in effect removed from office in late 1973. The advisor to the prince occasionally faces the dilemma of balancing the benefits of the ability to alter events against the possibility of exclusion, should he bring his objections to any one policy to a head. How does the ability to modify the prince's prevailing conduct weigh against the moral onus of participation in his policies? How does one measure the element of nuance over time against the claims of absolutes in the immediate? What is the balance between the cumulative impact of moderating trends against that of a grand, and probably doomed, gesture? Deng Xiaoping cut to the heart of these dilemmas in his subsequent assessment of Zhou's role in the Cultural Revolution, in which Deng and his family suffered considerably. Without the premier the Cultural Revolution would have been much worse. And without the premier the Cultural Revolution wouldn't have dragged on for such a long time, one publicly at least. Deng resolved these issues on behalf of Zhou. In an interview Deng gave to the Italian journalist Oriana Fallaci in 1980, after his return from exile, he stated, "Premier Zhou was a man who worked hard and uncomplainingly all his life. He worked 12 hours a day, and sometimes 16 hours or more, throughout his life."
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
We got to know each other quite early, that is, when we were in France on a work-study program during the 1920s. I have always looked upon him as my elder brother. We took the revolutionary road at about the same time. He was much respected by his comrades and all the people. Fortunately he survived during the Cultural Revolution when we were knocked down. He was in an extremely difficult position then, and he said and did many things that he would have wished not to.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
But the people forgave him because, had he not done and said those things, he himself would not have been able to survive and play the neutralizing role he did, which reduced losses. He succeeded in protecting quite a number of people. Two contrary views have had their hearing, Not all analysts share Deng's ultimate appraisal of the exigencies of Zhou's political survival. 3. In my dealings with him, Zhou's subtle and sensitive style helped overcome many pitfalls of an emerging relationship between two
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Previously hostile major countries. The Sino-U.S. rapprochement started as a tactical aspect of the Cold War. It evolved to where it became central to the evolution of the new global order. Neither of us had any illusion of changing the basic convictions of the other. It was precisely the absence of any such illusion that facilitated our dialogue. But we articulated common purposes that survived both our periods in office, one of the highest rewards to which statesmen can lay claim.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
All that was still in the distant future when Zhou and I sat down around the baize table to explore whether a beginning of reconciliation was truly possible at all. Zhou invited me, as the guest, to make the opening statement. I had decided not to detail the issues that had divided the two countries but rather to concentrate on the evolution of Sino-U.S. relations from a philosophical perspective. My opening remarks included the somewhat florid phrase, "Many visitors have come to this beautiful
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
And, to us, mysterious land." At this point, Zhou interrupted, "You will find it not mysterious. When you have become familiar with it, it will not be so mysterious as before." For unraveling each other's mysteries was a good way of defining our challenge, but Zhou went further. In his first
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
comments to an American envoy in 20 years, he stated that restoring friendship was one of the principal goals of the emerging relationship, a point he had already made when he met with the American ping-pong team. On my second visit 3 months later, Zhou greeted my delegation as if the friendship were already an established fact, "So it's only the second meeting, and I am saying what I want to you. You and Mr. Winston, Lord are familiar with this but not Miss Diane Matthews, my secretary, and our new friend," referring to Commander John Howe, my military assistant. "You probably thought the Chinese Communist Party has 3 heads and 6 arms. But, lo and behold, I am like you. Someone you can talk reason with and talk honestly." 5. In February 1973, Mao made the same point. The United States and China had once been 2 enemies, he offered in welcoming me to his study, but, now we call the relationship between ourselves a friendship. 6. It was, however, a hard-headed, unsentimental perception of friendship. The Chinese Communist leadership retained some of the traditional approach to barbarian management. In it, the other side is flattered by being admitted to the Chinese club as an old friend, a posture that makes disagreement more complicated and confrontations painful. When they conduct Middle Kingdom diplomacy, Chinese diplomats maneuver to induce their opposite numbers to propose the Chinese preference so that acquiescence can appear as the granting of a personal favor to the interlocutor. At the same time, the emphasis on personal relationships goes beyond the tactical. Chinese diplomacy has learned from millennia of experience that, in international issues, each apparent solution is generally an admission ticket to a new set of related problems. Hence Chinese diplomats consider continuity of relationships an important task and perhaps more important than formal documents. By comparison, American diplomacy tends to segment issues into self-contained units to be dealt with on their own merits. In this task, American diplomats also prize good personal relations. The difference is that Chinese leaders relate the friendship less to personal qualities and more to long-term cultural, national, or historic ties. Americans stress the individual qualities of their counterparts. Chinese protestations of friendship seek durability for long-term relationships through the cultivation of intangibles. American equivalents attempt to facilitate ongoing activities by emphasis on social contact. And Chinese leaders will pay some, though not unlimited, price for the reputation of standing by their friends. For example, Mao's invitation to Nixon shortly after his resignation, when he was being widely ostracized. The same gesture was made to former Prime Minister Kakuei Tanaka of Japan, when he retired due to a scandal in 1974. A good illustration of the Chinese emphasis on intangibles is an exchange I had with Zhou during my October 1971 visit. I presented the proposals of our advance team for the presidential visit with the reassurance that, since we had so many substantive issues to deal with, technical problems would not be permitted to stand in the way. Zhou replied by turning my operational point into a cultural paradigm, right? Mutual trust and mutual respect. These 2 points. I had emphasized functionality, Zhou stressed context. One cultural trait regularly invoked by Chinese leaders was their historic perspective, the ability, indeed the necessity, to think of time in categories different from the West's. Whatever an individual Chinese leader achieves is brought about in a time frame that represents a smaller fraction of his society's total experience than any other leader in the world. The duration and scale of the Chinese past allow Chinese leaders to use the mantle of an almost limitless history to evoke a certain modesty in their opposite numbers, even if, in the retelling, what is presented as history is occasionally defined by a metaphorical interpretation. The foreign interlocutor can be made to feel that he is standing against the way of nature and that his actions are already destined to be written as a footnoted aberration in the grand sweep of Chinese history. In those first exchanges with us on our arrival in Beijing, Zhou made a valiant effort to confer on America a history longer than China's as a kind of welcoming present. In the next sentence, however, he was back to the traditional perspective. We are 2 countries on 2 sides of the Pacific Ocean, yours with a history of 200 years, and ours with a history of only 22 years, dating from the founding of New China. Therefore, we are younger than you. As for our ancient culture, every country has it, the Indians in the U.S. and Mexico, the Inca Empire in South America, which was even more ancient than China. It's a pity that their scriptures were not preserved, but were lost. With respect to China's long history, there's one good point, the written language, which contains a heritage of 4,000 years based on historical relics. This is beneficial to the unification and development of our nation. 7 altogether, Zhou sought to outline a new approach to international relations, claiming a special moral quality that had evolved under Confucianism and was now ascribed to communism. Chairman Mao on many occasions has said that we would absolutely not become a superpower. What we strive for is that all countries, big or small, be equal. It is not just a question of equality for 2 countries. Of course, it's a good thing for our 2 countries to negotiate on the basis of equality, to exchange views, and to seek to find common points as well as putting on the table our differences. In order to really gain a relaxation in the international arena over a comparatively long period of time, one must deal with one another on the basis of equality. That is not easy to achieve. 8 Machiavelli would have argued that it is in the interest of the country in need of reassurance yet unwilling to ask for it to strive for a general proposition that could then be applied to specific cases. This was one reason why Zhou insisted that, however strong it became, China would maintain a unique approach to international affairs that eschewed the traditional concept of power. We do not consider ourselves a power. Although we are developing our economy, in comparison to others we are comparatively backward. Of course, your president also mentioned that in the next 5 to 10 years, China will speedily develop. We think it will not be so soon, although we will try to go all out, aim high, and develop our socialist construction in a better, faster, and more economical way. The second part of our answer is that when our economy is developed, we will still not consider ourselves a superpower and will not join in the ranks of the superpowers. 9. The proposition that all that China sought was equality among nations would surely have marked a departure from an imperial history in which China is described as the Middle Kingdom. It was also a way of reassuring the United States that China was not a potential threat requiring countervailing force. The principle that Chinese international conduct was based on norms transcending the assertion of power went back to Confucius. As a basis for a new relationship, the test would be the compatibility of these norms with the pressures of a period of upheaval. The underlying challenge of the secret visit was to establish enough confidence to turn a first meeting into a process. Almost invariably, high-level diplomatic exchanges begin by clearing away the underbrush of day-to-day issues. The unusual aspect of the secret visit was that, in the absence of any contact for 20 years, there were no day-to-day problems to clear away except 2, which were recognized as insoluble in the short term, Taiwan and Vietnam. The problem was how to put them aside. In the first exchange over the agenda, Zhou cut that Gordian knot. In the exchanges before the meeting, he had already accepted the principle that both sides would be free to raise any topic, but he had not yet abandoned the condition that the Taiwan issue needed to be discussed and presumably settled first. In the initial exchange, Zhou indicated that he was open to any sequence of discussion I might suggest. In other words, Taiwan no longer needed to be discussed, much less settled first. He also accepted linkage in reverse, that is, to make a settlement of issues relating to Taiwan dependent on the solution of other issues, for example, Indochina. Kissinger, I wanted to ask the Prime Minister how he proposes to proceed. We can do it in one of two ways, each stating the problems which concern us, reserving its answers until later, or proceeding with the issues one at a time. Which do you prefer? Zhou, what is your opinion? Kissinger, I have no strong opinion. One possible way is that since Prime Minister Zhou has stated his views on Taiwan, we could state our views on Indochina. Then I could tell him of my reaction to his statement on Taiwan, and he could tell me of his reaction to mine on Indochina. Or we could take each issue one at a time. Zhou, either way, it's your decision. You can say whatever you like. You could speak first on the Taiwan question or Indochina, or together, because you may think they are linked. Kissinger, I believe they are linked to some extent. 11 In the event, we made the withdrawal of our military forces from Taiwan conditional on the settlement of the Indochina War. Zhou's substantive position on Taiwan, which he articulated during the long opening discussion on the first day, was familiar. We had heard it at 136 Warsaw meetings. The United States needed to recognize the PRC as the sole legitimate government of China and not make any exceptions, and accept that Taiwan was an inalienable part of China. 12 The natural logic of the matter dictated that the United States must withdraw all its armed forces and dismantle all its military installations on Taiwan and in the Taiwan Straits within a limited time period. 13 As these processes unfolded, eventually the U.S. Republic of China Defense Treaty, whose legality Beijing did not recognize, would not exist. 14 At the time of the secret trip to China, there was no difference between Beijing and Taipei as to the nature of the Chinese state. Both Chinese sides subscribed to the One China principle. The Taiwanese authorities forbade agitation for independence. Therefore, for the United States, the issue was not agreeing to the One China principle so much as putting the recognition of Beijing as the capital of a united China into a time frame compatible with American domestic necessities. The secret trip began the delicate process by which the United States has step by step accepted a One China concept, and China has been extremely flexible about the timing of its implementation. Successive American presidents of both parties have skillfully pursued a balancing act. They have progressively deepened relations with Beijing while creating conditions in which Taiwan's economy and democracy have flourished. Successive Chinese leaders, while vigorously insisting on their perception of One China, have not pushed it to a showdown. Zhou followed the same pattern on Vietnam that I had on Taiwan in the sense of avoiding any immediate commitment but also any sense of urgency. Zhou listened to my presentation and asked penetrating questions, yet he stopped far short of even moral pressure, much less threats. Whatever support China gave Vietnam had a historical, not an ideological or strategic, origin, he explained. The debt we owe them was incurred by our ancestors. We have since liberation no responsibility because we overthrew the old system. Yet we still feel a deep and full sympathy for them. 15 Sympathy, of course, was not the same as political or military support. It was a delicate way to convey that China would not become involved militarily or press us diplomatically. At lunch on the second day, at the Great Hall of the People, Zhou suddenly raised the issue of the Cultural Revolution. We had undoubtedly observed it from outside, he said, but he wanted his guests to understand the road that had led China, however circuitously, to where Chinese and American leaders could now meet. Mao had sought to purify the Communist Party and break through the bureaucratic structures, Zhou explained. To this end, he had created the Red Guards as an institution outside the party and the government, whose task was to return the system to the true ideology and ideological purity. The decision turned out to produce turmoil, as various Red Guard units pursued increasingly autonomous and incompatible policies. Indeed, a point was reached, according to Zhou's account, where various organizations or even regions created their own Red Guard units to protect themselves in the spreading chaos. The spectacle of these splinter Red Guard units fighting each other was truly shocking for a people brought up on the universal truth of communist beliefs and faith in China's unity. At that point, Chairman Mao had asked the PLA to restore order after the country on the whole had made progress in defeating bureaucracy and clarifying its convictions. Zhou was in a delicate position in presenting this account, which he must have been instructed to do by Mao. He clearly sought to distinguish himself from the Cultural Revolution and yet remain loyal to Mao, who would read the transcript. At the time I tried to sum up Zhou's main point to myself as indicating a measure of disassociation from Mao by means of an expression of qualified support as follows: there was much chaos during the Cultural Revolution. At one point, the Red Guards locked Zhou up in his own office. On the other hand, Zhou had not been as far-sighted as Chairman Mao, who saw the need to inject new vigor into the revolution. 16Y presents such a narrative to an American delegation on the first visit from the United States in 2 decades. Because the objective was to go beyond normalization to what our interlocutors called friendship, but which would be more accurately described as strategic cooperation. For that, it was important to define China as a country that had overcome its turmoil and was therefore reliable. Having navigated the Cultural Revolution, Zhou implied, it was able to face any foreign foe as a united country and was therefore a potential partner against the Soviet threat. Zhou made the theme explicit in the formal session that immediately followed. It was held in the Fujian Hall of the Great Hall of the People, where each hall is named after a Chinese province. Fujian is the province to which, in both Beijing's and Taipei's administrative divisions, Taiwan and the so-called offshore islands belonged. 17 Zhou did not make a point of the symbolism, and the Americans ignored it. Zhou began by outlining China's defiance: even should all conceivable enemies unite against it, you like to talk about philosophy. The worst would be that China would be carved up once again. You could unite, with the USSR occupying all areas north of the Yellow River, and you occupying all the areas south of the Yangtze River, and the eastern section between these two rivers could be left to Japan. If such a large maneuver should occur, what would the Chinese Communist Party and Chairman Mao be prepared to do? We would be prepared to resist for a protracted period by people's warfare, engaging in a long-term struggle until final victory. This would take time and, of course, we would have to sacrifice lives, but this is something which we would have to contemplate. 18 According to recent Chinese historical accounts, Zhou had been specifically instructed by Mao to brag that, although all under the heavens is in great chaos, the situation is wonderful. 19 Mao was worried about Soviet aggression, but he did not want to express concern, even less appear to ask for help. The narrative of turmoil under the heavens was his way of eliciting American attitudes without the implication of concern involved in asking for them, to sketch both the maximum conceivable threat and China's fortitude in resisting even it. No American intelligence estimate had ever conceived so cataclysmic a contingency, no American policymaker had considered so global a confrontation. Yet its sweep did not specify the specific dominant concern, which was a Soviet attack, and thus China avoided appearing as a supplicant. Despite its apparent explicitness, Zhou's presentation was a subtle approach to a discussion of strategic cooperation. In the Atlantic region we were allied with friendly countries under a looming threat. They would seek reassurance by transforming oral pledges into a legal obligation. The Chinese leaders took the opposite course. How China was prepared to stand alone, even in the face of a nuclear threat, and fight a protracted guerrilla war on its own against a coalition of all major powers became a standard Chinese narrative over the next decade. Its underlying purpose was to turn self-reliance into a weapon and into a method of mutual assistance based on parallel perceptions. Reciprocal obligations between China and the United States would not be established in a legal document but in a shared perception of a common threat. Though China made no claim for outside assistance, it would spontaneously arise from shared perceptions, it would be dispensed with if the other party did not share, or no longer shared, the Chinese view of the challenge. At the very end of the second day's session and with the evening blocked for Zhou by the visit of the North Korean dignitary, with about 18 hours before our unbreakable departure deadline, Zhou raised the issue of a visit by President Nixon. Both Zhou and I had made glancing references to it but had avoided being specific because neither of us wanted to deal with a rebuff or to appear as a supplicant. Zhou finally adopted the elegant solution of moving into the topic as a procedural issue. Zhou, what is your thinking on an announcement of the visit? Kissinger, what visit? Zhou, would it cover only your visit or also President Nixon's visit? Kissinger, we could announce my visit and say that Chairman Mao has extended an invitation to President Nixon and he has accepted, either in principle or at a fixed time, next spring. What is your pleasure? I think there are advantages in doing both together. Zhou, then would it be possible for the two sides to designate some of our men to draft an announcement? Kissinger, we should draft in the context we have been discussing. Zhou, both visits. Kissinger, that would be all right. Zhou, we shall try it. I have an appointment at 6 o'clock that will last until 10 o'clock. My office is free to you. Or you can go to your residence for discussions. You can have supper and rest and a film. Kissinger, we will meet at 10 o'clock. Zhou, yes, I will come to your residence. We will work deep into the night. 20 As it happened, the communiqué could not be finished that night because of a deadlock over who would be said to have invited whom. Each side wanted the other to look more eager. We split the difference. The draft needed the chairman's approval, and Mao had gone to bed. Mao finally approved a formulation in which Zhou, knowing of President Nixon's expressed desire to visit the People's Republic of China, was said to have extended an invitation, which Nixon had then accepted with pleasure. We finished drafting the terms of a statement for the visit of President Nixon just before the deadline for our departure on the afternoon of Sunday, July 11th. Our announcement will shake the world, said Zhou, and the delegation flew back, concealing its excitement for the hours before the world could be shaken. I briefed Nixon at his San Clemente, Western White House. Then, simultaneously on July 15, from Los Angeles and Beijing, the secret trip and the invitation were both made public. Nixon in China, the meeting with Mao 7 months after the secret visit, on February 21, 1972, President Nixon arrived in Beijing on a raw winter day. It was a triumphant moment for the president, the inveterate anti-communist who had seen a geopolitical opportunity and seized it boldly. As a symbol of the fortitude with which he had navigated to this day and of the new era he was inaugurating, he wanted to descend alone from Air Force One to meet Zhou Enlai, who was standing on the windy tarmac in his immaculate Mao jacket as a Chinese military band played the Star-Spangled Banner. The symbolic handshake that erased Dulles' snub duly took place. But for a historic occasion, it was strangely muted. When Nixon's motorcade drove into Beijing, the streets had been cleared of onlookers. And his arrival was played as the last item on the evening news. 21 As revolutionary as the opening itself had been, the final communiqué had not yet been fully agreed, especially in the key paragraph on Taiwan. A celebration would have been premature and perhaps weakened the Chinese negotiating position of studied equanimity. 2. The Chinese leaders knew that their Vietnamese allies were furious that China had given Nixon an opportunity to rally the American public.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
A public demonstration for their enemy in the capital of their ally would have proved too great a strain on the ever-tenuous Sino-Vietnamese relationship. Our hosts made up for the missing demonstrations by inviting Nixon to a meeting with Mao within hours of our arrival. Inviting is not the precise word for how meetings with Mao occurred. Appointments were never scheduled, they came about as if events of nature. They were echoes of emperors granting audiences. The first indication of Mao's invitation to Nixon occurred when, shortly after our arrival, I received word that Zhou needed to see me in a reception room. He informed me that Chairman Mao would like to see the president. To avoid the impression that Nixon was being summoned, I raised some technical issues about the order of events at the evening banquet. Uncharacteristically impatient, Zhou responded, since the chairman is inviting him, he wants to see him fairly soon. In welcoming Nixon at the very outset of his visit, Mao was signaling his authoritative endorsement to domestic and international audiences before talks had even begun. Accompanied by Zhou, we set off for Mao's residence in Chinese cars. No American security personnel were permitted, and the press could be notified only afterward. Mao's residence was approached through a wide gate on the east, west axis carved from where the ancient city walls stood before the Communist Revolution. Inside the imperial city, the road hugged a lake, on the other side of which stood a series of residences for high officials. All had been built in the days of Sino-Soviet friendship and reflected the heavy Stalinist style of the period, similar to the state guesthouses. Mao's residence appeared no different, though it stood slightly apart from the others. There were no visible guards or other appurtenances of power. A small anteroom was almost completely dominated by a ping-pong table. It did not matter because we were taken directly to Mao's study, a room of modest size with bookshelves lining 3 walls filled with manuscripts in a state of considerable disarray. Books covered the tables and were piled up on the floor. A simple wooden bed stood in a corner. The all-powerful ruler of the world's most populous nation wished to be perceived as a philosopher king who had no need to buttress his authority with traditional symbols of majesty. Mao rose from an armchair in the middle of a semicircle of armchairs with an attendant close by to steady him if necessary. We learned later that he had suffered a debilitating series of heart and lung ailments in the weeks before and that he had difficulty moving. Overcoming his handicaps, Mao exuded an extraordinary willpower and determination. He took Nixon's hands in both of his and showered his most benevolent smile on him. The picture appeared in all Chinese newspapers. The Chinese were skillful in using Mao photographs to convey a mood and a direction of policy. When Mao scowled, storms were approaching. When he was photographed wagging a finger at a visitor, it indicated reservations of a somewhat put-upon teacher. The meeting provided us our first introduction to Mao's bantering and elliptical style of conversation. Most political leaders present their thoughts in the form of bullet points. Mao advanced his ideas in a Socratic manner. He would begin with a question or an observation and invite comment. He would then follow with another observation. Out of this web of sarcastic remarks, observations, and queries would emerge a direction, though rarely a binding commitment. From the outset, Mao abjured any intention to conduct either a philosophical or strategic dialogue with Nixon. Nixon had mentioned to the Chinese Vice Foreign Minister, Xiao Guanhua, who had been sent to escort the presidential party from Shanghai to Beijing, Air Force One had stopped in Shanghai to take a Chinese navigator aboard, that he was looking forward to discussing philosophy with the chairman. Mao would have none of it. Asserting that I was the only doctor of philosophy available, he added, "What about asking him to be the main speaker today?" As if by habit, Mao was playing at the contradictions between his guests. This sarcastic evasion could have served the purpose of creating a potential for a rift between the president and the national security advisor, presidents being generally unappreciative of being upstaged by their security advisor. Nor was Mao willing to take a Nixon hint to discuss challenges posed by a number of countries he enumerated. Nixon framed the main issues as follows: we, for example, must ask ourselves, again in the confines of this room, why the Soviets have more forces on the border facing you than on the border facing Western Europe. We must ask ourselves, what is the future of Japan? Is it better, here I know we have disagreements, is it better for Japan to be neutral, totally defenseless, or is it better for a time for Japan to have some relations with the United States? The question is which danger the People's Republic faces, whether it is the danger of American aggression or Soviet aggression. 22 Mao refused the bait. All those troublesome questions I don't want to get into very much. He suggested they be discussed with the premier. What, then, did Mao wish to convey through his apparently meandering dialogue? The perhaps most important messages were things that did not happen. First, after decades of mutual recrimination over Taiwan, the subject in effect did not come up. The sum total of discussions devoted to it was as follows: Mao, our common old friend, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, doesn't approve of this. He calls us communist bandits. He recently issued a speech. Have you seen it? Nixon, Chiang Kai-shek calls the chairman a bandit. What does the chairman call Chiang Kai-shek? Zhou, generally speaking we call them Chiang Kai-shek's clique. In the newspapers sometimes we call him a bandit, we are also called bandits in turn. Anyway, we abuse each other. Mao, actually, the history of our friendship with him is much longer than the history of your friendship with him. 23 No threats, no demands, no deadlines, no references to past deadlock. After a war, 2 military confrontations, and 136 deadlocked ambassadorial meetings, the Taiwan issue had lost its urgency. It was being put aside, at least for the time being, as first suggested by Zhou at the secret meeting. Second, Mao wanted to convey that Nixon was a welcome visitor. The photograph had taken care of that. Third, Mao was eager to remove any threat from China to the United States. At the present time, the question of aggression from the United States or aggression from China is relatively small, that is, it could be said that this is not a major issue, because the present situation is one in which a state of war does not exist between our two countries. You want to withdraw some of your troops back on your soil, ours do not go abroad. 24 This cryptic sentence that Chinese troops stayed at home removed the concern that Vietnam might end like Korea with massive Chinese intervention. Fourth, Mao wanted to convey that he had encountered a challenge in pursuing the opening to America but that he had overcome it. He offered a sardonic epitaph to Lin Biao, who had fled the capital in September 1971 in a military airplane that crashed in Mongolia, in what was reportedly an abortive coup. In our country also there is a reactionary group which is opposed to our contact with you. The result was that they got on an airplane and fled abroad. As for the Soviet Union, they finally went to dig out the corpses, but they didn't say anything about it. 25 Fifth, Mao favored accelerated bilateral cooperation and urged technical talks on the subject. Our side also is bureaucratic in dealing with matters. For example, you wanted some exchange of persons on a personal level, things like that, also trade. But rather than deciding that we stuck with our stand that without settling major issues there is nothing to do with smaller issues. I myself persisted in that position. Later on I saw you were right, and we played table tennis. 26 Sixth, he stressed his personal goodwill to Nixon, both personally and because he said he preferred dealing with right-wing governments on the grounds that they were more reliable. Mao, the author of The Great Leap Forward and the Anti-Rightist Campaign, made the astonishing remark that he had voted for Nixon, and that he was comparatively happy when these people on the right come into power, in the West at least Nixon, when the chairman says he voted for me, he voted for the lesser of two evils. Mao, I like rightists. People say you are rightists, that the Republican Party is to the right, that Prime Minister Heath 27 is also to the right. Nixon, and General de Gaulle. 28 Mao, de Gaulle is a different question. If we fail the first time, then people will talk why are we not able to succeed the first time? The only reason would be that we have taken the wrong road. What will they say if we succeed the second time? 30 In other words, even if for some unforeseen reason the talks about to begin were to deadlock, China would persevere to achieve the desired result of a strategic cooperation with America in the future. As the meeting was breaking up, Mao, the prophet of continuous revolution, emphasized to the president of the heretofore vilified capitalist imperialist society that ideology was no longer relevant to relations between the two countries. Mao, pointing to Dr. Kissinger, seize the hour and seize the day. I think that, generally speaking, people like me sound a lot of big cannons. Zhou laughs. That is, things like, the whole world should unite and defeat imperialism, revisionism, and all reactionaries, and establish socialism. 31 Mao laughed uproariously at the implication that anyone might have taken seriously a slogan that had been scrawled for decades on public surfaces all over China. He ended the conversation with a comment characteristically sardonic, mocking, and reassuring, but perhaps you as an individual may not be among those to be overthrown. They say that he, Dr. Kissinger, is also among those not to be overthrown personally. And if all of you are overthrown we wouldn't have any more friends left. 32 With our long-term personal safety thus assured and the non-ideological basis of their relationship certified by the highest authority on that subject, the two sides commenced 5 days of dialogue and banquets interspersed with sightseeing trips. The Nixon-Zhou dialogue. The substantive issues had been divided into 3 categories, the first being the long-term objectives of the two sides and their cooperation against hegemonic powers, a shorthand for the Soviet Union without the invidiousness of naming it. This would be conducted by Zhou and Nixon and restricted staffs, which included me. We met for at least 3 hours every afternoon. Second, a forum for discussing economic cooperation and scientific and technical exchanges was headed by the foreign ministers of the two sides. Lastly, there was a drafting group for the final communiqué headed by Vice Foreign Minister Qiao Guanhua and myself. The drafting meetings took place late at night after the banquets. The meetings between Nixon and Zhou were unique in encounters between heads of government. Nixon, of course, was also head of state, in that they did not deal with any contemporary issues, these were left to the communiqué drafters and the foreign ministers panel. Nixon concentrated on placing a conceptual roadmap of American policy before his counterpart. Given the starting point of the two sides, it was important that our Chinese interlocutors would hear an authoritative and reliable guide to American purposes. Nixon was extraordinarily well equipped for this role. As a negotiator, his reluctance to engage in face-to-face confrontations, and indeed his evasion of them, tended to produce vagueness and ambiguity. But he was a great briefer. Among the 10 American presidents I have known, he had a unique grasp of long-term international trends. He used the 15 hours of meetings with Zhou to put before him a vision of U.S. China relations and their impact on world affairs. While I was en route to China, Nixon had outlined his perspective to the U.S. ambassador in Taipei, who would have the painful task of explaining to his hosts that America in the years ahead would be shifting the emphasis of its China policy to Beijing from Taipei. We must have in mind, and they, Taipei, must be prepared for the fact, that there will continue to be a step-by-step, a more normal relationship with the other, the Chinese mainland. Because our interests require it. Not because we love them, but because they're there. And because the world situation has so drastically changed. 33 Nixon forecast that despite China's turmoil and privation, its people's outstanding abilities would eventually propel China to the first rank of world powers. Well, you can just stop and think of what could happen if anybody with a decent system of government got control of that mainland. Good God! There'd be no power in the world that could even, you put 800 million Chinese to work under a decent system. And they will be the leaders of the world. 34 Now in Beijing, Nixon was in his element. Whatever his long-established negative views on communism as a system of governance, he had not come to China to convert its leaders to American principles of democracy or free enterprise, judging it to be useless. What Nixon sought throughout the Cold War was a stable international order for a world filled with nuclear weapons. Thus in his first meeting with Zhou, Nixon paid tribute to the sincerity of the revolutionaries whose success he had earlier decried as a signal failure of American policy. We know you believe deeply in your principles, and we believe deeply in our principles. We do not ask you to compromise your principles, just as you would not ask us to compromise ours. 35 Nixon acknowledged that his principles had earlier led him, like many of his countrymen, to advocate policies in opposition to Chinese aims. But the world had changed, and now the American interest required that Washington adapt to these changes. My views, because I was in the Eisenhower administration, were similar to those of Mr. Dulles at that time. But the world has changed since then, and the relationship between the People's Republic and the United States must change too. As the Prime Minister has said in a meeting with Dr. Kissinger, the helmsman must ride with the waves or he will be submerged with the tide. 36 Nixon proposed to base foreign policy on the reconciliation of interests. Provided the national interest was clearly perceived and that it took into account the mutual interest in stability, or at least in avoiding catastrophe, this would introduce predictability into Sino-U.S. relations. Peaking here, the Prime Minister knows and I know that friendship, which I feel we do have on a personal basis, cannot be the basis on which an established relationship must rest, not friendship alone. As friends, we could agree to some fine language, but unless our national interests would be served by carrying out agreements set forward in that language, it would mean very little. 37 For such an approach, candor was the precondition of genuine cooperation. As Nixon told Zhou, it is important that we develop complete candor and recognize that neither of us would do anything unless we considered it was in our interests. 38 Nixon's critics often decried these and similar statements as a version of selfishness. Yet Chinese leaders reverted to them frequently as guarantors of American reliability, because they were precise, calculable, and reciprocal. On this basis, Nixon put forward a rationale for an enduring American role in Asia, even after the withdrawal of the bulk of U.S. forces from Vietnam. What was unusual about it was that he presented it as being in the mutual interest. For decades, Chinese propaganda had assailed the American presence in the region as a form of colonialist oppression and called upon the people to rise up against it. But Nixon in Beijing insisted that geopolitical imperatives transcended ideology. His very presence in Beijing testified to that. With 1 million Soviet troops on China's northern border, Beijing would no longer be able to base its foreign policy on slogans about the need to strike down American imperialism. He had stressed America's essential world role to me before the trip. We cannot be too apologetic about America's world role. We cannot, either in the past, or in the present, or in the future. We cannot be too forthcoming in terms of what America will do. Well, in other words, beat our breasts, wear a hair shirt, and we'll withdraw, and we'll do this, and that, and the other thing. Because I think we have to say that, who does America threaten? Who would you rather have playing this role? 39 The invocation of the national interest in the absolute form as put forward by Nixon is difficult to apply as the sole organizing concept of international order. Conditions by which to define the national interest vary too widely, and the possible fluctuations in interpretation are too great, to provide a reliable single guide to conduct. Some congruence on values is generally needed to supply an element of restraint. When China and the United States first began to deal with each other after a hiatus of 2 decades, the values of the two sides were different, if not opposed. A consensus on national interest with all its difficulties was the most meaningful element of moderation available. Ideology would drive the two sides toward confrontation, tempting tests of strength around a vast periphery. Was pragmatism enough? It can sharpen clashes of interests as easily as resolve them. Every side will know its objectives better than the other sides. Depending on the solidity of its domestic position, concessions that are necessary from the pragmatic point of view can be used by domestic opponents as a demonstration of weakness. There is therefore a constant temptation to raise the stakes. In the first dealings with China, the issue was how congruent the definitions of interests were or could be made to be. The Nixon-Zhou conversations provided the framework of congruence, and the bridge to it was the Shanghai Communique and its much-debated paragraph about the future of Taiwan. The Shanghai Communique normally, communiques have a short shelf life. They define a mood rather than a direction. This was not the case with the communique that summed up Nixon's visit to Beijing. Leaders like to create the impression that communiques emerge full-blown from their minds and conversations with their counterparts. The popular idea that the leaders write and agree on every comma is not one they discourage. Experienced and wise leaders know better. Nixon and Zhou understood the danger of obliging leaders into drafting sessions on the short deadlines inherent in a summit. Usually men of strong will, why else would they find themselves where they are, may not be able to resolve deadlocks when time is short and the media insistent. As a result, diplomats frequently arrive at major meetings with communiques already largely drafted. I had been sent to Beijing by Nixon in October 1971, on a second visit, for that purpose. In subsequent exchanges, it was decided that the code name for this trip would be Polo II, our imaginations having been exhausted by naming the first secret trip Polo I. The chief purpose of Polo II was to agree on a communique that the Chinese leadership and the president could endorse at the conclusion of Nixon's trip 4 months later. We arrived in Beijing during a time of upheaval in the Chinese governmental structure. A few weeks earlier, Mao's appointed successor, Lin Biao, had been accused of a plot whose full dimensions have never been officially revealed. Different explanations exist. The prevalent view at the time was that Lin Biao, the compiler of the Little Red Book of Mao's sayings, seemed to have concluded that China's security would be better assured by returning to the principles of the Cultural Revolution than by maneuvering with America. It has also been suggested that, by this point, Lin actually opposed Mao from something closer to the pragmatist position of Zhou and Deng, and that his outward ideological zealotry was a defensive tactic. 40 vestiges of the crisis were still all around us when my associates and I arrived on October 20th. On the way from the airport, we passed posters that proclaimed the familiar slogan, "Down with American imperial capitalism and its running dogs." Some of the posters were in English. Leaflets with similar themes had been left in our rooms at the State Guesthouse. I asked my staff assistant to collect and return them to the Chinese protocol officer, saying that they had been left behind by a previous occupant. He instructed Zhou to produce a communiqué that would restate communist orthodoxies as the Chinese position. Americans could state their view as they chose. Mao had based his life on the proposition that peace could emerge only out of struggle, not as an end in itself. China was not afraid to avow its differences with America. Zhou's draft, and mine, was the sort of banality the Soviets would sign but neither mean nor implement. 41 Zhou's presentation followed his instructions from Mao. He put forward a draft communiqué that stated the Chinese position in uncompromising language. It left blank pages for our position, which was expected to be comparably strong to the contrary. There was a final section for common positions. At first, I was taken aback. But as I reflected, the unorthodox format appeared to solve both sides' problem. Each could reaffirm its fundamental convictions, which would reassure domestic audiences and uneasy allies. The differences had been known for 2 decades. The contrast would highlight the agreements being reached, and the positive conclusions would be far more credible. Without the ability to communicate with Washington in the absence of diplomatic representation or adequate secure communication, I was confident enough of Nixon's thinking to proceed. In this manner, a communiqué issued on Chinese soil and published by Chinese media enabled America to affirm its commitment to individual freedom and social progress for all the peoples of the world, proclaim its close ties
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library
with allies in South Korea and Japan, and articulate a view of an international order that rejected infallibility for any country and permitted each nation to develop free of foreign interference. 42 The Chinese draft of the communiqué was, of course, equally expressive of contrary views. These could not have come as a surprise
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library
to the Chinese population. They heard and saw them all day in their media. But by signing a document containing both perspectives, each side was effectively calling an ideological truce and underscoring where our views converged. By far the most significant of these convergences was the article on hegemony. It read, "Neither side should seek hegemony in the Asia-Pacific region, and each is opposed to efforts by any other country or group of countries to establish such hegemony." 43
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
alliances have been founded on far less. For all its pedantic phraseology, it was a stunning conclusion. The enemies of a little more than 6 months earlier were announcing their joint opposition to any further expansion of the Soviet sphere. It was a veritable diplomatic revolution, for the next step would inevitably be to discuss a strategy to counter Soviet ambitions. The sustainability of the strategy depended on whether progress could be made on Taiwan. By the time Taiwan
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library
was discussed during the Nixon trip, the parties had already explored the subject, starting with the secret visit 7 months earlier. Negotiations had now reached the point where the diplomat has a choice to make. One tactic, and indeed the traditional approach, is to outline one's maximum position and gradually retreat to a more attainable stance. Such a tactic is much beloved by negotiators eager to protect their domestic standing. Yet while it appears tough to start with an
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library
extreme set of demands, the process amounts to a progressive weakening ushered in by the abandonment of the opening move. The other party is tempted to dig in at each stage to see what the next modification will bring and to turn the negotiating process into a test of endurance. Rather than exalting process over substance, the preferable course is to make opening proposals close to what one judges to be the most sustainable outcome, a definition of sustainable in the abstract being one that both sides have an interest in maintaining.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
This was a particular challenge with respect to Taiwan, where the margin for concession for both sides was narrow. We therefore from the beginning put forward views on Taiwan we judged necessary for a constructive evolution. Nixon advanced these on February 22 as 5 principles distilled from previous exchanges during my July and October meetings. They were comprehensive and at the same time also the limit of American concessions. The future would have to be navigated within their framework.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
They were an affirmation of a one China policy, that the United States would not support internal Taiwan independence movements, that the United States would discourage any Japanese move into Taiwan, a matter, given history, of special concern to China, support for any peaceful resolution between Beijing and Taipei, and commitment to continued normalization. 44 On February 24, Nixon explained how the Taiwan issue might evolve domestically as the United States pursued these
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Principles. His intention, he affirmed, was to complete the normalization process in his second term and withdraw American troops from Taiwan in that time frame, though he warned that he was in no position to make any formal commitments. Zhou responded that both sides had difficulties, and that there was no time limit. Principle and pragmatism thus existing in ambiguous equilibrium, Xiao Guanhua and I drafted the last remaining section of the Shanghai Communiqué. The key passage
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
Was only one paragraph, but it took 2 nearly all-night sessions to produce. It read, the U.S. side declared, the United States acknowledges that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China and that Taiwan is a part of China. The United States government does not challenge that position.
Thanks for tuning in to the Learner's Library.
It reaffirms its interest in a peaceful settlement of the Taiwan question by the Chinese themselves. With this prospect in mind, it affirms the ultimate objective of the withdrawal of all U.S. forces and military installations from Taiwan. In the meantime, it will progressively reduce its forces and military installations on Taiwan as the tension in the area diminishes. 45 This paragraph folded decades of civil war and animosity into an affirmative general principle to which Beijing, Taipei, and Washington could all subscribe. The United States dealt with the one China policy by acknowledging the convictions of Chinese on either side of the Chinese dividing line. The flexibility of this formulation permitted the United States to move from acknowledge to support in its own position in the decades since. Taiwan has been given an opportunity to develop economically and internally. China achieved recognition of its core interest in a political connection between Taiwan and the mainland. The United States affirmed its interest in a peaceful resolution. Despite occasional tensions, the Shanghai Communiqué has served its purpose. In the 40 years since it was signed, neither China nor the United States has allowed the issue to interrupt the momentum of their relationship. It has been a delicate and occasionally tense process. Throughout, the United States has affirmed its view of the importance of a peaceful settlement and China its conviction of the imperative of ultimate unification. Each side has acted with restraint and sought to avoid obliging the other side to a test of wills or strength. China has invoked core principles but has been flexible as to the timing of their implementation. The United States has been pragmatic, moving from case to case, sometimes heavily influenced by domestic American pressures. On the whole, Beijing and Washington have given priority to the overriding importance of the Chinese-American relationship. Still, one must not confuse a modus vivendi with a permanent state of affairs. No Chinese leader has ever abandoned the insistence on ultimate unification or can be expected to do so. No foreseeable American leader will jettison the American conviction that this process should be peaceful or alter the American view on that subject. Statesmanship will be needed to prevent a drift toward a point where both sides feel obliged to test the firmness and nature of each other's convictions. The aftermath The reader should keep in mind that the kind of protocol and hospitality described here has evolved substantially in the decades since. Ironically, the style of hospitality practiced by the early communist leaders was more comparable to that of the Chinese imperial tradition than of contemporary practice, which is less elaborate, with fewer toasts and a less effusive tone on the governmental side. What has not changed significantly is the meticulous preparation, the complexity of argumentation, the capacity for long-range planning, and the subtle sense for the intangible. Nixon's visit to China is one of the few occasions where a state visit brought about a seminal change in international affairs. The re-entry of China into the global diplomatic game, and the increased strategic options for the United States, gave a new vitality and flexibility to the international system. Nixon's visit was followed by comparable visits by the leaders of other Western democracies and Japan. The adoption of the anti-hegemony clauses in the Shanghai Communique signified a de facto shift of alliances. Though at first confined to Asia, the undertaking was expanded a year later to include the rest of the world. And to foster the same kind of evolution on the American side. The reward for Sino-American rapprochement would not be a state of perpetual friendship or a harmony of values, but a rebalancing of the global equilibrium that would require constant tending and perhaps, in time, produce a greater harmony of values. In that process, each side would be the guardian of its own interests. And each would seek to use the other as a source of leverage in its relations with Moscow. As Mao never tired of stressing, the world would not remain static. Contradiction and disequilibrium were a law of nature. Reflecting this view, the Chinese Communist Party's Central Committee issued a document describing Nixon's visit as an instance of China utilizing contradictions, dividing up enemies, and enhancing ourselves. 46 Would the interests of the two sides ever be truly congruent? Could they ever separate them from prevalent ideologies sufficiently to avoid tumults of conflicting emotions? Nixon's visit to China had opened the door to dealing with these challenges. They are with us still.
Thank you for watching the Learner's Library. If you found value in this video, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Stay tuned, there's so much more wisdom to come.